"What is that?" Charlie whispered, his voice barely audible over the buzz of tension crackling in the air. His heart pounded as his eyes locked onto a shifting shadow ahead. "Unknown entity," Friday murmured through his earpiece. Her voice was calm, analytical. "DNA, scan inconclusive, definitely not human." "Infected?" Charlie asked, instinctively adjusting Batman's holographic cloak tighter around himself. "Not exactly. It's in a transitional state. Not dead. Not infected. Something evolved." The corridor was cloaked in near-total darkness, but Charlie's vision adapted, zeroing in on the creeping form ahead. It moved low, a sinuous silhouette that seemed to meld with the shadows. Its limbs scraped along the stone floor with a nerve-jarring screech. The air thickened around them, the ruined chamber breathing dread. Charlie swallowed hard. The stench of decay and damp stone clung to every breath. Each heartbeat echoed in his chest like a war drum. Then the thing lunged. It was fast, terrifyingly fast. One moment it was crawling, the next it was airborne, a blur of blackened limbs and cracked, leathery flesh hurtling toward him. Before Charlie could move, Larry Wade struck. A blur of motion, then a crack like snapping bone. Larry's long arm clamped around the creature's throat mid-leap, halting it with terrifying ease. It writhed and screeched, black fluid foaming from its jaws. Charlie's breath caught. Now fully illuminated, the creature looked like a charred corpse dragged from a fire. Its skin flaked like ash, ribs protruding like daggers beneath brittle flesh. It had a vaguely human form, but only just. Whatever it had once been, it was no longer. With a casual twist, Larry hurled it aside. It hit the ground in a heap, limbs twitching. It didn't stay down. With a strangled howl, it lunged again. Larry didn't blink. He sidestepped, caught the creature's swinging arm, and ripped it free from the socket. The sound of tearing sinew was wet and sickening. Inky black ichor splattered the floor. Charlie gagged. That fluid wasn't blood. It was something thicker, something wrong. Larry delivered a final blow, a savage kick that sent the beast flying across the corridor. It hit the wall with a meaty crunch, skull shattering on impact. Finally, it lay still. Larry wiped his hand clean on his coat and turned with a smirk. "Told you, I'm strong." Charlie offered a weak smile, still shaken. The tomb seemed to grow colder, the darkness heavier. The walls felt closer now, like the ruin itself was watching. "Incredible," Friday said in his ear. "Larry Wade's physical stats are at the peak of human capacity." Charlie exhaled. "And Fana too, right?" "Yes. But Larry's true potential lies in his phantom. He hasn't used it." Charlie had read about that, the phantom driver. But so far, Larry hadn't needed it. That made Charlie more nervous than reassured. They moved deeper into the ruin. The passage narrowed, stone walls pressing close. Time-worn carvings lined the path, ancient images of twisted rituals and towering figures. Charlie barely glanced at them. His mind was still tangled in the memory of that creature's face. Then scrape. Another sound. Fast. Too fast. A second beast lunged from the wall. Larry reacted instantly. His fist struck the creature's chest like a warhammer. The shockwave rattled the corridor. The monster collapsed before it even shrieked. Two more followed. Larry dispatched them with ruthless grace, one disarmed with a twist, the other broken with a spinning kick. Every time, Larry moved first, shielding Charlie without hesitation. His calm, almost casual brutality made it seem like sport. But something felt off. He still wasn't using his phantom. Why? Then Friday's voice snapped into his ear. "Charlie, behind you." He turned just in time to see the wall crack and explode. Dust and stone burst outward as a monstrous hand punched through. Before he could react, iron fingers clamped around his throat. The impact was brutal. He was ripped back and slammed into the wall, the force nearly knocking the wind from his lungs. Dazed, he looked up and met Link's eyes. Sharp, unforgiving, familiar. Charlie's breath caught as a shape emerged from the gloom. Link. There was no mistaking it. His cocky gait, the street-style flair, the head-to-toe Tokyo foodie vibe. The face could have been anyone's, but that presence? Unmistakable. The HUD glitched briefly, and a prompt flashed across Charlie's screen. LMB to strike. His hand snapped forward, fingers slamming the mouse. Batman responded in perfect sync, his armored elbow driving hard into Link's gut. One strike. Two. Three. Brutal, piston-like hits that echoed through their bones. This can't be real, Charlie thought, his mind spinning. He died. I saw him die. Friday's voice crackled in his earpiece, calm as ever. Facial recognition confirms Agent Link. Vital signs match as well. Charlie's heart skipped. He had seen Link die, impaled by his own writhing tentacles in a final, horrific act of self-annihilation. Vitals, 0. Gone. No question. But here he was, alive, breathing, trying to crush Batman's windpipe. Or rather, Agent Snake, as Link still saw him. Charlie's gut twisted. Something about this felt wrong. As Batman grappled with Link, the disguise shimmered, just for a second, but it was enough. Link's eyes narrowed. Suspicion sparked. He wasn't supposed to struggle. This was supposed to be an easy kill. Instead, Batman's strength surprised him. The elbows landed with punishing force, knocking the wind from Link's lungs. His grip faltered. Then, motion above. A flash of white. Spider-Gwen. She dropped like a phantom from the ceiling, two webs latching onto Link's back with a snap. With a swift pull, she yanked him backward, just as Batman landed another crushing blow. Charlie exhaled. This was the plan. Batman wasn't alone tonight. Spider-Gwen twirled through the air like liquid lightning, her every movement fluid, focused. Batman swept Link's legs. Gwen pulled. Link crashed hard, but he wasn't done. A tentacle lashed out, razor-sharp, aiming for Gwen's ribs. Charlie reacted. Defense triggered. Gwen spun midair, narrowly dodging. The tendril sliced past her in a blur. In return, she fired a web. Whip snap. It stuck. She yanked, spun, and launched upward, then dive-kicked Link's jaw with brutal force. He slammed into the floor, armor dented. Gwen didn't stop. She struck again, and again, her fists a blur. Every hit echoed like thunder through the stone corridors. Dust rained from the ceiling. The air itself seemed to tremble. One final kick hurled Link into a crumbling wall, stone fracturing on impact. He slumped, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. But even in defeat, he lashed out. A tentacle struck fast. Gwen dodged, barely. Her web shooter fired again, snagging the tendril, reeling him in like a hooked beast. Charlie hit the input. Batman surged forward, cape billowing, a black shadow of vengeance. His electrified glove slammed into Link's chest. Crack! Link spasmed. Lightning surged through him. Recognition bloomed in his eyes, then horror. The disguise faded. The bat crest gleamed. Batman. Link's face contorted in fury and fear. Of course it was him. The relentless shadow. The one who never stopped hunting. The second stretched, but the fight wasn't over. Gwen flipped upward, anchored herself to the ceiling, and dove like a missile. She struck Link with both feet, full force. He flew, down, spiraling into darkness. Batman and Gwen landed in tandem, watching. Then, snap. A tentacle caught Batman's ankle, yanking him toward the abyss. Batman, Gwen shouted. She fired a web, snagging him just in time. Straining, she pulled them both back, inch by inch, until they tumbled safely onto solid ground. Link's mangled body followed, armor cracked, tentacles twitching weakly. He rose, barely, skin peeling, joints cracking. Rage burned in his eyes. Gwen whispered, he really hates you. Batman said nothing. Link glanced down. A small bat-shaped device blinked on his chest. Boom! The explosion lit the chamber in fire and smoke. Link flew backward, limbs limp, body crushed. He didn't move again. Gwen wiped dust from her suit, smirking. That's a wrap. She held up her hand. High five. Batman didn't budge. Cape still, eyes locked on the smoke where Link had fallen. The silence said everything. Gwen sighed, lowering her hand. So dramatic. She stepped away to inspect the smoking crater. Nothing remained but scattered armor, blackened and broken. There was no pity in her gaze, just resolve. Justice had been served, but somewhere in the darkness, Charlie couldn't help.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
You think there's more than one link? Charlie quietly muttered, staring down at the wreckage of what was once a body. Fragments of armor, pieces of flesh scattered across the cold stone floor. The faint, acrid smell of burnt circuits and blood still lingered in the air, mixing with the damp, musty scent of the ancient ruins. Looking at the shredded remains of Link, Charlie's mind raced. The idea seemed bizarre at first, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. That is indeed a possibility, Friday's voice chimed in, calm and analytical. It's possible we're dealing with cloning or a similar ability. All identification data matches the previous link, but there are subtle differences. Charlie's eyes narrowed. Cloning? The thought gnawed at him. So we're facing multiple versions of the same guy. It appears that way, Friday responded. They seem to be different instances of the same person. Charlie exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. Sounds like cloning to me. Whatever the truth, it didn't really matter at that moment. Twice the enemies meant twice the challenge and twice the experience. A small, twisted part of Charlie couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction at the thought. For now, he let his questions slide and refocused. Spider-Gwen had temporarily left the stage, her work done for the moment, and his operating perspective shifted back to Batman. The familiar, dark silhouette of the caped crusader filled his view once more. The holographic simulation projection is back online. A soft blue glow washed over Batman's body as lines of data rippled across the armor. In an instant, the dark, imposing figure of Batman vanished, replaced by Agent Snake in his standard combat uniform. The transformation was seamless, the hologram re-establishing itself perfectly. The projection system is functioning normally, sir, Friday confirmed, her voice steady. Good, Charlie muttered. Let's see how our new friend's doing. The underground ruins were a pit of absolute blackness. Even the faintest glimmer of light was swallowed whole by the void. Charlie couldn't see anything beyond the reach of Batman's night vision. The oppressive darkness pressed in on all sides, thick, almost tangible, like a heavy blanket suffocating the space around them. But through Batman's enhanced vision, Charlie navigated the shadows with ease, the green-tinted view revealing every crack in the stone, every corner that might hide a threat. Though the hologram had briefly faltered during the scuffle, Charlie was confident that no one had seen the glitch. The fighting had been too fast, too chaotic. There hadn't been time for anyone to notice the subtle flicker. Raising Batman's head, Charlie spotted the platform from which they'd fallen earlier, its jagged edge just visible at the edge of the detection range. It loomed above them, distant and ominous, barely illuminated by the faint glow of the detective mode's augmented vision. The stone edges of the platform were rough, worn down by centuries of neglect, and bathed in shadows that danced like living things. Batman didn't hesitate. With a quick motion, the Dark Knight raised his grapple gun. The sound of the grapple firing echoed in the hollow space, a sharp whoosh that sliced through the silence. The claws dug into the boulder at the platform's edge, biting deep into the ancient stone. For a second, the line went taut, then the fibers began to retract, pulling Batman upward with a surge of strength. The air rushed past, cold and sharp, as Batman soared upward, his cape billowing behind him like a shadow in flight. The ground seemed to fall away beneath him, replaced by the dizzying ascent toward the platform's edge. At the last moment, Charlie loosened the grapple, allowing Batman to scramble onto the ledge as if he had barely caught himself. From anyone watching, it would have seemed like Batman had hung on by sheer luck, clawing his way back to safety. But as Batman stood and surveyed the platform, Charlie felt a sinking unease. The platform was empty. Larry Wade was nowhere to be found. The blackened bodies of the monsters they'd killed earlier? Gone. Not even a trace of blood or debris remained. The eerie stillness of the scene unnerved him. His first thought was that Larry had assumed he'd been lost in the fall and left. But something about the scene felt off more than just an absence. It was as if the fight had never happened at all. Charlie scanned the area again, his mind racing. Larry was thorough, but this wasn't just cleaning up. Even the corpses of the monsters had vanished. The stones beneath Batman's boots were clean, undisturbed, as though nothing had ever been there in the first place. This isn't right. Charlie's gaze drifted toward the spot where Gwen had kicked Link through the wall. He remembered the way the stone had crumbled, how the dust had filled the air as the wall gave way under the force of the blow. But now, staring at the same spot, there was no sign of any damage. The wall stood perfectly intact. It was like the fight had been erased. Friday, did we go the wrong way? Charlie asked, his voice tight with confusion. No, sir, Friday replied, her tone level and certain. This is the exact location of your fall. The only explanation is that the ruins themselves have shifted during the time you've been here. In such a short time. Charlie felt a knot tighten in his chest. This place, it felt wrong, like a living entity. The walls, the floors, it was all moving, shifting, like a maze that rearranged itself every time you looked away. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that the darkness was alive, observing their every move. It was as though the ruin itself was toying with them, trapping them in its shifting corridors, making them question what was real. The sensation was enough to make his skin crawl. It's like one of those classic horror movies, he thought, where every time you pass through a door and look back, the room has changed. But this wasn't a movie. It was happening, and it was happening now. He felt his heart rate pick up, the creeping dread growing with every passing second. The ruins were like a labyrinth with no clear exit. And somewhere within that maze, something or someone was pulling the strings. Charlie took a deep breath and refocused. There was no use in panicking. He wasn't here in person, after all. I'm just the one in control, he reminded himself. I'm not actually in this place. But even from his safe distance, the air of danger was palpable, tangible through the screen. Charlie's eyes flicked to Batman's built-in computer, where the radiation signal from Professor Miyazaki's tracker had been displayed. He frowned. The evidence location had shifted again. The direction had changed to pointing somewhere else entirely. The ruins have moved again, Charlie thought grimly. It wasn't just Batman's position that had changed, everything had. He pushed onward, guiding Batman through the twisting, dark corridors of the ruins. Every step echoed in the heavy silence. The cold, damp air seemed to cling to the stone walls, making each breath feel thick and heavy. Time felt distorted down here, stretched thin, as though hours were passing in what was only minutes. After what felt like forever, Friday's voice chimed in, breaking the suffocating silence. 4 targets detected, sir. Charlie's grip tightened on the controls as he scanned the area. The monsters were the same, the dark, twisted creatures that had been plaguing him throughout this mission. They moved like shadows, their forms barely distinguishable from the darkness itself. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, like puppets on strings. They weren't human. Charlie wasn't even sure they were alive. They felt more like guardians, sentinels of the ruin, patrolling its ever-shifting halls, waiting to tear apart anyone foolish enough to wander inside. The first monster made its move, creeping up behind Batman with deceptive stealth. Its body was contorted, limbs elongated and twisted, moving in a way that defied anatomy. But before it could strike, Batman reacted. Charlie barely had to think, he was already in tune with the Dark Knight's reflexes. Batman's fist shot out behind him, his movements crisp and precise. The punch connected with the creature's face with a sickening crack, sending it stumbling backward, its grotesque face caving in from the impact. Batman's cold precision was terrifying. The remaining 3 creatures rushed in, their movements wild and chaotic. But Batman was faster. He dodged the first one, delivering an uppercut that shattered its jaw, the sound of bone breaking echoing through the ruins. The second monster lunged, but Batman twisted at the last second, letting its punch land on its own comrade. Their attacks were frantic, driven by primal instinct. But Batman's were controlled, calculated. His armor-enhanced strength gave him the upper hand, and within moments, the battlefield was littered with broken bodies. The monsters were dispatched quickly, one with a shattered head, another with a cracked chest plate from a bat bomb, and the last 2 electrocuted by high-voltage gloves. The fight had lasted minutes, but it felt like a lifetime to Charlie. The silence that followed the swift, brutal takedown was deafening, broken only by the faint crackle of electricity still lingering from Batman's high-voltage strikes. Smoke curled lazily from the remains of the creatures, their bodies twisted in grotesque shapes on the stone floor. Charlie didn't allow himself to relax. This place. He could feel it in his bones. There was something wrong with these ruins, something that made his skin prickle with unease. But Batman pressed forward, ever the embodiment of purpose and determination. Just a few steps further, something new appeared on Batman's HUD. The detective mode scanned and locked onto 3 new targets. 3 targets detected, sir. These are not like the others, Friday reported, her voice calm, but the undertone hinted at something unusual. Their body and vital sign markers indicate human life. Charlie's mind snapped into focus. Humans? Deep in this place? He slowed Batman's pace, guiding him cautiously through the dim corridors, his senses alert. Could these be members of the 9th Special Service Division? As Batman crept closer, the outlines of the 3 figures came into view, shrouded in the darkness but illuminated by the green glow of night vision. For a moment, Charlie thought they might be fellow agents, here to provide backup. But something was off. The uniforms they wore were unfamiliar, different from the standard-issue suits of the 9th Special Service Division. Their gear was advanced, but the design didn't match anything Charlie had seen before. It was sleek, efficient, but foreign. These weren't Service Division agents. The quiet hum of Batman's scanner buzzed in Charlie's ear as he moved closer, getting a better look at the trio. They stood still, seemingly unaware of Batman's approach, their heads bent as they studied something in the dim light. Equipment packs were slung over their shoulders, and the faint gleam of high-tech gadgets was visible at their waists. Friday's voice broke the silence again, now more urgent. Facial recognition match complete. These individuals are not agents. They belong to the Grove Group. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Grove Group. What the hell are they doing down here? He muttered under his breath. The Grove Group was known for its cutting-edge technology, but they were more of a corporate entity, scientists, engineers, not field operatives. Yet here they were, deep within the ruins, carrying military-grade gear like seasoned soldiers. Charlie's grip tightened on the controls as he scanned the trio. They were focused, intent on their task, seemingly oblivious to Batman's presence. Whatever they were doing, they didn't appear to be looking for a fight, at least not yet. He studied their faces more closely, and Friday's system pinged again, displaying the names of the 3 individuals. They are James Quinn, Jenna Blake, and Hank Shaw, Friday announced. Grove Group, the largest medical conglomerate in Riverton City, was known far and wide for its influence. Yet, for Charlie, the name wasn't associated with healthcare or prestige. His memories of the group were tied to Felix, a wealthy senior whose family sat atop a fortune. He recalled the lavish dinner from the dining establishment. The table had overflowed with exotic delicacies, chandeliers sparkling above. Such an extravagant meal was nonchalantly dismissed by Felix, who didn't even bother to show up. But now, standing in the cold, dark depths of an ancient ruin, Charlie couldn't help but wonder why a company with such wealth had sent 3 of its employees to a place like this. It seemed far removed from their pristine boardrooms and medical breakthroughs. Was this some twisted form of corporate team building? It didn't make sense. The holographic simulation is offline. Suddenly, the light around Batman shifted. The digital camouflage he had been using, an advanced system that cloaked him in the uniform of the 9th Special Service Division, faded away. As pale blue ripples of light shimmered over his body, the illusion dissolved like water running off a stone. The gray-black armor beneath emerged, dark as the void, and his iconic cape billowed into view. Batman, the Dark Knight, was fully revealed. There was no point in continuing the deception. The group of unknown forces he had been tracking wouldn't be fooled for much longer, especially now that they had entered the ruin. Pretending to be an agent of the division had gotten him past the heavily guarded entrance, but inside, where the pitch-black maze unfolded, stealth was far more effective than trickery. This environment was his home field. However, this place was unlike any other he had encountered. The labyrinthine structure defied logic. High platforms floated in the air, and the moment anyone tried to climb them, their position would shift as if reality itself was playing tricks on their senses. Batman couldn't rely on his usual method of grappling across rooftops or tracking his targets from high vantage points. The ruined structure seemed to warp space, making navigation metaphysical, confusing. One wrong move, and you could lose your bearings. Charlie, controlling Batman from the shadows, observed carefully. His years of experience in operations like this allowed him to quickly adapt, but even he hadn't yet deciphered the ruin's patterns. The real challenge would come if the opposition had night vision capabilities. Stealth would be far trickier. Thankfully, Charlie excelled in operating under such conditions. As Batman slipped deeper into the darkness, his eyes remained fixed on the group he was tailing. They were a small team, 2 men and 1 woman, moving cautiously through the ruin. Each wore combat uniforms, their gear light but functional. The formation they held was classic, a triangle with their backs covered, always on guard. Charlie couldn't help but feel a slight sense of irony. This setup was something you'd see in military operations or even adventure novels. It made him think of hero trios like Team 7th or Hogwarts' famous group. But here, in this shadow-filled ruin, they were no storybook heroes. They were survivors. It's so dangerous. Those things didn't catch up, did they? Hank Shaw, the youngest of the 3, spoke first. His voice was ragged, his breaths coming out in gasps. He sounded like he had just finished running a marathon, his words barely able to keep up with his lungs. No, we should be clear, Jenna Blake, the only woman, replied in a steady tone. Her gaze remained focused on the dark passage ahead, but her mind seemed elsewhere, perhaps still processing the horror they had just escaped. She glanced at the 3rd member of the team, James Quinn, admiration shining in her eyes. Thanks to you, James. Your quick thinking saved us. James leaned against the cold stone wall, trying to catch his breath. His chest heaved, his muscles tense from the recent exertion. Sweat dripped down the side of his face, but he managed to wave her praise away. Just luck, he muttered, his voice modest but tinged with exhaustion. But even as he spoke, his sharp eyes scanned the darkness beyond. He couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that they weren't alone. His hand instinctively tightened around the weapon at his side. Don't let your guard down, he warned, his voice dropping to a whisper. They could still be out there. Those ghouls were terrifying, Hank said, shuddering as he spoke. The captain warned us they were tougher than the infected, but I wasn't ready for that. It was a miracle we got away. Charlie's mind raced. Ghouls? That must be what they called the twisted black creatures he had encountered earlier. Based on their conversation, it seemed this team had anticipated facing such horrors, which meant they had more knowledge than most. They were well prepared for this mission, far more than anyone else who had ventured into the ruins. Charlie thought back to the 4 creatures Batman had dispatched without breaking a sweat. Was that really what these 3 were so terrified of? Don't worry, Hank said, trying to inject some bravado into his voice as he gave Jenna a reassuring pat on the shoulder. If they come back, I'll take them out. James snorted, half amused. You were the first one to run. We could barely keep up. Hey, I was just drawing their fire, Hank stammered, his face turning red as he laughed awkwardly. Gotta protect the team, right? Enough. James pushed himself off the wall, his tone firm. We need to move. We're not safe here. The 3 regrouped, each taking a moment to steady themselves before moving forward. They had no idea that Batman was watching, covering their every move from the shadows. James pulled out a handheld device, something resembling a high-tech smartphone. The screen illuminated his face in a ghostly glow as he scrolled through it, occasionally glancing up to compare their surroundings to whatever was on the screen. His expression grew more serious with each step. Friday, can you intercept his screen? Charlie asked, intrigued by what James was looking at. Apologies, sir. The device isn't networked. I can't hack it remotely. All right, Charlie murmured, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Batman crept closer, his movements as silent as the night. With calculated precision, he slipped into the shadows just behind the trio, getting close enough to see the device in James's hand. A quick flick of his wrist activated the universal decoder, and within moments, the screen's contents were mirrored on his own device. It was a highly detailed, 3D map of the ruin. The paths on the screen shifted in real time, as if the entire facility was alive, constantly moving and rearranging itself. Friday, does this look like the ruin's layout? Charlie asked, his eyes scanning the ever-shifting display. Very possible, sir. It matches the environment's unpredictability. The more Charlie looked at the map, the more convinced he became. This group wasn't just wandering aimlessly. They had somehow unlocked the ruin's secrets, using this map to guide them through the treacherous terrain. But how had they managed to create a dynamic map of such a place? And more importantly, how had they even gained access? The entrance was guarded by the 9th Special Service Division. Even Batman had needed to disguise himself as an agent to infiltrate the ruins. What was their connection to this place? Just then, Friday's voice cut through his thoughts. Enemy detected, sir. Charlie's gaze snapped to the shadows, where 2 ghouls emerged, their bodies twisted and malformed. Their glowing eyes locked onto the trio, hunger and malice burning in their depths. Oblivious to the danger, Hank let out a nervous laugh. Looks like we really did lose them. Batman moved swiftly, and within moments, the ghouls were no more dispatched silently by the dark night, their bodies crumpling to the ground before the trio even realized they were in danger. Jenna, you know, I've been thinking, when we get out of here, I really want a burger. Like, a big, greasy one with all the toppings. What do you guys think? Hank, laughing, a burger? I'm more of a pizza guy, to be honest. Extra cheese, maybe some mushrooms. You know, something that really hits the spot after all this, running for our lives. James, sighing, you two are seriously thinking about food right now. Jenna, why not? We're stuck in this creepy place, might as well dream about something good. Hank, yeah, lighten up, James. Besides, I've been working on this pizza theory for a while. Thin crust or thick crust, what do you think takes longer to cook? There's gotta be a science to it. Jenna, chuckling, oh god, not this again. James, it's not that complicated, Hank. Thin crust cooks faster. Obviously. Hank, but, like, does it? I mean, if the oven temperature is the same for both, wouldn't the thickness of the dough be offset by the toppings? I bet a loaded thin crust could take as long as a plain thick crust. Jenna, he's got a point, you know. More toppings could definitely change things. James, groaning, we're in an ancient ruin, being chased by God knows what, and you two are seriously debating pizza cook times. Hank, hey, distractions help me focus. Plus, if you think about it, it's kinda related to survival skills. You never know when knowing how to make a quick pizza could save your life. Jenna, grinning, right? Imagine if we come across some ancient oven in here, and all we have to do is bake the perfect pizza to unlock the treasure. James, rubbing his temples, I swear, if we survive this, I'm never letting you two near a kitchen. Charlie assessed the situation. From what he had gleaned, the trio had initially been part of a larger group, likely a military or private force. However, during their march through these ancient ruins, a swarm of ghouls had ambushed them. Chaos ensued. In the confusion, the group splintered, leaving the trio stranded and alone, relying on James, their self-appointed leader, to guide them through the maze of tunnels. To be fair, the situation wasn't entirely their fault. They were lost, yes, but even Charlie, with his stolen dynamic map, found the layout confounding. It wasn't a typical map with clear streets or pathways, instead, it resembled a complex geometry of intersecting lines and shifting polygons. To the untrained eye, like Charlie's, it looked more like an advanced sonar reading than a navigational tool. The ruins felt alive, their structure constantly in flux. It was as though the very walls were bending, folding into each other, shifting realities beneath their feet. Without the omniscient guidance of Friday, Charlie would have been just as bewildered. Their conversations revealed little else. They were searching for their main group, who had vanished during the ghoul attack. The 3-man team, consisting of James, the confident leader, Jenna, who seemed to have romantic notions about James, and Hank, the bottom-tier soldier who harbored ambiguous motives, were making their way through the ruins, hopeful but tired. From what Charlie could tell, Hank seemed torn. Either he admired James or desired Jenna, or perhaps both, in a rivalry as old as time. Charlie, though mildly amused by their interpersonal dynamics, had a more pressing curiosity. Where was the rest of their unit, and what was Grove Group, a medical conglomerate, doing in the depths of this ancient and cursed ruin? The more he pondered, the stranger the situation became. Nevertheless, he continued to shadow them, ensuring their safety by silently dispatching any ghouls that drew too close. With every silent kill, Batman's presence became more and more their unseen guardian, guiding them unknowingly through the dangers. As the trio journeyed deeper into the ruin, they remained blissfully ignorant of the carnage left in their wake. Every now and then, one of them would comment on their extraordinary luck, how they hadn't encountered any more ghouls since their earlier battle. James even made a passing remark about how their streak of good fortune might be the result of good deeds paying off. If only they knew the truth. Everywhere they passed, the bodies of slain ghouls littered the ground. Unbeknownst to them, they were like bait that Batman used to lure and eliminate the monstrous creatures, one by one. If the ghouls had any sense of rationality or intelligence, they might have realized something was wrong. These 3 young soldiers, who looked like lambs awaiting slaughter, were far more dangerous than they appeared. But the ghouls were mindless creatures, driven by instinct alone, unaware that each attempt to devour the trio led to their silent demise at the hands of Batman. It was, in a way, a twisted game of cat and mouse. The trio thought they were the hunters, cautiously navigating the ruins, but in reality, they were the bait, luring in prey for Batman to dispatch. After nearly an hour and a half of this grim procession, the trio began to show signs of exhaustion. Their breathing had grown heavier, and they exchanged fewer words. Yet their luck hadn't run out. In the distance, the rumbling of heavy machinery echoed through the tunnels, growing louder with each step they took. Charlie, still trailing them from the shadows, listened intently. As they drew closer to the sound, it became clear that they had reached their destination. The trio's pace quickened, and despite their fatigue, a sense of relief washed over them. Batman's detective mode scanned ahead, revealing numerous figures gathered in an open cavern. From his vantage point, Charlie observed uniformed soldiers moving systematically around the cave. Several stood guard at the cave's entrance, rifles at the ready, while others busied themselves with various tasks inside. The cave was large, its walls rising high above the soldiers' heads. The dome-like ceiling was nearly 10 meters tall, and the light sticks scattered around the cavern illuminated the space in a pale, ghostly glow. The jagged stone formations jutting from the walls and ceiling cast long, eerie shadows, giving the cavern an almost otherworldly feel. The trio, upon realizing they had found their comrades, rushed forward eagerly. Several guards halted them at the entrance, their rifles raised, but after a quick exchange of identification, they were allowed to pass. Batman remained in the shadows, watching. He widened his field of vision, scanning the faces of the soldiers inside. As images flashed across the screen, Friday's voice cut through the silence. "They're all registered employees of Grove Group." Charlie frowned. Grove Group again. It didn't make sense. What would a pharmaceutical conglomerate be doing in an ancient ruin? And not just any ruin, a ruin that reeked of death and danger. Were they trying to branch into something more nefarious? The trio disappeared into the crowd, mingling with the rest of their group. Shortly after, a man who appeared to be their team leader emerged from the crowd to greet them. He was older, his uniform slightly different from the others. His face was hardened, his eyes stern and unwelcoming as he looked the trio up and down. Charlie, curious, maneuvered Batman into a better position, careful to avoid the beams of light emanating from the glow sticks. From this angle, he had a clear view of the leader's face. A quick scan revealed his identity. Siegel Mycroft, department manager of Grove Group, Friday reported. Charlie raised an eyebrow. A department manager? Here? He turned his attention to the source of the rumbling sound. It wasn't far from the group. As Batman moved quietly through the shadows, the source came into view, a massive door, ancient and imposing. The door stood around 8 meters high, its surface worn and weathered by the passage of time. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of, but its weight was palpable even from a distance. Whatever lay behind that door had been sealed away for a very long time. Several soldiers were using tools to try and force the door open. The machinery groaned under the strain, the rumbling sound reverberating through the cavern. Charlie checked the radiation scans once more. The evidence Grove Group sought was behind that door. "Sir, someone is approaching from behind," Friday warned. Charlie immediately repositioned Batman, slipping deeper into the shadows as a man in a Grove Group uniform appeared. His facial recognition confirmed that he was part of the same team. The newcomer approached Siegel with quickened footsteps. "Sir, a report from the 4th Reconnaissance Point," he said. "We've detected agents from the 9th Special Service Division approaching." "Already?" Siegel frowned, his voice barely audible. "That's faster than I expected. Any notable agents in the group?" "The team is led by Yvonne," the soldier replied. "They've gathered a dozen agents and are heading in this direction, likely tracking the radiation signature of evidence A086. Siegel rubbed his chin, glancing at a woman beside him, clearly weighing his options. "What do you think the chances are of them surrendering peacefully?" The woman shook her head while replying. "Yvonne? No chance. He's known for taking action first, talking later." Siegel sighed. "Well then, it looks like we'll have to skip the diplomacy. We need more time here. Call in a team, arm them with concussion mines, and prepare an ambush." "Understood," the soldier replied before hurrying off to carry out the orders. Not long after, a small detachment from the pharmaceutical group peeled away from the main force, each soldier carrying a pack of supplies. From their conversation, it was clear they had spotted Ivan's team on their monitors and were now racing ahead to set up an ambush. Yvonne, among Charlie's allies, had earned a reputation in the lunatic asylum for his ruthlessness and efficiency. Batman had no hesitation in following this pharmaceutical detachment. He knew Yvonne could handle himself, but he preferred to take a more proactive approach. The pharmaceutical squad reached their designated ambush point, deep in the ruins. The team leader huddled over a map, brow furrowed in concentration as he cross-referenced the intelligence they'd gathered on Ivan's expected route. The environment displayed on the dynamic map helped him finalize the ambush points in no time. A swift gesture sent the team into action. They split off into groups of 2s and 3s, each carrying concussion mines, ready to set their deadly trap. Batman was already ahead of them. Silently, he tracked the last 2-man group, his movements precise and predatory. In the low light of the ruins, his dark figure was practically invisible. He crouched low, advancing like a shadow until he was right behind them. One of the soldiers was bent over, carefully pulling out a concussion mine from his pack, while the other scanned the surroundings, looking for the ideal spot to plant it. Neither of them realized they were being watched. In one smooth motion, Batman lunged forward, his massive hand descending like an executioner's blade. The two soldiers barely had time to gasp before their heads collided with a sickening thud. The impact sent both crumpling to the ground, unconscious before they even knew what hit them. Without missing a beat, Batman scanned one of the soldiers. From his uniform to his weapons, height, facial structure, every detail was recorded through the Batsuit's advanced optics. The data was uploaded into the holographic camouflage module in real time. Batman initiated the system reboot, and within seconds, a light blue shimmer rolled over his body. His Dark Knight form was replaced by that of one of the fallen soldiers. "His name is Dave Arden, sir," Friday chimed in, confirming the identity just in case. Batman, now disguised as Dave, blended seamlessly into the team. His movements became more deliberate, adopting the same body language as the man whose identity he had assumed. The holographic disguise not only allowed him to infiltrate but also gave him the advantage of moving freely through the team without suspicion. The fault tolerance for any minor slip UPS is much higher now. With the mask of Dave Arden firmly in place, Batman moved silently through the team, observing their actions from within. None of the soldiers noticed the looming predator in their midst. The ruins' oppressive silence coupled with the disrupted communications meant that no one even realized their comrades had been taken out. One by one, Batman made his way through the ranks, methodically neutralizing the pharmaceutical soldiers. The ruins swallowed their unconscious bodies without a sound, and by the time Batman was finished, no one had sounded the alarm. Only the leader of the mine-burying squad remained, dutifully placing the last of the concussion mines. He completed his task and turned to rejoin his team, only to stop dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in disbelief. Where was everyone? A cold chill crept up his spine as he turned around, scanning the area. That was when he saw a black figure rising from the shadows. Before he could react, Batman was upon him. His mouth opened in a desperate attempt to plead. Wait a minute. Wham! One punch, and the leader's world went black. Batman quickly disarmed the mines the team had placed, methodically removing each one with practiced precision. With the traps neutralized, the threat was completely eliminated. As Batman finished up, he noticed movement in the distance, a soldier sprinting back toward the cave. Charlie surmised that the scout had been tracking Ivan Petrov's team and was now rushing back to relay their location. In these ruins, with modern communication equipment useless due to interference, human messengers were the only way to deliver information. The scout barely made it halfway when a shadow flickered before him. Batman's fist connected with the scout's jaw in a bone-crunching hit, and he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. He joined his unconscious comrades in silence. Moments later, Ivan Petrov and his team of 9 agents arrived, marching with purpose. Their path had been shockingly clear: no ambushes, no traps, no resistance. They had no idea that Batman had neutralized every threat before they could encounter it. Even the ghouls that should have crossed their path were now lying dead, dispatched quietly by the Dark Knight. Ivan and his team strode into the cavernous heart of the ruins, where the pharmaceutical group had been camped. The two groups froze upon seeing each other. The service division's team was shocked. They hadn't expected to run into anyone so deep underground. Their minds raced with questions. Was this some kind of treasure hunting team? Tomb Raiders operating in secret? The pharmaceutical soldiers were equally stunned. Their trap-setting squad hadn't returned, and the scouts seemed to have vanished. Why had they received no word of the approaching agents? Instinctively, both teams drew their weapons, each side pointing rifles and handguns at the other. Tension hung thick in the air, like a drawn bowstring waiting to snap. Meanwhile, Batman had circled back toward the cave. Cloaked in the guise of Dave Arden, he slipped unnoticed into the pharmaceutical group. The confusion caused by Ivan's arrival worked in his favor. Everyone was too focused on the potential standoff to notice him. In the growing chaos, Batman made his move. His gauntlet hummed with electrical charge as he disabled one soldier after another with precise strikes. In the blink of an eye, 4 soldiers collapsed, stunned, and unconscious. "Everyone, calm down," a commanding voice rang out. It was Siegel, the leader of the pharmaceutical team. He stepped forward, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling his men to hold their fire. In the confusion, Batman managed to knock out another soldier at the back of the formation, disappearing into the shadows before anyone noticed. Siegel addressed Ivan, his voice calm yet authoritative. "I must say, Agent Petrov, I'm impressed. I assume you discovered and eliminated my mine squad and advanced team." Ivan's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. His expression darkened with anger. "You laid mines for us," he snarled, his voice laced with fury. Without hesitation, Ivan's arm shifted, morphing into the barrel of a machine gun that swung directly toward Siegel. Siegel blinked in confusion. Wait, didn't you take them out? Where had his advance team gone? Behind him, Batman continued his quiet assault. The chaos provided the perfect cover. Each time a soldier turned away or became distracted, Batman was there, taking them out one by one. His movements were like those of a ghost, unseen and unheard. The tension between Ivan's agents and the pharmaceutical soldiers escalated further. Both sides were on edge, and the threat of violence was palpable. The slightest misstep could trigger an all-out firefight, and the situation was growing more dangerous by the second. Everyone was too focused on the standoff to realize their numbers were rapidly dwindling behind them. Batman's movements were silent, each step lighter than a whisper. His training allowed him to move with the precision of a predator, each target falling before they even realized what had hit them. You have 30 seconds to explain yourself, Ivan growled, his finger on the trigger. The cavern was silent but for the tense breathing of the soldiers, each one ready to fire at a moment's notice. The atmosphere was suffocating, and the line between peace and violence was razor-thin. Another soldier fell at Batman's hand, leaving him firmly in control of the situation. Then, unexpectedly, one of the soldiers Batman was sneaking up on suddenly turned his head. Charlie was caught off guard. Why would this man, at the brink of a firefight, turn away to look over his shoulder? It was reckless. The soldier's gaze swept over the cavern and his eyes widened in horror. His jaw dropped as he saw the bodies of his comrades sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Before he could raise the alarm, a batarang sliced through the air, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. Batman moved in a flash, catching the man's body before it hit the ground and lowering him gently to avoid making a sound. Batman was now fully in control. Don't be hasty, Agent Petrov, Siegel said, his voice smooth but laced with tension. We shouldn't be enemies here. Besides, I know your journey to get here hasn't been easy. Ivan's eyes were cold. That's irrelevant, he snapped, his machine gun arm still trained on Siegel. You tried to lay mines for my team. Explain yourself before I decide to wipe the floor with your squad. Siegel raised a brow, his voice calm but with a hint of condescension. We have more men than you, Petrov. More firepower, more ammunition. If this comes down to a firefight, I guarantee it won't end well for your side. Ivan, his body still coiled with tension, blinked once before a slow, almost menacing smile spread across his face. More men than us. Siegel looked confused by the response. That's right. We have the numbers advantage here. Ivan chuckled, a sound that sent a ripple of unease through Siegel's squad. You might want to count again, Siegel. Siegel's confusion deepened. He turned slightly, glancing at his soldiers. And that's when he noticed something was wrong. His mouth fell open as he scanned the scene in front of him. His soldiers' men who had been standing alert and ready moments ago were sprawled on the ground, motionless. Siegel's eyes widened, filled with shock as he looked at the fallen teammate behind him. His brain struggled to process the abrupt change in the situation. No, what happened to my men? How had everything gone south so quickly? One moment, he was in the middle of a tense standoff, and in the next, his men were lying on the ground, looking lifeless. The reality hit him like a tidal wave, but he couldn't make sense of it. What kind of attack had they just been subjected to? The rest of the squad, still scattered throughout the abandoned pharmaceutical factory, began to realize something was wrong. Panic spread through the remaining soldiers like wildfire as they saw the first fallen body. Their expressions were identical to students caught off guard when a teacher wakes them mid-nap, utter confusion. The strange part? None of them had even noticed what happened behind them. The very people who could have seen it all unfold were now lying on the floor, silent and still. The factory hadn't even opened, and already half their men were down without a sound, without a struggle. The inexplicable nature of the situation left them paralyzed with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Siegel, his neck stiff as a board, turned his head slowly, dread weighing on him like an anchor as his eyes locked onto the black muzzle of Ivan's gun pointed directly at him. You planted a mole inside our team. Siegel's voice wavered as his confusion morphed into disbelief, his mind working overtime to catch up. In that moment, Ivan's entire demeanor changed in Siegel's eyes. Initially, he had dismissed Ivan as just another brute, a man who preferred to solve problems with fists instead of brains. But now, it was as if Ivan had peeled back the curtain, revealing a cunning strategist capable of meticulous deception. The rough exterior was merely a facade to hide the mind of a tactician, one who expertly lured them into an invisible trap. Me. Ivan let out a booming laugh, the sound echoing through the empty factory. Nah, man. You've got it all wrong. I don't even know who you are. He shrugged, his grip on the gun steady, almost playful. But if I had to guess. A grin spread across Ivan's face, sharp and dangerous. His eyes gleamed with mischievous confidence. I'd say you've been batted. The dim lighting in the underground factory did little to reveal what had happened. Ivan himself hadn't seen the whole picture, just the eerie reduction of men happening in real time. He hadn't seen the silent takedowns, but he didn't need to. A familiar chill ran down his spine, one that told him Batman was here. He was always here. Invisible. Untraceable. Omnipresent. You can't see him. You can't hear him. But believe me, he's always there, Ivan continued, his voice lowering into a near whisper. Even in a place like this, even in a hole like this. Bat. Siegel's breath hitched, and the color drained from his face. You mean the Bat? Batman. Batman's reputation had spread across Riverton City like wildfire. His presence was the shadow that loomed over every underworld figure, from the petty thieves to the seasoned criminals. In the eyes of Riverton's elite, Batman was something far worse than a nuisance. He was an enigma wrapped in fear, a high-tech lunatic in black armor who hunted the guilty. At this moment, any thought Siegel had of resistance evaporated. Even though he knew surrender was his only option, his mind was still plagued with confusion. But even if it was him, how did he do this? How could someone dismantle half a squad of heavily armed men without making a sound, without leaving a trace? Ivan chuckled, tapping the side of his gun in amusement. That's the thing, isn't it? How'd he do it? Ivan leaned in, his eyes glinting with a mix of mockery and truth. Because he's Batman. With that, Ivan nonchalantly approached and raised his arm, pressing the muzzle of his gun squarely against Siegel's temple, his tone growing serious. Now, who the hell are you? Siegel hesitated, his soldiers stealing nervous glances at one another, the tension in the air palpable. They were waiting, all of them waiting for their leader to make a decision. After a long, drawn-out moment, Siegel raised his hand. It wasn't a gesture of defiance. It was the gesture of a man who had come to terms with the reality in front of him, a reality he could no longer fight. A gesture of surrender. The soldiers hesitated, but, one by one, they lowered their weapons, their resistance draining as they followed their leader's example. Smart. I like that, Ivan remarked with a satisfied grin. People should know when they're outmatched. We're not surrendering out of fear, Siegel responded, his voice level and controlled, though a glint of frustration remained in his eyes. We just want to make it clear, we're not your enemy. Ivan cocked his head, skepticism dripping from his expression. That's for me to decide, he replied coolly. Now, let's start over. Who are you? On paper, we're part of the Grove Group. You've probably heard of us. Ivan snorted. Yeah, I know the Grove Group. The Grove heir happens to be one of our allies. Funny, I always wondered why they'd risk their own heir on a mission like this. He paused, his sharp gaze scanning Siegel's team, still tense, still unsure. But that doesn't explain why you're suited up like a tactical unit, does it? That's because the Grove Group is just a cover, Siegel explained, choosing his words carefully. In reality, we belong to a clandestine organization. We specialize in handling infection outbreaks and other unnatural events. Really? Ivan arched a brow, clearly unconvinced. You must not be paying attention, because that job's already taken by the 9th Special Service Division. It's the truth, Siegel said, his tone growing more serious. You're a smart guy, Ivan. You've seen the inconsistencies in your own organization, haven't you? All the mistakes, all the breaches in security. Ivan's eyes narrowed. Don't you find it suspicious? Siegel pressed. Doesn't it make you wonder if there's something more going on than simple incompetence? Ivan remained silent, his expression hardening as Siegel's words dug deeper. Even now, Siegel continued, we've been studying these ruins long before you arrived. We've been planning this excavation for months. We found another entrance, mapped out the area using advanced tech. If you'd bothered to look, you would have found it too. But instead, they rushed you in here, unprepared, to do their dirty work for them. Siegel paused, allowing his words to sink in. Don't you see? The 9th Division sent you in to fail. So, you're saying someone in the 9th wants us dead. Ivan's voice was low, dangerous. I'm saying that someone high up is pulling the strings, and they've been setting you up to fail from the start. The agents behind Ivan shifted uncomfortably, Siegel's words clearly getting under their skin. The seeds of doubt were taking root, and they didn't like it. I'm telling you this because I believe we can work together, Siegel added. I want. Suddenly, Siegel froze, his face turning ashen. His eyes widened in horror, locked on something in the distance. What the hell is that? One by one, the others turned to look. Glowing eyes stared back at them from the darkness, cold and predatory. A figure emerged from the shadows, and with him came the weight of danger. Link. No one understood the level of danger better than Ivan. He had faced Link before. He had barely survived. But Link had died, he was sure of it. He'd seen it himself. Yet here he was. The eyes multiplied. 2 more figures emerged from the darkness, flanking Link. Their cold, calculating stares locked onto the group, surrounding them like wolves hunting prey. Ivan muttered under his breath, his hands shifting into a new set of weapons, his body tense and ready. Bat? If you're out there, and you're planning some grand entrance to save the day. His eyes flicked to the figures closing in. Now would be a good time. Batman walked through the ancient door that had been closed for an unknown number of years, stepping into the shadows beyond. The heavy creak of the door echoed through the empty halls. Dust hung in the air like a mist, disturbed only by his silent footfalls and the faint hum of his tech-enhanced suit. For now, he's adhering to the strategy teammates handling the chaos while he worked behind the scenes. Charlie wasn't planning to stay with the others for a direct confrontation. The ongoing skirmish at the pharmaceutical factory was a useful distraction. Besides, half of the mercenaries in the back line had already been neutralized quietly by his interference, and if Ivan and the others couldn't handle the front lines by now, they might as well dig their own graves. However, before leaving the site, Charlie hacked into one of the mercenaries' body cameras and instructed Friday, the AI assisting him, to monitor the footage for any useful information. This way, he could listen in on their conversations, keep tabs on what the pharmaceutical company was really after, and identify any potential unknown threats without having to be physically present. Now, while all the attention was focused on the main battle, no one noticed the door he had slipped through. It allowed him to scout ahead, to investigate the hidden depths of the facility and locate the real objective, the evidence they needed. The door he passed through was formidable, thick, and heavy. The mercenaries from the pharmaceutical group had clearly spent a long time trying to breach it, but they hadn't made much progress. The telltale signs of their frustration, a few dents, scrapes, and scorched marks from various tools, were obvious. Yet, as soon as Charlie stepped through, he found another door just a few steps away. Same heavy material, but with a different lock system, a cruel twist for anyone trying to break in. Even if the mercenaries had successfully breached the first door, they would have been stopped in their tracks by this second, stronger one. But for Batman, none of this was a problem. He had the Allen system. The Allen system, a technological breakthrough that allowed him to vibrate his armor's atoms at a high frequency, granted Batman the ability to phase through solid matter. It made him feel almost like a fourth-dimensional being navigating a three-dimensional world. The door, no matter how thick or sophisticated, held no significance in front of him. The only real limitation of the Allen system was its power consumption. The atomic oscillation mode wasn't powered by Batman's standard energy reserves. It drew from a separate system simulating the speed force used by the Flash. It allowed him to blur and phase through objects, but the energy drain was significant. In the corner of his suit's heads-up display, a golden energy bar tracked the power reserves for the Allen system. Each time he activated the mode, the bar would drop, visibly depleting. The system had to be used in short bursts, otherwise, it could drain all the power before he even faced any real danger. Still, it was more than enough for these obstacles. Friday, I'm through, Charlie said. The radiation signature of the target is peaking, sir. We're close, Friday's voice chimed in, calm and focused. Wait, I see something, Charlie replied, activating detective mode. Through Batman's specialized lenses, the dark room was illuminated, revealing details hidden in the shadows. At the far end of the room, something stood out, an elevated display platform rising from the floor, framed by intricate carvings on the ground around it. In the center of the display was the object they had been searching for, the evidence known as Exhibit A086. Friday, confirm what I'm seeing. Confirmed, sir. Object identified as A086, a missing artifact from the 9th Special Service Division. Radiation levels continue to rise. As Charlie approached, he failed to understand why people called this artifact a key. The object looked very much like a brick, an ancient brick, but still a brick. It was made of an unusual metal that shimmered faintly under the lights of the detective mode, and it was partially inserted into a slot in the pedestal, like it had already begun unlocking or completing something. The radiation increase is coming from beneath the floor, sir, Friday reported. This artifact is definitely the key to something in this ruin. When it was inserted into the pedestal, it triggered a reaction. Something is waking up. Classic, Charlie muttered. An ancient seal, a forgotten weapon, maybe a demon god waiting to be released. What's next? An army of undead. Just then, Charlie froze mid-step. He quickly rotated Batman's view, scanning the room through the detective mode once again. In one corner of his display, a humanoid figure suddenly appeared, lurking in the shadows. Acquiring target image, Friday said, her voice precise. The figure's face came into focus on the HUD, and Charlie knew instantly who it was. Link, he muttered under his breath. This guy again? Twice already, Charlie had seen this man die, only for him to reappear. What was going on? Sir, Friday interjected, her tone tense. It seems, it's more complicated than just him. Charlie understood her meaning immediately. More figures began materializing around the room, one after another, filling the space from all directions. They emerged from every shadow, moving with eerie synchronization. Even the way back to the door was now blocked. Friday, Charlie said, his voice low, are these all? Yes, sir, she replied. While there are minor variations between them, facial recognition confirms that every individual is Link. Wonderful, Charlie grunted, cracking his neck in preparation. Looks like we walked into a hive. Batman. The word echoed from every one of them. Each Link spoke in unison, their voices harmonizing into a cold, haunting chorus. It was as if the air itself vibrated with their shared speech. The third round, they said. This time, you have no chance. Charlie's lips twisted into a sardonic smile behind the mask. No chance, huh? We'll see about that. Without waiting for them to make the first move, Charlie sent Batman charging forward. He knew from experience that being reactive was a mistake in battles like this. Instead, he would strike first, throw off their balance, and force them to adapt. As the Lynx moved to attack, their tentacles shot forward, cutting through the air like venomous snakes. There were too many of them to dodge. Traditionally, they covered the entire space in seconds, leaving no room for evasion. But Batman didn't need to evade. With a flick of his fingers, Charlie activated the Allen system. Batman's form blurred, becoming intangible as his atoms oscillated. The tentacles passed harmlessly through him as if he were a ghost. While phasing through the enemies, Batman released several small devices from his belt. Two of the Lynx dodged instinctively, but the third wasn't so lucky. The device exploded in a brilliant flash of icy energy, freezing the Lynx solid in an instant. Frost crept over his body, trapping him in a shimmering cage of ice. A freeze grenade, one of Batman's many gadgets, designed using the technology of Gotham's infamous Freeze Man. The small but powerful device could unleash sub-zero temperatures in an area, freezing anyone within its radius. Without hesitation, Charlie had Batman continue pressing the attack. Using the Link clones against one another, he skillfully manipulated their movements, causing them to tangle up with their own tentacles. A brutal punch shattered the jaw of one clone, while a high-voltage shock from Batman's gauntlet sent another stumbling backward. A kick to the chest of a third sent him flying across the room, crashing into the others. But the Lynx adapted quickly. One of them lashed a tentacle around Batman's ankle, pulling him off balance. Another grabbed his arm, trying to immobilize him. Before he could react, a third aimed a punch at his head. With a swift twist of his body, Batman deflected the punch, redirecting it into the face of the Link holding his arm. But before he could break free, more tentacles coiled around his limbs, tightening their grip. Allen system, now, Charlie commanded. Once again, Batman phased into an afterimage, slipping effortlessly through the grasp of the lynx. Their tentacles clutched at nothing but air. As he rolled out of reach, 3 grenades detonated at his feet, sending waves of concussive force and flame through the enemy formation. The blast sent several of the lynx sprawling, their bodies riddled with damage. The power bar for the Allen system dropped below 50%. More lynx are approaching, sir, Friday warned. And I've scanned the room structure. Beneath you is an empty chamber, there's something hidden down there. Then we head down, Charlie decided, eyeing the rapidly approaching clones. We'll regroup below and plan our next move. Before the lynx could converge, Charlie activated the Allen system once more. Batman's form blurred and became insubstantial as he phased through the floor. The lynx slammed into each other, their attacks missing completely. Left behind was only a small, blue bat-shaped grenade. Boom! The freeze grenade detonated, encasing the remaining lynx in ice. Batman landed smoothly in the chamber below, his cape flaring out to slow his descent. The space was vast and cavernous, the ceiling high above, but mostly empty save for one ominous detail. Suspended in the center of the room was a man. Naked, his body limp, he was hanging from some strange apparatus, his arms stretched out in a crucifixion-like pose. It was Link. Again perhaps, in every person's life, there comes a moment, an event so pivotal that it reshapes the very essence of who they are, marking a before and an after. A turning point so profound, it changes everything. For Link, that moment first occurred when he was a child, the day his father walked out and never returned. Link had never really known his father. His memories of the man were fragmented, half-forgotten scenes of a disheveled figure slumped over a cluttered poker table, cigarette smoke curling around his silhouette. For Link, the idea of his father was more a ghost than a reality, an absence that lingered like a haze. He grew up learning not to miss him. It was his mother, after all, who shaped his life. She raised him on her own, and while his memories of childhood were hazy and incomplete, certain moments were as vivid as if they'd happened yesterday. He could still recall the time he bloodied the face of a classmate who had tried to steal his homework and pass it off as his own. He remembered coming home, beaten and bruised from another fight, only to have his mother gently cradle his face, crying as she tried to console him. Those small moments built Link's understanding of the world. He quickly learned a lesson that would follow him throughout life. Fists spoke louder than words. If you wanted to be treated well, you had to show your strength. You had to make the world fear you, respect you. And so, from that point onward, he chose to be the one with the bigger fist. Through the cold blue glow of the computer screen, Charlie watched as Link began to stir. His body, hung suspended like a martyr crucified, was shackled by thick, black tendrils. The dark matter clung to his limbs, binding him in place, twisting and coiling like grotesque vines growing from the shadows. Then, as if suddenly aware of Batman's presence, those tendrils began to shift. They crawled along Link's body, tightening, stretching, and then spreading outward. The dark mass slithered across his arms, coiled around his legs, and wrapped itself around his torso like a second skin. It crept up his neck, closing over his head like a helmet, until it enveloped his entire form in a living, breathing armor. Link was no longer a man. He had become something far more monstrous. Freed from his restraints, Link dropped from his crucifix with a thunderous crash. The force of his landing sent cracks spidering through the stone beneath him. The black substance completely obscured his face, masking his features in a veil of darkness, but even through the screen, Charlie could feel the weight of Link's gaze. His eyes, though hidden, were like embers glowing in the dark, burning with raw, murderous intent. Link raised his head, roaring like a wild beast, and in the next instant, pitch-black tentacles shot out from his belly with terrifying speed, slicing through the air toward Batman. These tentacles moved faster than the ones Charlie had encountered earlier, but Batman's accelerated reflexes were a step ahead. With a sharp command from Charlie, Batman rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. But this time, evasion wasn't enough. In the same smooth motion, Batman raised his arm and hurled a small electric device at Link. The device latched onto Link's chest with a magnetic thud, and in an instant, high-voltage electricity surged through his body. Bright arcs of electric blue danced across his armored form, the tendrils convulsing as the current crackled through him. This wasn't Batman's usual non-lethal shocker, the kind he used to take down street thugs. This one was designed for more dangerous foes. It was built to incapacitate enhanced humans, or short-circuit exoskeletons and robots. The voltage was higher, the explosive power stronger. According to its specs, the electric current was strong enough to take down an elephant. But it didn't work on Link. With a guttural growl, Link gripped the device, tore it from his chest, and crushed it in his hand like a piece of scrap metal. Charlie's brow furrowed as he watched. Friday, he muttered, he's stronger than the others. Yes, sir, Friday's voice replied. It seems that this variant of Link has a much higher resistance than the others. Be careful. Despite ripping the device away, Link never broke eye contact with Batman. His gaze was unwavering, a lesson ingrained in him from childhood: always face your strongest enemy head-on. Show no fear. Lock eyes with them and let them know that you are not afraid. Because the moment you showed fear, the world would take everything from you. Running wasn't an option. Never had been. The only way out was to fight. That was how Link had always lived his life. As a boy, he used his fists to fight off the kids who tried to bully him. At first, he had fought to protect himself, but soon he realized something when he fought back. People feared him. They gave him a wide berth. The bullies who once mocked him started avoiding him. They were scared. And that feeling? It was intoxicating. After high school, Link found a new outlet for his aggression: boxing. He was good at it, too. Making people bleed, taking them down with his fists, gave him a sense of control he craved. He rose quickly in the ranks, made decent money, and even got himself a girlfriend and knockout with long legs and a wicked smile. For a while, it seemed like his life was set. If things had gone the way he planned, he would have become a famous boxer, maybe even a martial arts champion. But fate had other plans. One day, Jeff, his best friend, came to him, desperate. Jeff was in deep with the wrong kind of people: gangsters. He owed them more money than he could ever repay. If he didn't pay up, they'd kill him. There was only one way out. Jeff begged Link to throw his next fight, to lose on purpose. The gang would cover Jeff's debt, and his life would be spared. Link spent the entire night agonizing over the decision. He emptied every bottle of liquor in his apartment, running the situation through his mind again and again. In the end, he made his choice. Jeff was his only real friend. If losing one fight could save him, then there really wasn't a choice to make. The next day, Link went down in the ring. He took blow after blow, letting himself get beaten bloody. He lost on purpose. But rumors started to spread. People figured out that Link had thrown the fight, and soon, everything came crashing down. His career, his future, it all vanished in an instant, like a mirage. So, he joined the military. He thrived there. In the army, Link found a new battlefield. He was deployed to the world's most dangerous regions, fighting terrorists and warlords. He excelled in combat, earning promotion after promotion. He had a knack for violence, a talent for making people fear him. He quickly realized that it didn't matter what battlefield you were on, the rules were always the same. If you were strong, people respected you. If they feared you, they obeyed. After several years of decorated service, Link was recruited by a special unit, one that operated independently from the army, with even more dangerous assignments. The unit that would eventually evolve into the 9th Special Service Division. He couldn't wait to share the news with his girlfriend. He wanted to surprise her, show her that he was finally on the path to greatness again. But when he arrived at her apartment, he found Jeff hiding in her closet. Jeff, the man whose life he had destroyed his own career to save. Link nearly killed them both that night. He had the strength and the rage to do it, but he held back. Barely. That night, Link learned another important lesson: you didn't need friends. You didn't need anyone. Friends, lovers, they were just obstacles. In the end, all you could truly rely on was your own strength. Now, standing in front of Batman, Link faced the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. But he wasn't afraid. He was stronger than ever before. He was ready. ZZZZT. The electric current from Batman's glove surged into Link's chest, but the dark substance covering his body absorbed the shock with ease. Batman's enhanced arm strength, his superhuman punch, barely made an impact. Link countered with a wild punch, but Batman dodged with precision, grabbing Link's arm and twisting it in a joint lock. It should have been a favorable position, but Link's body surged with unnatural power, flinging Batman across the room like a rag doll. Batman landed in a roll, instantly back on his feet, but Link never took his eyes off him. His gaze was sharp, focused, like a predator stalking its prey. For Link, this was the moment he had spent his entire life preparing for. Batman was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. And when he defeated Batman, there would be no one left who could stand in his way. The blue light beam sliced through the air, leaving a trail of intense heat that warped the very atmosphere of the cave. The plasma cutter fired by Batman radiated like a burning star, aimed directly at Link's jet black, armor-like exterior. But before the beam could fully connect, Link twisted his body with inhuman speed. The beam only grazed him, and he darted toward Batman, closing the gap between them with terrifying agility. Plasma cutters need sustained contact to melt through that casing, sir. Friday's voice chimed in Batman's earpiece, her tone as calm and clinical as ever. But Batman had already recognized this. He deactivated the plasma cutter in one swift motion, pivoting just in time to evade a crushing uppercut from Link. The air whistled as the punch sliced through the space where Batman's head had been mere milliseconds earlier. Another straight punch followed, a thunderous blow aimed at his chest. Batman, ever precise in his movements, sidestepped smoothly, his reflexes honed to perfection through countless battles. With calculated efficiency, Batman seized Link's extended arm. He braced himself, rotating his hips in preparation for a powerful chest throw, an ancient technique designed to send opponents crashing to the ground. But something went wrong. A screeching sound emanated from Batman's armored arm. The servos whined, the hydraulic system struggling under the immense strain of Link's brute strength. It was as if Batman had attempted to lift a mountain, the metallic components grinding together as if on the verge of snapping under the pressure. Despite Batman's enhanced strength, bolstered by the suit, Link's raw power was overwhelming. In a shocking display of force, Link broke free from the hold with ease. With a single, effortless motion, he flung Batman across the cave. The Dark Knight's body spun in the air, momentum carrying him backward as he rolled along the ground to defuse the impact. Batman landed on his feet, his movements controlled despite the force that had thrown him. But before he could fully recover, Link was already charging at him again. His movements were primal, like a predator that had zeroed in on its prey, and he was relentless. Batman, always thinking 3 steps ahead, reached for his utility belt. His hand closed around the familiar shape of a bat bomb, and without hesitation, he lobbed it directly at Link's chest. Boom! The explosion sent a shockwave through the cavern, momentarily engulfing both combatants in fire and debris. Link, who had been rushing forward, was blasted off his feet, his body thrown backward by the sheer force of the detonation. Even Batman was caught in the periphery of the blast, sent tumbling by the concussive force. Charlie's screen flickered as Batman's armor absorbed most of the explosion's damage. The interface registered a dip in the suit's integrity, the special effects indicating that the Dark Knight had been injured despite the protective layers. But the worst surprise was yet to come. Emerging from the thick cloud of smoke, Link appeared again, his monstrous form seemingly unscathed. His movements were savage, his focus locked solely on Batman. It was as though the explosion hadn't even fazed him. Charlie's eyes narrowed. That wasn't just an ordinary bomb. Batman had upgraded his arsenal since the previous encounter, and this explosive device was designed to be far more destructive than the standard bat darts. Yet here was Link, standing tall, shrugging off the blast like it was nothing. "Sir, the bomb caused damage," Friday's voice interjected, bringing up a tactical display on the screen. "However, he appears to possess some kind of self-healing capability." Switching to detective mode, Batman's vision adjusted to the enhanced night optics. Through the residual smoke and debris, Charlie saw it clearly. Link's black armor, though damaged, was regenerating. Cracks and fractures from the explosion were sealing themselves, the dark substance stitching itself back together at a frightening rate. "Self-healing," Charlie muttered to himself. "Yes, sir. His protective layer regenerates faster than your equipment can deal lasting damage. You'll need to exceed his healing speed to inflict lasting trauma." Charlie scowled behind the mask. One shot wouldn't be enough. This required relentless, continuous firepower, something that could overwhelm his regenerative capabilities before they could take effect. But if physical blows were ineffective, perhaps there was another way. As Link charged again, his massive form casting a shadow across the cavern floor, Batman subtly activated a trap he had laid moments earlier. Link's foot came down with a heavy thud, triggering the freezing grenade hidden beneath the debris. Snap! A thick cloud of ice crystals erupted from the ground, enveloping Link in a bone-chilling mist. The temperature in the cave plummeted instantly, frost forming on the walls and ground. The ice spread across Link's body, freezing him solid in the midst of his charge. His form became encased in a prison of ice, crystallized mid-stride, his arm still outstretched toward Batman as if he were frozen in time. For a moment, the cavern fell silent. Link was immobilized, his monstrous body frozen in place like a dark, malevolent statue. But even though his body was locked in ice, his mind was not. Inside the ice, Link's eyes flickered, tracking Batman's every movement. His thoughts were racing, his will undeterred. This sensation, the paralysis, the helplessness, it wasn't new to him. He had felt this before, in a different way, when life had frozen him out, leaving him powerless. Link's mind drifted back to the moment he severed ties with the people he once called friends: his girlfriend, his brother, Jeff. Betrayed by those he had trusted most, Link had entered a phase in his life where everything felt stagnant. His pursuit of strength had hit a wall, leaving him frustrated and lost. He had once been the rising star of his department, revered for his strength, his leadership, his accomplishments. Yet, despite his victories, he felt trapped, unable to break through to something greater. That's when the mission came. It was supposed to be a standard expedition, an exploratory mission into an ancient ruin. But something had gone terribly wrong. It started with the dreams, nightmares, really. Visions of his father, the man who had abandoned him, of his mother, who had died too soon. And then came the faces of those who had betrayed him, mocking him, laughing at his failures. Every night, the same cruel images haunted him, tearing at his sanity. Soon, the hallucinations began. Even during the day, Link saw shadows where none should be. His grip on reality began to slip. Once, he had even mistaken one of his men for Jeff and had nearly struck him down in a fit of rage. And then the voice came. It whispered in his ear, promising power beyond his wildest dreams. It called itself Lidos, an ancient force that could give him the strength to break free from his limitations. All he had to do was release it from its prison. But Link wasn't swayed. He had always prided himself on his iron will. He wasn't some weak-willed fool who could be manipulated by mere whispers. Or so he thought. It wasn't long before he realized that the rest of his team had been hearing the same voice, and unlike him, they were falling under its spell. He saw it in the way they looked at him, the way they whispered behind his back, plotting to betray him. He had been betrayed before. He wouldn't let it happen again. One by one, he led his team into the heart of the ruins, under the guise of a mission. When they reached the deepest chamber, he locked them inside and detonated the charges he had planted along the way. Their shocked, confused faces were the last thing he saw before he sealed the entrance, trapping them all in the ruins. Link had laughed then, a bitter, triumphant laugh. They had thought they could outsmart him, but he had been 5 steps ahead all along. He had rid himself of the traitors. But as he stood outside the ruins, alone and victorious, he realized that his battle was far from over. Crack. The sound of ice splitting echoed through the cave, pulling Batman from his thoughts. The frozen casing around Link began to crack, fissures forming along the surface of the ice. With a deafening roar, Link broke free, shards of ice flying in every direction as his black form emerged once again. His eyes, wild with fury, locked onto Batman, filled with a primal rage that promised no mercy. The technology taken from Friesemann was proven, reliable, tested in countless real-world scenarios by Batman himself. The moment the grenade exploded, it had seemed successful. The ice blue flower of the blast bloomed, sharp and beautiful, dropping the temperature to an almost unbearable low. Link was instantly trapped within the solidifying crystal, his blackened figure momentarily locked in a cold prison. For a second, it appeared the battle had been won. But that victory was short-lived. Barely a heartbeat passed before the cracks began to snake across the ice. What was moments ago a flawless crystalline cage now splintered, an ominous prelude to its destruction. Then, with a mournful creak, the ice shattered. Shards exploded outward like jagged spirits, their sharp edges reflecting the dim light of the cave. Link burst from the core of the ice with a guttural roar. It was more than physical resilience. It was defiance, and unyielding force that refused to bow to something as simple as cold. His tenacity wasn't just a trait. It defined him. He wouldn't stop, wouldn't relent, not until Batman was crushed beneath his fists. His drive was fueled by more than the desire to win. This was personal, visceral, a primal need to prove himself. But Batman didn't move. He stood calmly, his gaze locked onto Link's wild, enraged eyes. He made no attempt to dodge, didn't even shift his weight in preparation for defense. He simply stared, calculating, cool, as if everything was falling neatly into place. It was a look that screamed control, the quiet confidence of someone who had seen this all before and had already planned 10 steps ahead. In Link's mind, this wasn't just disrespect, it was the worst kind of insult. It wasn't provocation, it was dismissal. The message was clear: you don't matter. You are not worth the effort. And that was something Link couldn't tolerate. Not anymore. A nameless fury surged through him, flooding his veins with heat and tightening his muscles with rage. For a split second, all rational thought vanished. His entire being narrowed down to one simple objective: tear that smug look off Batman's face, tear the bat symbol from his chest, rip him apart piece by piece until nothing was left but a broken, defeated shell. Link had vowed never to lose again, to never be the one left on the ground. Not to anyone. Especially not to some self-righteous madman in a bat costume. Fueled by fury, he charged. But in his single-minded focus, he missed the slight movement to his side. Hey, over here. Wham! A blur of red and blue crashed into Link's face. Spider-Man flew in from Batman's side, delivering a brutal flying kick that connected with Link's jaw. The force was enough to stop a speeding bus, and Link, for all his superhuman resilience, wasn't immune to the physics of momentum. His body was thrown backward, flying across the cave like a rag doll. He crashed into the stone with a heavy thud, the impact shaking dust and pebbles loose from the cave's ceiling. Charlie hadn't even been watching. The attack was a planned diversion, not an act of arrogance. Seeing that brute force was proving ineffective, he switched his perspective, taking control of Spider-Man instead. After all, if finesse wasn't working, why not rely on raw, kinetic power? Spider-Man landed with effortless grace, flipping midair to land in a crouch. Ouch! You hit that wall harder than a car crash. No wonder people say you need a license to drive. Dude, I bet you don't even have one. But Spider-Man's quip was cut short by a low growl. Link was already back on his feet, barely giving himself time to acknowledge the hit. His 4 tentacles, slick and black like living shadows, shot out from his torso. 2 lashed out toward Spider-Man, and 2 streaked toward Batman. Oh, okay. No more jokes about the license. Spider-Man leapt into the air, a stream of webbing launching him clear of the tentacles. Batman, ever the tactical genius, sidestepped the attack with precise timing, his cape swirling in the dust and smoke of the battlefield. But Link wasn't done. His focus snapped back to Batman. There was something in him, something driving him toward the Dark Knight with an intensity that bordered on obsession. It wasn't just about winning anymore, it was about Batman. About defeating the symbol of everything Link hated. His fists became a blur, raining down on Batman in a furious barrage. The shadows of his fists moved faster than a normal human could track, aiming for Batman's vital points with the ferocity of a wild animal. But Batman was no stranger to close-quarters combat. His steps were calm, his movements deliberate. He blocked 2 punches with fluid motions, redirecting the force with minimal effort. The next 2 he dodged with a quick shift of his feet, his black boots barely scraping the cave floor as he moved with the grace of a trained predator. Batman's counterattack came swift and brutal. He drove his elbow into Link's face, the power armor enhancing the force of the blow. Link's head snapped to the side, his upper body swaying like a tree in a storm. But he didn't fall. Link's counter came just as fast, a vicious uppercut aimed squarely at Batman's chin. But Batman wasn't caught off guard. He bent backward, narrowly dodging the punch, the edge of Link's fist barely grazing the tip of his cowl. In that brief opening, Batman retaliated. He threw a punch, his gauntlet connecting with Link's forearm. The impact produced a sharp, metallic clang, sparks flying from the clash of force and armor. Link wasn't done. He retaliated with a light blow to Batman's head, staggering him for a brief moment. But Batman's helmet absorbed the bulk of the hit. He quickly regained his stance and retaliated with a precise grappling move, attempting to flip Link over his shoulder. But Link's raw strength proved too much. With sheer brute force, he resisted Batman's hold, planting his feet firmly into the ground and pushing forward with a monstrous shove. The impact broke Batman's grip, sending him skidding backward. Without hesitation, Link's black tentacles shot out, aiming for Batman's throat. The Allen system is activated. Batman's form shimmered, vibrating with atomic energy. His body became a blur of gray and black as he phased through the tentacles, becoming intangible. In the same second, a massive shadow appeared overhead, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. Watch out for falling rocks. Spider-Man yelled, swinging through the air on a line of webbing. In his other hand, he gripped a boulder as big as a car. With a mighty heave, he flung the boulder down. The boulder crashed into the ground with a deafening explosion of stone and dust, burying Link beneath its weight. A crater formed in the ground, large enough to hold a small building. Batman, still in his oscillating state, phased through the debris effortlessly, emerging from the other side without so much as a scratch. Spider-Bat team, 10 points. Ugly villains, 0. Spider-Man shouted, throwing a thumbs up. Batman, ever stoic, ignored him. But from the rubble, there was a loud crack. A moment later, the boulder split apart, and Link stepped out once again, his body still healing, his gaze still locked on Batman. Spider-Man's eyes widened behind his mask. What are you made of, dude? Titanium. Friday's voice chimed in over the comms. The substance regenerates quickly. You'll need continuous damage output to keep it from healing. The Allen system is low on power. We'll need a new plan. Charlie smirked. I've got an idea. As if on cue, Link charged again, his eyes blazing with fury. Spider-Man shot a web, blinding him temporarily, but Link quickly ripped it off. When he looked again, both Batman and Spider-Man were gone. Up here, a voice called from above. It was too late to react, but Link had been through this before. He dodged the incoming attack with a quick step to the side, avoiding Spider-Man's aerial kick. Link smirked. Did they really think the same trick would work twice? Bam. Before Link could react, a powerful kick slammed into his lower back, sending him hurtling through the air. Twisting his body mid-flight, Link managed to catch a glimpse of his attacker, a girl in a white hood, swinging through the air on a web of her own. In a move almost identical to Spider-Man's, Spider-Gwen had delivered a devastating blow, launching him skyward. Link, what the fuck? Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, even without any knowledge of their original stories, seem destined to be a perfect pairing. Both carry the iconic Spider names, possess the same incredible abilities, and have endured eerily similar life experiences, including the loss of loved ones in their respective parallel worlds. The moment they meet, there's no need for introductions or adjustments. It's as though they've been partners for years, despite having never crossed paths before. This is not just speculation either. Charlie had tested this theory out beforehand, and teaming Spider-Man with Gwen in the game revealed undeniable synergy. The buffs they received when working together were unmistakable. There's an old saying that a man and woman working together never tire. This is doubly true for these two spider-powered heroes. Together, they can execute complex, synchronized combo attacks that random hero pairings could never achieve. Their individual attributes, strength, agility, and reaction time, are also enhanced when fighting side by side. As a result, they can more easily trigger critical strikes in both power and speed, making them a formidable duo. However, as with any great power, there are inherent risks. While their abilities in the original comics often came at the cost of either their lives or their integrity, Charlie's situation was less dire though no less taxing. On his side, wielding this level of power didn't mean sacrificing character or life, but it did mean draining significant resources, usually in the form of money. Spider-Man was already the strongest hero in Charlie's roster, his basic stats far surpassing any of the others. Controlling two Spider-Men, one as skilled as Gwen, both buffed, was doable for short periods. But Charlie knew that managing both at once, for extended periods, could wear down even the most seasoned player, let alone his in-game resources. The question remained, what would the full potential of this spider duo look like in action? Today, Charlie had found the perfect target for the test, Link. The battle kicked off when Gwen struck first, her web gliding kick launching Link into the air. Spinning in midair, Link turned to locate Gwen, but a dark tendril shot out from him, aiming directly at her. He intended to impale Gwen while she was airborne, taking advantage of her apparent lack of movement options. But Gwen defied the laws of physics. In an instant, she released her web, seemed to hover in midair for a split second, and then leaped upward again. The tentacle pierced nothing but air. Link? Wait, how is she still moving in the sky like that? Before he could rationalize this bizarre aerial maneuver, a sharp voice cut through the moment of confusion. Hey buddy, keep your eyes on the prize when you're up in the air. Spider-Man had swung into the fray without Link even realizing it. At some point, he'd latched his web onto a nearby ledge, yanking himself forward with precision. Link barely registered the attack before another tendril shot out instinctively to defend. Yet Spider-Man, with his unparalleled reflexes, sidestepped the attack, flipping in midair, and delivered a powerful kick that connected squarely with Link's torso. The impact was seismic. The sheer force of Spider-Man's kick shook Link's internal organs despite the thick armor protecting his body. With explosive leg power, Spider-Man sent Link hurtling even higher into the air. Another web shot past, latching onto the ceiling of the cave. Spider-Man yanked on it, his body quickly following the momentum as he chased Link upward. Link, now upside down and disoriented, couldn't even see where Spider-Man was. Instinctively, he manipulated more tendrils to strike in Spider-Man's direction. But it was as though Spider-Man had predicted his every move. With a flick of his wrist, he swung effortlessly out of harm's way, using his web to change directions mid-flight. Spider-Man rolled to Link's side and delivered a powerful kick to his face. The force of the blow twisted Link's head violently, his body spinning in the air. His vision blurred as he struggled to maintain awareness, but his fighting instincts kicked in, and he tried to strike the elusive red and blue figure again. But Spider-Man was gone before the tentacle could land, a blur of speed and acrobatics. Then, in the next heartbeat, an uppercut slammed into his jaw from the opposite direction. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks. Spider-Man, using his spider silk, darted around Link, too fast to follow. Red and blue afterimages flickered in every direction as Spider-Man landed strike after strike from all angles. Every time Link neared the ground, another kick would send him back into the air, keeping him suspended in a continuous aerial assault. Link's mind raced as the impossible reality dawned on him. Spider-Man wasn't going to let him touch the ground. This was the stuff of video games, the infamous air combo. It was a strategy used to keep an opponent helpless in midair, unable to defend or fight back. In gaming terms, it was a floating infinite combo. But here it was, happening in real life. Before today, Link would have laughed at the idea. It sounded ridiculous. But now, suspended midair, pummeled from all sides, he was living the nightmare firsthand. Still, Link wasn't without skill. After enduring a series of vicious blows, his sharp mind started to detect patterns in Spider-Man's movements. When Spider-Man swung toward him for another attack, Link lashed out his tentacles to disrupt the spider's trajectory. Spider-Man, reacting instantly, released his web and twisted in the air, barely avoiding the tendrils that whipped past him. With a flick of his wrist, he launched another web, redirecting his path. This was exactly what Link had planned. Forcing Spider-Man to dodge meant breaking the flow of his relentless combo, giving Link the precious moment he needed to land on solid ground. For the first time in this battle, Link allowed himself to feel relief. But that relief was short-lived. Just as Link thought he had broken free of the assault, a sharp kick from the side sent him flying again, dashing any hope of recovery. Spider-Man may have been pushed back, but Gwen had taken his place seamlessly. As soon as Spider-Man withdrew, Gwen dove in, picking up the combo where he left off, her strikes just as precise and brutal. Link's body flew through the air like a rag doll, once again trapped in the relentless aerial beatdown. The spider duo worked in perfect synchronization, with one stepping in whenever the other retreated. Red, blue, and white afterimages swirled around him like a storm, each one a blur of motion, each strike landing harder than the last. Link's armor cracked and buckled under the onslaught. He was powerless to resist, utterly at the mercy of their combined power. For the first time, doubt crept into Link's mind as his self-confidence crumbled. The ancient demon god's promise of unstoppable power seemed distant and hollow now. How could this be happening? How could he, with all the powers granted to him by the demon god, be reduced to a punching bag? This isn't what the demon god promised. Link thought desperately as another blow knocked him skyward. His mind whirled as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. He wasn't just losing, he was being utterly humiliated. It wasn't the familiar frustration of facing a stronger opponent or someone with better equipment. This was a level of helplessness that made him doubt everything. He felt like a rookie facing off against a seasoned pro in an online game, completely outclassed. The only thing keeping him from complete defeat was the knowledge that reinforcements were on the way. Suddenly, the cave ceiling shattered. A thunderous boom echoed through the cavern as rocks and debris rained down. More and more Links began jumping down from the massive hole in the ceiling, forcing the two Spider-Men to temporarily halt their assault. The atmosphere became thick with tension, as the once manageable battlefield was suddenly overwhelmed by a growing horde of identical opponents, all brimming with the same malevolent energy. The newly arrived Links wasted no time. With terrifying speed, they unleashed tentacles from their bodies, trying to overwhelm the two Spider-Men. Their monstrous appendages lashed out like vipers, whipping through the air with precision, aiming to bind or impale. However, the Spider-Men responded with reflexes honed through countless battles. They moved in sync, gracefully dodging the onslaught of tentacles, each evading the attacks with breathtaking acrobatics. In a fluid motion, they both withdrew from the immediate danger, their bodies flipping backward as they landed gracefully on their feet. Still, more Links continued to emerge from the gaping hole above, dropping like rain. They hit the ground in front of the transformed Link with the weight of battle-hardened warriors, each one identical to the last, yet each radiating an intimidating, overwhelming power. As they landed, they formed an impenetrable wall of bodies, a human shield separating the two Spider-Men from their true target, the original Link, standing ominously behind them all, silently watching the scene unfold. Rather than immediately attacking through the human wave tactic, they first make sure the original is behind them, a form of protection. Charlie Cooper mused, narrowing his eyes at the transformed Link. His tone was casual, but his mind raced, analyzing the enemy. Let me guess. Is there some kind of connection between the main body and the avatars? A reasonable guess, sir, Friday's voice responded in his ear. However, no valid evidence has been found to confirm this theory. Additionally, the sheer number of enemies present significantly reduces the possibility of eliminating them all and taking down the main body. Charlie waved a hand dismissively, a confident smirk playing on his lips. All right. It's no big deal. He flexed his fingers, feeling a strange sense of confidence, perhaps gained through defeating said foe multiple times. We just need to kill them all. The Links were lined up like a human wall, their expressions blank, yet their bodies tensed and ready for combat. It was clear they weren't ordinary enemies. These beings were like an invincible army, an unyielding force that could crush ordinary humans with ease. A dark, ancient power had used him as a sample, crafting these duplicates, each of them an extension of his will. They were his phantoms, his soldiers, each as dangerous as the next. Together, they represented the strength he had sought for so long, the power to ensure that no one could ever overlook or challenge him again. Standing behind his army of clones, Link felt a deep, almost tangible sense of safety. These beings were the only things he could trust. They were his power, his weapons, an eternal part of him that would never betray him. This was the only thing that was constant, the only thing that made sense in the fragile, shifting world he inhabited. He had gained what he had longed for, true control. And now, they would tear apart his enemies. Wow, okay, Spider-Man muttered under his breath, watching the Lynx with widening eyes. There are a lot of them. He glanced over at Gwen, who stood beside him, cracking her knuckles in anticipation. You good? Me? What are you talking about? Gwen flashed him a grin from under her mask, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She bent her knees slightly, ready to pounce. As long as you don't slow me down, I'm more than fine. Spider-Man rolled his eyes, firing back with a grin of his own. Hey, you stole my line. Before they could say more, the army of Lynx sprang into action, their tentacles flaring like blades, slicing through the air with deadly speed. The appendages shot forward in a relentless barrage, as if intending to wrap around the two Spider-Men and crush them like insects. But for the Spider-Men, this was hardly a threat. Their bodies moved in perfect sync, one darting left, the other flipping right as they expertly dodged the incoming attacks, their banter continuing. Tentacles lashed out like a deadly net, forming what seemed like an impenetrable barrier of flesh and muscle. For ordinary fighters, it would have been impossible to escape. Yet, for these two, it was simply another challenge to overcome. With a swift motion, Spider-Man launched a web from his wrist, the silk flying through the air and latching onto the chest of a Link. With a mighty tug, he pulled himself forward like a rocket, his foot colliding with the Link's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. As the body fell, Spider-Man fired more webs, trapping the fallen Link in a cocoon of sticky silk. 1 point for me. Spider-Man grinned, glancing over at Gwen. Better catch up. Not one to be outdone, Gwen flipped backward, narrowly avoiding two tentacles that slashed toward her. She spun midair, flicking her wrists, and two webs shot out, sticking to another Link's face. With a powerful yank, she sent the Link sprawling to the ground, pulling him off balance. She slid beneath his legs, landing a powerful kick to his back, sending him face first into the dirt. You should run while you can, Spidey, Gwen called out with a laugh. I don't want you crying when you lose. Spider-Man didn't miss a beat, knocking down another enemy with a powerful punch. He crouched low, evading a sneak attack from behind without even turning his head. His left palm hit the ground, and with a perfectly timed kick, he sent his attacker flying into the air. Gwen, spotting the airborne foe, fired a web of her own, yanking him back down, and with a powerful toss, sent him crashing into the crowd like a human missile. The battlefield had become a chaotic dance. As Spider-Man and Gwen continued to weave through the horde, their movements fluid, each punch, each kick, was delivered with deadly accuracy. They moved through the Lynx as though they were nothing more than a practice drill, their figures blurring with speed as they dismantled the invincible army piece by piece. All the while, they kept up their chatter, mocking their enemies with taunts. They teased each other too, as if this entire battle was nothing more than a light-hearted game. Link watched from the back, his expression changing from smug confidence to something much darker. The cruel smile he wore at the beginning of the fight slowly faded as he realized what was happening. His eyes narrowed, his hands clenching into fists. This wasn't supposed to happen. His army, his power, was supposed to be invincible. But these two monsters, they were tearing his forces apart with ridiculous ease. No, Link thought, I'm not human, but what are these two? The Spider-Man continued to move like shadows through his army, and every second, more Lynx were sent flying, crashing to the ground in broken heaps. Occasionally, they would perform a brutal combo, Spider-Man launching a foe into the air with a punch, only for Gwen to intercept mid-flight and slam him back down with a well-timed kick. Link felt his confidence shatter, piece by piece. The strength he had pursued for so long, the power he had thought made him invincible, was now crumbling before his eyes. What he had believed was true strength, real power, seemed laughable in the presence of these two. The last of the Lynx fell. He threw a desperate punch at Gwen, but she easily dodged, knocking him off balance with a graceful sweep of her leg. She delivered a flurry of kicks, sending him flying into Spider-Man's waiting web. With one last arc, Spider-Man slammed the final clone into the dirt, sticking him down with a webbing that ensured he wouldn't be getting back up. That's all of them, Spider-Man said, glancing over at Gwen. So, ready for the big one. Just to clarify, Friday chimed in, the main body of Link has much stronger defenses and can repair itself. However, if you maintain constant, high-speed strikes, you can break through his defenses faster than he can regenerate. Charlie grinned. No problem. Link, standing alone now, stared at the two Spider-Men. His mind raced, fear gripping his heart. The overwhelming confidence he had once felt had completely vanished. His army his entire life's pursuit had been shattered. And now, these two devils were coming for him. In life, not everyone reacts the same to pressure. Some rise to the occasion, achieving incredible feats when pushed to the brink, like a mother lifting a 2-ton car with nothing but sheer will and the desire to save her child. Others, however, fold under stress, enduring beatdowns with no end in sight. Unfortunately, it seemed that the agents of the service division, along with the Grove Pharmaceutical Organization, were experiencing the latter. The link that the two organizations faced suddenly became three. However, these three weren't just weak, mindless drones. They were powerful, almost invulnerable beings, each one a walking tank with a body as tough as steel and a formidable combat prowess to match. Against the Spider-Man, these clones were nothing more than cannon fodder easily dispatched with webs and kicks, but when facing ordinary agents, they became final-level bosses. Their attacks were relentless, their defenses near impenetrable. The Lynx had every advantage. They knew the battlefield, and they were far, far stronger. The team led by Yvonne had stumbled into the situation blind, not even understanding the layout of the arena. The agents were lost, disoriented, and ill-prepared. In an instant, the tide of battle turned against them. Yvonne watched helplessly as the agents around him fell, one by one. The Lynx moved with the fluidity of shadows, leaving the team little time to react. Before Yvonne had time to fully assess the situation, a link was upon him. Without thinking, he transformed his right arm into a blade and slashed at the approaching enemy. The Link dodged effortlessly, its movements unnervingly smooth. In one swift motion, the clone grabbed a combat knife from a fallen agent and drove it deep into Ivan's side. The blade pierced Ivan's flesh, cutting through muscle and bone, emerging from his back in a spray of dark red blood. The pain was immediate and intense, but Ivan had no time to acknowledge it. His body went stiff, his senses screaming at him to act. Through the haze of pain, his left arm morphed into a mechanical claw, clamping down on the Link's wrist with brutal force. His right arm shifted from a blade into a shotgun, the barrel pressed firmly against the Link's face. "Got you, asshole," Ivan snarled through clenched teeth as he pulled the trigger. The shotgun blast was deafening, the recoil slamming up Ivan's arm as the pellets tore into the Link's face. The sheer force of the impact sent the clone staggering backward, its head snapping back from the blow. The once smooth skin of the Link's face was now a mess of blood and shattered bone. Ivan's quick thinking had paid off. He had used his own body as bait, taking the hit to create an opening for his counterattack. However, Ivan's body trembled as he struggled to maintain his footing. Blood poured from the wound in his side, and his vision blurred slightly from the pain. Yet he couldn't let himself falter. With a deep breath, he released his grip on the Link and conjured a new weapon. A rocket launcher appeared in his hands with a soft hum. Without hesitation, Ivan aimed the launcher directly at the Link's chest and fired. The rocket shot out with a fiery trail, closing the non-existent distance in an instant. The explosion was massive, sending the Link flying backward, its body crashing into the far wall with bone-shattering force. Bits of flesh and armor rained down as the clone's body tumbled across the floor, leaving a trail of blood and smoke in its wake. Ivan, now exhausted and bleeding profusely, dropped to one knee. His breathing was ragged, and his hands shook from the strain. He glanced toward the crumpled figure of Link, lying motionless in the distance, and allowed himself a small, triumphant smile. "Ha, how about that, you bastard?" Ivan muttered, his voice weak. But just as he was about to turn his attention to the remaining two Links, the lying figure twitched. Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief. He watched, horrified, as the Link began to move, its limbs jerking awkwardly at first, then more fluidly as it forced itself to stand. The dislocated joints snapped back into place with sickening pops, and the shredded skin on its face and chest began to regenerate at an alarming rate. The Link stood tall once again, its bruised body mending itself, the damage from the rocket slowly disappearing. "God damn it, what kind of monster is this?" Ivan gasped, trying desperately to rise to his feet. But his strength was failing, and his legs gave out beneath him. He fell back to the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. How the hell did Batman make this look so easy? The Link, now fully regenerated, cracked its neck and rolled its shoulders, preparing for the final strike. Ivan's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure, but his options were limited. His body was too weak, and his phantom abilities weren't enough to stop this thing. He needed time, but time was running out. Suddenly, from the shadows, a loud, thunderous roar echoed through the cave. A bright blue flash of light lit up the room, illuminating the dark corners. Lightning shot through the air like a spear, striking the Link in front of Ivan with the force of a freight train. The clone was thrown off its feet, its body convulsing violently as electricity surged through it. The bolt of lightning hit with such ferocity that the Link was launched across the room, crashing into the same wall it had hit moments before. This time, however, the impact was even more brutal. The Link's body crumpled to the ground in a heap, black smoke rising from its charred skin. Ivan, still on one knee, blinked in shock. His mind struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Slowly, he turned his head toward the source of the lightning, his breath catching in his throat. Stepping out of the shadows was a man dressed in the black uniform of the 9th Special Service Division. His hands crackled with residual electricity, blue arcs of energy dancing around his fingers. Ivan recognized him immediately. Larry Wade, an agent of the 9th Special Service Division. Larry was one of the division's top agents, known for his devastating phantom abilities. There were rumors that Larry had recently developed a new power, one that allowed him to control lightning. Ivan had heard the stories, but seeing it in action was something else entirely. The other two Links barely had time to react before Larry unleashed another surge of lightning. The bolts struck their targets with deadly accuracy, sending both clones crashing to the ground, their bodies writhing as electricity coursed through them. Larry stood in the center of the room, his body glowing with an ethereal blue light. The energy around him was palpable, the air crackling with tension. Above his head, the electrical currents coalesced into a massive storm cloud, swirling ominously. From that cloud, bolts of lightning shot down like spears, striking the links over and over again. Finally found the right place, Larry said with a smirk, casually wiping his brow as if he hadn't just unleashed hell. This place is a maze. Took me forever to find you guys. He glanced at Yvonne, his eyes gleaming with amusement. These guys giving you trouble? Yeah, Yvonne replied through gritted teeth, trying to pull himself up. The pain from his wound was excruciating, but he managed to stand. Any ideas on why there are 3 of them? Larry shrugged, his hands still crackling with electricity. Doesn't matter. They're all enemies, right? Without waiting for a response, Larry raised his hand, and another bolt of lightning shot from the cloud above him. The electricity slammed into the links, their bodies convulsing as they were hit again and again. Though resilient, even these clones couldn't withstand the constant bombardment. Their movements slowed, and their bodies twitched helplessly on the ground. However, the links were tough. Their blood-thick bodies, designed for survival, were slowly regenerating even as the lightning ripped through them. Their faces contorted in pain, but they began to rise once more, refusing to stay down. Larry frowned. Still standing, huh? He flexed his fingers, summoning another surge of power. Let's see how you handle this. He raised both hands, and the storm cloud above him grew darker, more ominous. Bolts of lightning shot down in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The cave was filled with the sound of thunder as the bolts struck, tearing through the clones with unrelenting force. The impact was brutal, their armored skin shredding under the power of the blasts. Huge craters formed beneath their bodies as the ground shook from the sheer intensity of the lightning. The agents who had been struggling just moments ago stood back in awe, watching as Larry dismantled their enemies with ease. Some exchanged glances, clearly impressed with Larry's display of power. Several pharmaceutical company agents glanced at each other, eyebrows raised in disbelief. Is this guy really with you? One of them whispered, nudging his counterpart from the service division. The unspoken question was clear. How did we not know you had someone this powerful? Even the agents from the service division, Larry's own teammates, were stunned. One of them, standing with his weapon lowered, muttered under his breath, we had a guy this strong? What the hell? Larry, unfazed by the murmurs around him, continued his relentless assault. The thundercloud above him crackled ominously as more lightning bolts shot down, pounding the links into the ground. Their bodies, once so durable and impervious to harm, were torn apart by the onslaught of electricity. Each blast ripped through them, creating deep craters in the ground as the lightning reduced them to little more than charred husks. Finally, the 3 links collapsed, their bodies barely recognizable. The craters left by Larry's attack still smoked, the air thick with the smell of burned flesh and electricity. Larry casually clapped his hands together, brushing off the residual energy from his palms. So, he said, glancing at the craters, that's all of them, right? The other agents exchanged looks of disbelief. One of them, clearly still processing what had just happened, managed to stammer, why yeah, that's all of them. The expressions on the agents' faces were a mix of awe and confusion. They had spent the better part of the battle struggling to stay alive, and in just a few minutes, Larry had single-handedly wiped out their biggest threats. It was almost too easy for him. But before anyone could respond further, a deep rumbling sound echoed through the room. It was coming from the far side of the cave. The agents, still on edge despite the recent victory, turned toward the source of the noise. It was the heavy, metal door that the pharmaceutical factory agents had been trying to pry open since they arrived. Now, without warning, the door was slowly creaking open on its own. The room fell silent. The tension that had been momentarily relieved by Larry's victory returned, thick and suffocating. The agents held their breath, their eyes locked on the door as it continued to open. Something was behind it, something big. Though there was no sound to indicate it, the atmosphere felt like the calm before a storm. Finally, the door opened fully. A massive figure stepped into the room, shrouded in darkness. The figure's silhouette was enormous, towering over everyone in the room. Its burly physique exuded raw power, the kind of power that made even the seasoned agents instinctively take a step back. For a moment, no one moved. The agents' hearts pounded in their chests as they waited for the figure to make its move. Then, in an instant, the figure darted forward with astonishing speed. It moved like a blur, its immense size belying the swiftness of its movements. But just as quickly as it appeared, the figure stumbled, its foot catching on a rock jutting out from the ground. The figure lost its balance and fell forward, crashing to the floor in an unsightly heap. It rolled several times, the momentum from its initial speed carrying it forward before it finally came to a stop, lying face down on the ground. For a moment, the room was silent. Before anyone could process it, the figure scrambled to its feet, its movements frantic. It didn't even bother to regain its composure. Instead, it half crawled, half ran, shouting as it moved, "Get out of the way! Move, get away from me!" As the agents stared in bewilderment, 2 white strands of webbing shot out from the darkness, sticking to the figure's legs. The figure let out a panicked yelp as it was yanked backward, its body dragged across the ground by an unseen force. 2 more figures emerged from the door, their silhouettes instantly recognizable. Spider-Man and Gwen. The 2 Spider-Men swung into the room with effortless grace, their movements fluid as they flipped through the air. Even as they chased down their target, they were still arguing, their voices carrying through the now silent room. "This time I definitely hit first," Spider-Man shouted, his tone filled with competitive energy. Yeah, right. Gwen shot back, rolling her eyes under the mask as she flipped over a pile of debris. My eyes are way better than yours. I totally hit him first. The Spider-Man launched the figure into the air with a series of precise web shots and kicks, performing an intricate aerial combo that left the creature helpless. In midair, Gwen shot out 2 webs, one sticking to the figure's back, the other to its legs. With a powerful tug, she yanked the figure down, slamming it into the ground with enough force to send a shockwave through the room. Before the figure could even attempt to recover, Spider-Man was already in position. He launched another web at the figure's chest, pulling himself toward it like a cannonball. He collided with the creature with a powerful kick, sending it soaring into the air. The agents, who had been frozen in shock, finally reacted. Their mouths fell open in unison, their expressions forming perfect O's of disbelief. Just moments ago, the agents were bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor of the black-armored figure, a man who had been suspected to be the final boss of this stage. His abrupt change from an imposing threat to a trembling coward left them puzzled. In the blink of an eye, they understood the cause. A man and a woman, both dressed in spider-themed Halloween costumes, had turned this black-armored giant into nothing more than a rag doll, tossed between them like a mere football. White silk-like threads wove through the air as the pair effortlessly juggled their hapless victim. It was an aerial display of brutality, chaotic yet bizarrely graceful. They seemed immune to fatigue, launching themselves and their prey higher and higher, their momentum unstoppable. It felt as if they could continue this horrifying ballet forever, defying every law of physics known to man. As if an acquiescence to their thoughts, we could fight like this all day, Spider-Man quipped. Their infinite combo was a testament to their mastery. They had no need to continue, but they did. The black armor encasing the man Link, they had learned through the ceaseless chatter of the spider duo, cracked with every blow. At first, tiny fissures appeared, but with each punch, kick, and strike, the cracks spread. The once imposing armor began peeling away like the shell of a hard-boiled egg, each fragment falling in slow motion, shimmering in the dim light before crashing to the ground. The onlookers, silent in their shock, counted the countless blows delivered in rapid succession. Link was launched again and again, defying gravity's pull only to be caught and struck down anew. His armor was now barely holding together, each hit pushing it closer to disintegration. At last, the shell could take no more. A final combination sent Link careening through the air, his body limp and broken. Gravity, as if finally catching up, seemed to grow heavier, dragging him down like a weight in the deepest ocean. He plummeted, and for a moment, the agents thought it was over. But it wasn't. Just as Link neared the ground, 2 spider threads shot out with a sharp crack, latching onto him. The momentum reversed. He was yanked back into the sky with unnatural force, his body twisting like a ragdoll caught in a violent storm. Barely conscious, Link opened his eyes. His vision blurred as he caught sight of 2 figures, a blur of red, blue, and white, flying toward him in perfect synchronization. Both held a spider thread in one hand, and their feet were aimed directly at his chest. It was a move so coordinated it seemed rehearsed. Spider-Man and Gwen, moving as one, executed a flawless, bone-crushing flying kick. The force of their combined blow was cataclysmic. The remaining shards of armor shattered instantly, and the raw power of their attack sent Link rocketing downward, an unstoppable projectile aimed at the ground. Boom! The impact was deafening. The earth itself seemed to recoil from the force. Link's body smashed into the cave floor, and the entire structure shook violently. Dust fell in thick clouds from the ceiling as the ground split open beneath him. From the point of impact, a massive crater exploded outward, its spider web of cracks racing across the floor. The shockwave sent agents sprawling. The tremors were so powerful they struggled to stay on their feet. It felt like an earthquake. When the dust finally began to settle, they saw the devastation. At the center of it all, the deep crater yawned like a gaping wound in the earth, the jagged cracks stretching out like fingers in all directions. Spider-Man and Gwen landed effortlessly. They somersaulted through the air, flipping gracefully before dropping into their iconic superhero landing poses. It was as if they had just finished a grand performance, a deadly ballet, and they took their final bow in the form of these poses, calm, composed, and victorious. Spider-Man approached Yvonne. The detectives around him instinctively backed away, as though they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The guy you just saw, that was Link. We think he might have been the real deal, Spider-Man began, gesturing toward the crater. But it doesn't really matter now. The threat's over. You're safe. He nodded toward the large open doors. His words hung in the air as one of the agents nearby caught onto something. Wait, the real deal? Did that mean there were others? TL note, no shit. You dumbass BTCH, you just faced 3 of them. As the agents processed this revelation, their gazes drifted back to the aftermath. The fight was over, and the experience had been collected. Charlie had made a decent profit from the mass-produced Link clones. Today's mission was more than worth it. But the glory was fleeting. Operating the 2 Spider-Men simultaneously had looked spectacular, but it was taxing. Now, the player behind the avatars was drained. The adrenaline rush was wearing off, and the fatigue was setting in. It was time to log out. After a brief explanation to Yvonne, the 2 Spider-Men shot out their webs and soared into the sky, vanishing into the distance as the agents watched in silent awe. As for Link, his once pristine black armor had been reduced to rubble. His unconscious, nearly naked body lay in the middle of the crater, the black substance that had encased him scattered around like shattered glass. Strangely, the fragments dissipated into thin air, as if they had never existed. Despite the brutal beating, Link was still alive. Yet, without the black substance, he was no longer a threat, just a broken man, unconscious and helpless, like a fallen titan reduced to nothing. The agents cautiously approached the now open doors, their boots crunching on the debris-covered ground. As they stepped into the next chamber, their eyes widened in disbelief. Hanging from the ceiling, glued to the walls, embedded in the pillars everywhere they looked, there were clones of Link. Some were suspended in midair by thick webs, others lay in crumpled piles on the ground, stuck together like garbage waiting to be thrown out. The sight was horrifying. They quickly remembered the near-death experience they had just endured when facing the Lang clones outside. The thought of so many of them, defeated and tossed aside like trash, sent a chill down their spines. The room was silent as the agents looked around. They exchanged glances but said nothing. What could they say? The scene before them spoke volumes. After the intense events had finally come to a close, Charlie allowed himself to sink into the comfort of a long, well-deserved sleep. The battle, the chaos, and the storm of thoughts that had swirled in his mind were now distant memories as he fell into deep rest. Hours later, he awoke feeling refreshed, his body recovering from the toll of recent battles. The first thing he did after rising was head to the washroom, where he washed up and enjoyed a quiet breakfast, his mind still processing the whirlwind of events. As he sipped his coffee, Friday began reporting on what had happened after Charlie had finally succumbed to sleep the previous night. The report was succinct, as always, yet thorough. Friday informed him that the evidence had been successfully recovered. After Charlie's departure from the scene, the confrontation between the service division and the pharmaceutical organization seemed to have ceased, at least temporarily. Both parties had been wary of continuing their fight in such a volatile and dangerous underground environment. In a surprising show of cooperation, the pharmaceutical organization provided Agent Ivan Petrov with a dynamic map of the underground system to help with the retrieval of missing agents. Afterward, both sides cautiously but decisively pulled their forces out of the ruins, each retreating back into the shadows, leaving the scene behind. However, the most intriguing detail remained shrouded in mystery. No one, not even the most daring of them, had dared to uncover the truth about what lay sealed beneath the ruins. The very idea of what might be buried down there had sown seeds of doubt among the agents and factions alike. Though there was no concrete proof regarding the accusations the pharmaceutical organization had leveled against the 9th Special Service Division, the suspicions lingered in the air, and it was clear that no one would be walking away from this situation without questions gnawing at them. Charlie raised an eyebrow as Friday detailed the developments. It was surprising to hear accusations aimed at the 9th Division. If the pharmaceutical factory's claims were valid, it raised an unsettling possibility that the asylum's role in these events went deeper than even Charlie had anticipated. But this wasn't Charlie's problem. The more chaos and sabotage, the more opportunities came his way. After all, Charlie was more than happy to operate from the sidelines, a ghost on the periphery. The deeper the divisions between these rogue factions, the more missions and tasks funneled toward him. He relished that thought. Take Link, for example. If it hadn't been for Link leaving such a large batch of experience points in the form of his massive army of clones, Charlie might still be grinding in low-level quests to collect hero points. Instead, this mess of events had turned into a goldmine of progress for him. After all the hardships and moral compromises, Link's road ended with nothing but a crushing defeat, a mix of brutal kicks and crushing blows. In hindsight, Link's blackened pursuit of power seemed pointless from his perspective. Yet, from the larger viewpoint of history, it had immense value. His enormous army of clones, once his greatest strength, had transformed into high-quality experience points for Charlie, becoming a critical milestone in Charlie's rise to godhood. With breakfast out of the way, Charlie decided to rest for a bit, his mind still racing from the whirlwind of upgrades and events. As he lay back and closed his eyes, his thoughts drifted to his ongoing project recreating the face of Tifa Lockhart for Friday based on his hazy memories. His mind wandered to the countless attempts he had made to pinch the face into existence, adjusting features, tweaking expressions, yet always missing the mark. Refreshed and fully awake, Charlie logged into his game. As expected, the massive influx of experience from the defeat of Link's clone army had pushed his progress bar through the roof. Not only had he leveled up, but the experience bar for his next level had shot up by a staggering amount. What once felt like a slow grind had suddenly become a sprint. Charlie couldn't help but grin. This was the kind of progress every player dreamed of, the feeling that everything was finally falling into place. And with each step forward, new features unlocked, expanding the possibilities before him. Players could now control 3 hero characters at the same time, moving from duo battles to full triple team fights. It was a game changer, bringing Charlie one step closer to his ultimate goal, commanding the entire Avengers or Justice League in battle. But before he dove into the new features, Charlie had a critical task ahead of him: drawing new skills. He could hardly contain his excitement as he prepared for the consecutive draws. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The first draw, of course, was guaranteed: Spider-Man. In Charlie's pool of heroes, Spider-Man's core stats were unparalleled, and more powers from him would only enhance Charlie's abilities. 5 draws. 5 bursts of golden light. Each one signals something new. The first skill to appear was wall climbing, one of Spider-Man's iconic abilities. According to the game's official explanation, wall climbing allowed the user to manipulate atomic forces at a molecular level, letting them adhere to almost any surface even through clothing or armor. It was a highly functional skill, perfect for stealth missions, and invaluable for assassins or spies looking to operate undetected. The remaining 4 draws were an eclectic mix of skills. The most unexpected of them all was proficiency in Kryptonian. This skill allowed Charlie to read and write the Kryptonian language fluently, as well as communicate with Kryptonians in their native tongue. Amusingly, the skill came from Batman, who had apparently learned the language during his time in Superman's Fortress of Solitude. Charlie chuckled at the thought. Perhaps the skill might come in handy if he ever had to deal with Kryptonians who didn't speak human languages, like Supergirl. For now, it seemed more like a tool for showing off. Another useful skill emerged in the form of the super soldier physique, courtesy of the Winter Soldier. With this ability, Charlie gained enhanced metabolic capacity, allowing him to withstand gunshot wounds, endure greater physical punishment, and heal faster than ever before. It was an impressive upgrade, boosting his durability. TL note, for the confused readers, he only got the strength and combat ability from Cap, not the entire serum. Next came shooting specialization, courtesy of Green Arrow, a master archer from the DC universe. His bow and arrow skills rivaled those of Hawkeye, and his ability to hit targets with pinpoint accuracy was legendary. Charlie considered it a valuable addition to his toolkit, especially for ranged combat. The final skill, martial arts, was drawn from Matt Murdock. While Matt's combat skills were formidable, they were somewhat redundant compared to Cassandra's near-ceiling level fighting abilities. Charlie ultimately decided to set this skill aside for now, focusing on more unique powers. With his skill set expanding, Charlie was steadily becoming the definition of a hexagonal warrior, well-rounded and powerful in every area. Afterward, it was time for the next stage card draws. Link's defeat had provided a wealth of points, and Charlie couldn't wait to see what he would pull from the pool. He spent the entire morning clicking the draw button, waiting for the special effects of each card to play out. The B-tier heroes were consistent, providing him with stable performance bonuses and novelty items, such as a Stark Group employee ID card, Thor's beer bottle, and even another pair of Hulk's signature pants. The more he drew, the more he ended up with mundane items. Still, the chance to score big kept him hooked. And it wasn't long before Charlie's patience paid off. Among the new additions to his hero roster was Deathstroke, one of the most dangerous supervillains in the DC universe. A master tactician, professional assassin, and super soldier, Deathstroke boasted 90% brain development, giving him enhanced intelligence and reflexes. His physical abilities were on par with the likes of Batman, and his exceptional healing factor made him nearly impossible to kill. With Deathstroke in his ranks, Charlie had just acquired a top-tier assassin capable of executing complex missions with precision. Next, Charlie unlocked Jessica Jones. Known for her raw strength and ability to fly, Jessica was a hero who preferred brute force over finesse. Her power stats were among the highest, but her lack of technical skills made her more of a frontline bruiser. Charlie briefly considered keeping her on his main team, but with Spider-Man already covering strength-based roles, he figured Jessica could be dispatched to other cities to manage defense operations. Then came the Scarlet Spider, a clone of Spider-Man himself. This was the third Spider-Man variant Charlie had drawn, and he laughed at the absurdity of it all. He'd practically stumbled into a nest of spiders. However, he wasn't complaining. Spider-Man was one of the most versatile heroes in his arsenal, and the clone shared many of the same abilities. Charlie toyed with the idea of creating a spider team, an unstoppable force of wall crawlers that could be dispatched to multiple locations simultaneously. With the game's new team expansion feature, he could now operate a trio of Spider-Men to dominate the battlefield. But the true highlight of the day came with the next draw. Charlie's breath caught as the hero's profile appeared on his screen. It was none other than the iconic mutant with a razor-sharp adamantium skeleton and extraordinary healing abilities, Wolverine. James Howlett is a man known by many names, the most common being Logan and Wolverine. As the most popular mutant character in Marvel, perhaps second only to Deadpool, it's no exaggeration to say that his name is a household fixture. Even people with no deep familiarity with the X-Men series may still recognize Logan's rugged face or at least know of his famous adamantium claws. When it comes to Logan, the first thing that comes to mind is undoubtedly his self-healing ability, an iconic power that has fascinated fans for decades. This remarkable ability, which allows Wolverine to heal from virtually any injury, is often described as speeding up the body's natural healing process to an almost instantaneous rate. According to the established lore, Wolverine's self-healing powers work ideally in proportion to the damage he receives. Small injuries, like a simple cut or gunshot wound, are healed in the blink of an eye. However, more serious injuries, such as losing a limb or having large portions of his body blown apart, take longer to recover from. Despite the slowed regeneration, the process never truly stops, and unless Wolverine is entirely obliterated, his body will regenerate no matter how severe the injury. He could be reduced to nothing but a head, and even then, he'd eventually regrow the rest of his body. What makes Wolverine even more fearsome isn't just his self-healing ability. Years ago, Marvel Timeline, during a nightmarish experiment conducted by the shadowy government project known as Weapon X, Wolverine's skeleton was coated in adamantium, a virtually indestructible metal harvested from an extraterrestrial source. This metal, as famous in the Marvel universe as vibranium, is of godly quality, granting him near unlimited defense. His bones, laced with this metal, protect his vital organs like an impenetrable suit of armor beneath his skin. As a result, any physical attack on Wolverine is almost futile if it doesn't aim to pierce his bones. Even the Hulk, in his most furious and berserk World War Hulk form, has managed to incapacitate Wolverine but couldn't kill him because adamantium protects his skeletal system. Wolverine's regenerative abilities further ensure that even if he were skinned alive, his body would grow back, and although running around naked wouldn't be a pleasant experience, it wouldn't be life-threatening. TL note, my dumbass thought World War was a typo and was about to change it to World Breaker, lol. Yet despite all his powers and his sturdy physique, Wolverine, like many iconic heroes, is not immune to narrative inconsistencies. As a mutant who often finds himself subjected to the whims of writers, his combat prowess fluctuates depending on the needs of the plot. He can go from being nearly invincible, shrugging off bullets like they're mosquito bites, to being knocked out by a random thug's well-placed punch. The first time Wolverine appeared in Marvel Comics was in a minor role, playing second fiddle in Hulk's publication. But even in that small appearance, it became clear that Wolverine had a potential upper limit high enough to challenge the Hulk himself. Over time, Wolverine confronted the Green Behemoth on multiple occasions, their clashes showing just how resilient Logan could be. Despite the decisions that make him sound like a glorified sandbag, Charlie knows that Wolverine is a top-tier hero. After drawing Logan from his B-level hero pool, Charlie wasted no time in promoting Wolverine to his list of frontline heroes, considering him a prime candidate for one of the highest combat powers in his roster. Reflecting on this acquisition, Charlie couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude towards Link, whose self-sacrifice brought such powerful heroes into his game's hero pool. Not only did this enhance Charlie's frontline combat capabilities, but it also significantly increased the proportion of superheroes in his roster. With Wolverine by his side, Charlie's pool of heroes had never been stronger. This situation reminded Charlie of a line from a Captain America movie. If anyone could have an army of super soldiers on the level of the Winter Soldier, they could easily influence any government and become a major power. While Charlie found this statement slightly exaggerated, it wasn't without merit. With more heroes in his arsenal like the Winter Soldier, and even stronger ones, Charlie knew he had already surpassed Hydra's strength in the MCU by a wide margin. TL note, I disagree. Global reach and influence, advanced technology, and weapons. Remember, all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weapons could be said to also be Hydra, the Winter Soldier program, Project Insight, superhuman resources including Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, though they later turned on Hydra, control over the Mind Stone and the Tesseract. Remember, what belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. belongs to Hydra, and lastly leadership. So, yeah, Charlie is nowhere close. Of course, despite feeling the inflation of power, Charlie reminded himself not to get carried away. It was important to maintain a clear understanding of his limitations. While his superhero roster was growing, there were still constraints, such as his inability to deploy heroes in multiple locations at once or conduct multi-threaded missions simultaneously. Fortunately, his game character had recently upgraded, unlocking a brand new feature. Charlie had been waiting for the auto-hack function. In essence, this feature was similar to the auto-leveling systems found in traditional online or mobile games, where characters could gain experience while the player was offline. Charlie could now assign his heroes to patrol designated areas on their own, following his commands even when he wasn't directly controlling them. This would allow him to use his rest time to accelerate leveling efficiently. However, there was a catch. The game's mechanics were linked to Charlie's own physical energy, meaning that while his heroes could operate independently, the energy they expended would still affect him. Despite this, Friday, his in-game assistant, estimated that Charlie could handle 24-hour auto-hacks without feeling significant strain if he only assigned non-superpowered individuals. Currently, the system allows up to 2 heroes simultaneously on auto-hack. Still, Friday warned that choosing more than one at a time would start to put a noticeable burden on Charlie. As a result, Friday advised Charlie to focus on hosting one non-superhero unless there was an extraordinary circumstance where Charlie had plenty of energy but couldn't play for an extended period, something highly unlikely at the moment. The auto-hack function was straightforward. The hosted hero would move autonomously within a designated area. According to the in-game map of the selected city, the maximum area covered could span half the city. During auto-hack, the hero would patrol automatically, intercept crimes in progress, and engage enemies flagged as hostile. However, they wouldn't be able to complete complex tasks without Charlie's direct involvement. When a situation of interest like a suspicious phone call or unusual activity was detected, the system would automatically flag it, sending Charlie the information. At that point, he could log in and decide whether to intervene. In essence, the auto-hack feature acted like an automatic side mission generator. Charlie could choose whether to pursue these tasks or ignore them. The first heroes Charlie assigned for testing this function were Daredevil and Batgirl, stationed in Grey City. While Cassandra Cain, Batgirl, was undeniably the superior fighter, Charlie opted for Daredevil due to his heightened sensory abilities, which made it easier for him to detect unusual activities across the city. After all, for street crime prevention, whether it was a martial arts master or a vigilante, the result would be the same: beating up street thugs. Daredevil's advanced perception, however, increased the chances of triggering additional side missions. The current limit for AutoHack hosting was 12 hours before a manual reset was required. Charlie set the timer for the maximum duration and observed as Daredevil began his patrol on the rooftops of Gray City. Not wanting to log off just yet, Charlie decided to monitor how the AI functioned. In just a few minutes, Daredevil's radar sense triggered an alert. A street fight was happening below. With precise movements, Daredevil approached the scene, stopping at a high vantage point to observe. 6 men were viciously beating 2 people, who lay on the ground helpless, huddling together in a desperate attempt to survive. One of the victims was in critical condition. After scanning the situation, Daredevil leaped into action. With no firearms detected, he landed silently among the attackers, catching them off guard. In less than 30 seconds, Daredevil dispatched all 6 men with a flurry of fast-paced blows from his batons. The once aggressive attackers were now crumpled on the ground, groaning in pain. Daredevil wasted no time in retrieving his baton, pulling off an impressive flip as he shot a grappling hook and vanished into the shadows of the rooftop. Though Charlie noticed that the AI wasn't as tactically efficient as he would have been in a similar situation, Daredevil's performance was still more than sufficient for handling basic street crime. Hosting AI was clearly effective for experience farming during night patrols. Charlie originally planned to observe further to see how the AI handled more complex situations, like facing armed enemies or executing stealth operations. However, before he could continue, Friday interrupted with urgent news. "Sir, there's breaking news from Riverton City," she said, flashing the headline on his screen. Although the safety factor of the subway system boasts a rate above 99%, some argue that such statistics are meaningless if it's not 100%. After all, life is filled with unforeseen events where fortune and misfortune can strike without warning. There's even an old saying that some people are so unlucky they can choke on cold water or trip over their own feet. Today, it seems that a train full of such unfortunate souls has found themselves caught in a random, catastrophic event, an incident with a lower probability than winning the lottery. Without warning, a perfectly normal subway ride on Subway Line 9 turned into a nightmare. The train, which had been speeding along its usual route, suddenly became out of control, leaving its passengers helpless as it rocketed forward. The situation escalated quickly from confusion to panic, as there seemed to be no way to stop it. It felt like fate had thrown them into a cruel, unpredictable disaster. Within moments, Riverton City erupted into chaos, with news outlets covering the runaway train incident. Fiber optics and wireless signals carried the breaking news across the city, spreading a wave of panic. People's attention shifted from their daily routines to their screens as the horrifying news of the runaway subway filled every home, cafe, and office. The streets buzzed with urgency, but amid the spreading panic, a beacon of hope appeared. "Excuse me, coming through." Pedestrians on the sidewalk and cafe-goers sitting in the open air only had time to hear the energetic call before a fierce gust of wind followed. Napkins flew, skirts lifted, and cups rattled as someone sped by faster than anyone could register. All eyes were glued to the news broadcast about Subway Line 9, so no one initially noticed the blur of red and blue darting past. For the sharpest eyes in the crowd, there was just a streak of color, but even they barely caught it. Before anyone had time to react, the figure had vanished, diving straight into the subway entrance like a phantom. "Excuse me, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man coming through." Down in the subway station, the bystanders were even more baffled. The blur of color was gone in an instant, but they heard the echo of the voice lingering above them. Some looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of silhouette swinging past the ticket gates, disappearing down the stairwell at lightning speed. "Was that? The hell is a Spider-Man?" a bystander murmured, but by then the figure was long gone. Charlie, playing Spider-Man, felt immersed as Spidey darted through the subway tunnels with expert precision. Using his web shooters, he fired strands of sticky webbing at the tunnel walls, swinging from side to side as he accelerated. Time was of the essence. His heart pounded, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he chased the speeding train. "Friday, how far are we from Subway Line 9? Charlie asked through his headset, keeping his focus as he zipped past electrical panels and dimly lit sections of the tunnel. 3 kilometers. "You're close," Friday's voice responded in his ear. The AI had linked to the system and displayed a map of the subway route on Charlie's heads-up display. "I've sent the track map to your screen." Friday's precise calculations marked the location of the out-of-control train on his HUD. The train appeared as a glowing red snake, barreling down the tracks, charging towards its inevitable end. At this speed, closing the 3-kilometer distance was almost instantaneous. Within seconds, the speeding train came into view, a hulking metal beast roaring through the tunnel, throwing off sparks as it pushed through the limits of its engineering. Spider-Man didn't hesitate. He fired 2 web lines, launching himself over the tracks and avoiding the front of the train by mere inches. With a well-timed flip, he attached a web to the roof of the train and landed on the top car. The passengers inside the train screamed in panic, having no idea what was happening outside. The conductor, pale and drenched in sweat, frantically tried to override the controls in the front compartment. His heart skipped a beat when he saw Spider-Man land on the roof of the train. "What the how did he? The brakes aren't working." Spider-Man's voice cut through the chaos as he swung down from the roof, landing on the platform next to the conductor. The conductor, half in disbelief, replied with a shaky voice, "The entire system's gone haywire. The electric brakes failed, the air brakes are malfunctioning, and nothing's responding. It's like the whole train's possessed." Charlie processed the information quickly. With Friday feeding him data, he could understand some of the technical jargon, but fixing a malfunctioning train's braking system on the fly, that was a bit beyond his skill set. What about the emergency brake? Spider-Man asked. The conductor shook his head, his face etched with frustration. No response either. The system's completely locked up. We're heading straight for disaster. All right, no need to panic, Spider-Man said, his voice calm but mixed with a bit of teasing. I've handled a few runaway vehicles in my time. The conductor looked at him in disbelief. How could this Halloween enthusiast stop a speeding subway train without brakes? Was he about to try and stop it with his bare hands? A QuickTime event, QTE, notification popped up on Charlie's HUD. Friday marked key structural points along the subway tunnel where the webbing could have the most impact. Spider-Man quickly jumped to the front of the train, the intense wind from the speed hammering down on him like a torrential downpour. He fired a series of web lines, attaching them to the tunnel walls with precision. The passengers in the front compartment watched in awe and confusion as the man in spandex shot out webs as if he were a spider, their puzzlement almost causing them to forget about their predicament. With a swift motion, Spider-Man pulled back on the webs, bracing himself as the threads grew taut. Muscles rippled under the suit as Charlie pulled with all his might. The tension in the webbing grew unbearable, stretching tighter and tighter as the train fought against it. Inside the train, passengers stared in disbelief as Spider-Man's thin web lines held back the force of tons of speeding steel. The tension mounted, and for a moment, it looked like he was actually going to stop the train. But the strain became too much. The webbing snapped one by one, the sound of breaking threads echoing through the tunnel like gunshots. Spider-Man was flung off the train, tumbling backward, but he fired a new line and swung back into action almost instantly, sticking to the roof once more. Hang on, everyone. Spider-Man shouted, still confident. It's going to get bumpy. Charlie quickly adjusted his strategy. He couldn't rely on just the webs and sheer strength stop the train, it was moving too fast, and they didn't have enough time. He swung into the tunnel ahead of the train, sticking himself to the tunnel ceiling and firing webs toward the track in front. Then, Spider-Man aimed higher. He fired multiple webs to create a net of sorts. Finally, he reinforced the first structure he made on the tracks and gradually pulled up part of the track. Sparks flew as the train's wheels screeched against the newly angled rails. The passengers were thrown against their seats as the train began to lift off the ground. The entire subway car rose into the air, tilting upward as it followed the trajectory Spider-Man had created with his webbing. Boom, boom, the ground beneath cracked and splintered as if struck by a meteor, and the subway, like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, erupted from the earth amidst a violent storm of dust and gravel. The once contained chaos had been unleashed. The front train carriage was now a mangled wreck of steel, torn apart by the force of the crash. The entire length of the train leaned at a precarious angle, its heavy metal carcass groaning in protest as it smashed down onto the construction site below. Sparks flew in every direction as the metallic behemoth screeched against the ground, dragging its weight along the rubble-strewn road. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of friction and tension, the train came to a halt. Stopped. Once upon a time, Charlie had often grumbled about the endless construction sites in the city, bemoaning how they seemed to pop up on every other block, disrupting his commutes and detours through Riverton City. But today, for the first time in his life, he found himself grateful for the construction zones. Because without this accidental buffer zone created by unfinished roads and unoccupied areas, finding a place to stop this runaway subway would have been nearly impossible. The scene before him was nothing short of surreal. The first car of the subway had pierced through the earth's surface like a sword, emerging half above ground while the rest of the train remained buried beneath the rubble of the tunnel. A jagged hole had been punched through the road, and dust filled the air like a thick fog. The sight of the subway lying half exposed to the elements, twisted and broken, was nothing short of shocking. This was the best Charlie could manage as Spider-Man, given the circumstances. The buffer distance had been far too short to safely stop the train using brute force, as he'd done in past feats. Instead, this was a controlled crash, one that minimized casualties and damage as much as possible. It was inevitable that people would be injured from such a violent stop, but when the dust settled, and the rescue teams arrived, the reports revealed that most of the passengers had only suffered minor injuries. A few were seriously hurt but were not in any immediate danger of losing their lives. And against all odds no one had died. For a disaster that had looked certain to end in tragedy, the results could only be described as a miracle. It took several minutes for the passengers to process what had just happened. At first, they simply lay where they were, dazed and unsure of whether they were still alive or not. Slowly, they began to rise, peering around in disbelief. They felt the cracked pavement beneath their feet, saw the rubble strewn across the road outside the train, and stared at the fractured tunnel they had just emerged from. It took a few more moments for them to understand that they were not in some otherworldly realm or the afterlife. They hadn't perished in some great, fiery collision. No, they were still very much in Riverton City. And somehow, against all logic and expectation, they had survived. As reality began to sink in, the passengers began murmuring among themselves. They looked up and remembered the strange man in the tight red and blue suit who had quite literally pulled the train back from the brink of destruction. What the hell just happened? One passenger muttered, rubbing his head as he tried to make sense of the chaotic memory. Another, who had managed to witness the full event, pointed toward the front of the subway car. That guy, the spandex man, he pulled us out? He stopped the train. The realization spread through the crowd like wildfire. Slowly, a sense of awe began to creep into their voices, as they pieced together the seemingly impossible events that had just unfolded. "Brothers, that was a sign," one of the passengers shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. It was as if he couldn't believe his own words. "The Bible says that the angels will return with Jesus, and they will come with a loud sound of the trumpet," the passenger fanatically continued. "That man, he must be one of God's messengers." Shouts of amazement, disbelief, and lunacy erupted among the survivors, many of whom had resigned themselves to death just minutes earlier. For these passengers, those few moments were nothing short of the most harrowing experience of their lives. They had gone from certain doom to miraculous salvation in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the rest of Riverton City was watching the scene unfold from afar. The entire city had been following the runaway train disaster through live news coverage. And now, as helicopters flew over the scene, broadcasting images of the half-buried train, citizens across the city found themselves staring at their screens, dumbfounded. "Wait, how did the subway end up there?" a confused citizen watching from home asked aloud. To make matters worse, or, more accurately, better, Charlie, still controlling Spider-Man, had to deal with the aftermath of his heroic actions. He coughed as he crawled out from under a pile of rubble and debris. Dust clung to his suit, and his normally agile movements were sluggish as he slowly got back on his feet. For the onlookers, it seemed as though Spider-Man had been injured in the chaos. But Charlie knew better. Despite his appearance, Spider-Man was fine. Sure, for most people, being involved in a subway tunnel collapse and getting flung from a runaway train would have spelled disaster. But for Spider-Man, it was just another day at work. In fact, while he might have looked a little battered, Charlie knew that Spider-Man could take much worse. After all, this was the same hero who had survived head-on collisions with speeding trains in the past and had walked away without a scratch. A little dust and a few bruises were hardly enough to slow him down. Even so, the job was done. The train was stopped, the passengers were safe, and Charlie had earned himself a fresh batch of hero points. In the world of superheroes, it was widely known that each hero seemed to have a unique knack for wrecking specific types of vehicles. Superman had a history with airplanes, Aquaman had trouble with ships, and Spider-Man, well, Spider-Man always seemed to get involved with runaway trains. This wasn't the first time, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. As Spider-Man stood up and dusted himself off, one of the passengers, still recovering from the shock, hesitantly approached him. "What the heck are you?" Spider-Man turned, his mask-covered face tilting slightly in amusement. He had heard this question countless times before. With a playful shake of his head, Spider-Man responded with his trademark line. "I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," he said with a grin beneath his mask. With that, he raised his hand, fired a web at a nearby building, and swung off into the distance, leaving the bewildered survivors behind. Up in the sky, a news helicopter hovered above the scene. The reporter, stunned by what he had just witnessed, turned to his cameraman. "Tell me you got that on tape," he asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Soon, reporters and rescue teams flooded the scene. After interviewing the survivors and piecing together the story, it became clear what had happened. "It's true," one of the passengers declared, standing before a news crew's microphone. "I swear on your grandmother's grave. The guy who flew off Spider-Man, he's the one who stopped the train. He shot some kind of web from his hands and pulled up the subway tracks with his bare hands. I don't even know how he did it. Then, he somehow yanked the train up onto the ground." Reporter, audience, the entire city was in shock. The words the survivors spoke made sense, but the sheer absurdity of it all left many struggling to believe it. And yet, as bizarre as it sounded, the evidence was right there in front of them. While Spider-Man's webs had dissolved, the twisted remains of the subway tracks pulled from the earth by superhuman strength were proof that something extraordinary had taken place. Across Riverton City, the name Spider-Man surged to the top of every search engine, trending faster than any celebrity news or viral video. Forum users began sharing their experiences, and soon, more and more people stepped forward to share their own encounters with the friendly neighborhood hero. "Wait, I know him. He's the one who helped me get my cat down from a tree last month. Yeah, I remember him. He caught a bike thief outside my apartment complex a while back." Meanwhile, underground organizations like the Riverton Bank Alliance, who had once tangled with Spider-Man without realizing his true strength, began to feel a growing sense of dread. Their previous encounters with the masked hero had left them with bruised egos, but they never imagined they had been dealing with someone capable of stopping a runaway train. One member of the alliance, reading the news on his phone, nearly dropped it in shock when he saw the red and blue figure swinging through the air in the video footage. "Wait, isn't that the guy we tried to take down last month? Were we really shooting at this guy?" Soon, it became clear that Spider-Man had been quietly operating in Riverton for some time, helping with everything from catching petty criminals to performing small acts of kindness. But it was only now, after this spectacular event, that the city as a whole began to understand just how remarkable their friendly neighborhood Spider-Man truly was. Gray City. Security Officer Reed's eyes fluttered open, his vision blurred as the sharp light from above pierced his senses. His body ached, stiff from an unnatural position. Groggily, he tried to raise his hand, instinctively reaching for the phone in his pocket to check the time. But his arm wouldn't move. Panic surged through him as the grogginess faded. His wrists were bound tightly behind him, the coarse rope biting into his skin. He struggled, twisting his hands, but the knots were unyielding. He glanced down. His feet were similarly tied to the legs of the wooden chair beneath him. A cold sweat formed on his brow as he noticed the single, stark white lamp hanging above, casting his shadow long and jagged on the ground. The oppressive silence hung thick in the air. Reed's heart raced, and for a moment, he let exhaustion take over, his eyelids drooping. But within seconds, he jerked awake, the reality of his situation crashing down. He attempted to scream, to call for help, but the effort was in vain. Something rough and foul was stuffed in his mouth, preventing anything more than a muffled "um-ha" from escaping his throat. A low, impatient voice came from the shadows surrounding him. "Stop shouting." Reed's head snapped toward the voice, his pulse quickening. Out of the darkness, a figure stepped forward, illuminated by the harsh, hanging light. He was tall, towering, even and unnervingly calm. What drew Reed's attention most was the man's face, cold and impassive, with a glint of dangerous amusement in his single exposed eye. His other eye was concealed beneath a patch, giving him a predatory air. The man casually flipped a bright, serrated knife in his hand, its blade reflecting the light in sharp, deadly arcs. Fear rippled down Reed's spine like ice water. He instinctively pushed himself back against the chair, which groaned under the sudden movement. The man's presence was suffocating, the sense of impending doom palpable. "Who are you? What do you want?" Reed's mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. The man smiled, a thin, humorless smile that sent another wave of terror coursing through Reed's veins. "Me? I'm here to collect debts." Reed's stomach twisted. "Debts? What debts? I don't owe anyone anything." His mind scrambled for answers, irrational thoughts darting in and out. Could it be the child next door? No, this can't be about that. He tried to suppress his panic, but his breath came in shallow, rapid gasps. "No more talking," came a second voice, smoother, but no less terrifying. Reed turned his head toward the sound, and a woman stepped forward, her figure cutting through the gloom like a blade. Her skin was unnaturally pale, almost glowing under the sterile light, and inked across her arms was a snake-like tattoo that seemed to coil with each subtle movement. Her eyes gleamed with an unsettling combination of amusement and cruelty. Reed's eyes drifted against his better judgment down to her exaggerated, voluptuous figure. The woman's chest was so prominent that it took him a moment to register the intricacies of the tattoo winding across her arm, and when he did, a jolt of recognition hit him like a bolt of lightning. "Green Snake." Reed gasped, his throat tight with shock. "You're the Green Snake of Black Sun." The FBI in Gray City had been in chaos lately. Black Sun, an infamous international syndicate of assassins, had been wreaking havoc in the underworld. One of the city's wealthiest figures, President Gong, had found himself on their hit list. The FBI had scrambled to protect him, mobilizing forces and studying the top Black Sun operatives. Every agent had been drilled on their names and faces. And Green Snake? She was unforgettable, a legend in the organization. The man's knife glinted as he flipped it once more, his voice low and dangerous. "Is my wife good-looking?" Reed swallowed hard, his eyes darting back to the man. "Why yeah, she's beautiful." The word stumbled out, but realizing the peril he was in, Reed quickly averted his gaze. I mean, the tattoo is, it's good." Reed forced himself to look away. Though he prided himself on being smooth under pressure, this wasn't the time for wandering eyes. His life was on the line, and any wrong move could end it. Now he remembered the man's code name was Black Eagle. Unlike his wife, Black Eagle wasn't someone with a striking appearance, but he was deadly all the same. Reed's mouth went dry as cold sweat trickled down his neck. Black Eagle and Green Snake. They weren't just assassins, they were top-tier killers, ranked among the most dangerous in the world. And now, they were standing in front of him. Why were they in Gray City? Why him? "Venomous bee." Black Eagle's voice broke the silence, his words like a knife cutting through Reed's thoughts. "Ring any bells?" Reed's mind spun. Venomous bee? It hit him like a punch to the gut. This wasn't about random deaths. This was revenge. He nodded, trying not to look too panicked. He couldn't afford to lie. Everyone in the FBI had heard of Venomous bee. He had been captured just a few weeks ago, causing a temporary lull in Black Sun's activities. "Are you friends?" Reed asked, his voice trembling. "That's right," Black Eagle said, his tone sharp. "Who took him down?" "I want a name." Reed clenched his jaw. "Do you think I'm going to sell out my colleagues? You underestimate the FBI, you bastard." In a flash, Black Eagle drove his knife into the chair between Reed's legs. The blade buried itself into the wood with a sickening thud. Reed gasped, his entire body going rigid as the cold steel barely missed a vital area. The threat was clear. His courage evaporated. Wait. It was the director. The new director of the FBI, Director Linton. Reed stammered, his voice desperate. He wasn't lying. The new director had taken charge shortly before Venomous Bee's capture, and Reed didn't know much about him. But in that moment, he'd give up anyone if it meant saving his own skin. Director Linton's reputation had skyrocketed after the capture. The entire city had hailed him as a hero, and there were even rumors that the mayor was planning a public ceremony to honor him. It had been a quick rise to fame for the new director, but in the shadows, it seemed his actions had stirred up something far more dangerous. Black Eagle's eye narrowed. "Impressive," he muttered, his gaze shifting momentarily to Green Snake. "And he was a soldier, you say?" "Why yes," Reed stuttered. "He was part of some elite unit, trained the best of the best. I don't know the details, but something happened, and he ended up with us in the FBI. He's the youngest director Gray City has ever had." Reed was sweating profusely now, the chair beneath him creaking under his restless movements. He could sense the tension rising in the air. Black Eagle and Green Snake shared a look, one of understanding. Good, Black Eagle said, his voice low and lethal. Then send him a message from us. Gray City, 9 o'clock in the evening. The streets of Gray City were damp with a light drizzle, the glow from street lights reflecting off the wet pavement like streaks of molten gold. Director Linton, the new head of the FBI division in Gray City, walked at a steady pace, his thoughts drifting from the day's work to the simple bag of groceries in his hand. It had been another long day of overtime. As the young director, fresh into his role, the weight of responsibility sat heavily on his shoulders. The stress was constant, but he welcomed the challenge. The night air was cool, and the sound of distant traffic hummed softly in the background. Linton preferred walking home from the office, a simple 20-minute stroll that gave him a chance to clear his mind. He couldn't afford a car yet, but he didn't mind. The walk served as a way to unwind after the chaos of the day, a moment of peace in the otherwise relentless world of crime and enforcement. Unbeknownst to Linton, a shadowy figure had been tailing him since he left the convenience store. Dressed in an oversized coat, with a wide-brimmed hat pulled low and dark sunglasses shielding their face, the stalker expertly blended into the city's ebb and flow. Despite their apparent casual demeanor, every step was calculated, every movement precise. They kept a safe distance, watching Linton with the sharp, practiced eyes of a predator. The streets were still bustling with late commuters and people heading to bars, but the figure navigated the crowd effortlessly, using the cover of bodies and the dimly lit storefronts to remain unseen. Linton showed no sign of awareness. He continued his leisurely walk, unaware of the danger closing in. At one point, his phone rang, and he answered it with an exasperated sigh. The conversation was short, punctuated by a few annoyed remarks, and after hanging up, he murmured under his breath, clearly irritated by whoever had called. He soon approached a narrow alley, its entrance a jagged maw of darkness cutting through the otherwise lively streets. The alley was a shortcut home, one that Linton had taken countless times before. It was grimy and uninviting, but it saved him a few minutes on his walk. Besides, it was usually deserted at this hour. But tonight, it wasn't deserted. The figure behind him quickened their pace, closing the distance before Linton reached the alley's entrance. They waited a cautious 20 seconds before slipping in after him, moving swiftly and silently. The air in the alley was thick and damp, a lingering scent of rot and decay hanging in the narrow passageway. But when the stalker turned the corner, Linton was gone. For a moment, confusion flashed across the figure's face. The alley was a straight path, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. There was nowhere to hide. Yet, the man they had been following had vanished without a trace. Then, the wind shifted. Before the stalker could react, a sudden rush of air from behind was followed by a powerful fist aimed squarely at their head. Instincts kicked in, and the figure twisted their body, narrowly dodging the blow. Spinning on their heel, they finally saw Linton standing a few feet behind, his expression calm but his eyes sharp, almost predatory. Following me isn't as easy as you thought, is it? Linton said, his voice low and even, not betraying the slightest hint of fear. His posture was relaxed, yet poised for another strike. The stalker's lips curled into a tight line, realizing they had misjudged their target. Linton was not some clueless bureaucrat. He was a seasoned operative, someone who had seen his share of combat. And now, the hunter had become the hunted. The stalker threw off the oversized coat, revealing their true form, a woman. She was tall and lean, her body coiled with muscle, dressed provocatively under the disguise. Her skin gleamed under the faint light of the alley, smooth and pale, and a bold, intricate tattoo snaked its way across her shoulder. But what caught Linton's attention wasn't her appearance, it was the tattoo itself. The coiling serpent etched into her skin sent a shock of recognition through him. Green Snake, Linton murmured, his eyes narrowing. Black Sunday. The infamous organization, Black Sun, had been a thorn in the side of law enforcement for years. They were a syndicate of elite killers, mercenaries who operated in the shadows, taking out targets across the globe. Green Snake was one of their top operatives, a deadly assassin with a reputation for being as cunning as she was lethal. A smirk tugged at Green Snake's lips. Before Linton could act, a tall, thin man with hollow eyes and a long, gleaming knife stepped from the shadows behind him. The knife slashed through the air, aimed at Linton's back. Ambush. Linton's reflexes kicked in, honed by years of training. He spun on his heel, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth, and countered with a sharp kick aimed at the man's chest. The thin man stumbled back, his knife swinging wildly, but Linton wasn't out of danger yet. Another figure appeared from the darkness, a hulking brute of a man, his fists clenched like sledgehammers. Before Linton could react, the massive man's fist collided with his face. Boom. The impact sent Linton staggering backward, pain exploding through his skull. He tasted blood as it dripped from his mouth, his vision swimming with stars. Careless. Linton cursed inwardly, frustrated with himself. He should have anticipated this, should have known there would be more than one. But he had allowed himself to focus on Green Snake, walking straight into their trap. Green Snake moved in swiftly, delivering 2 rapid kicks to his side. Each blow sent waves of pain coursing through Linton's ribs. Before he could catch his breath, a fourth attacker emerged, a masked man with cold, dead eyes. The man's fists pummeled Linton, knocking him to the ground. Linton collapsed to his knees, the taste of blood sharp in his mouth. The 4 assassins circled him, their sneers cutting deeper than any of their blows. But despite the beating, Linton's mind remained sharp. His training kicked in, cataloging each of their faces, matching them to names he had memorized from countless briefings. Black Eagle, Green Snake, Kestrel, Ghost Face. These were no ordinary killers. They were the elite, the best of the best in the underworld. Any one of them was capable of terrorizing an entire city. And now, they had all come for him. Twice, Ghost Face hissed, his voice a rasping whisper as he licked the edge of his blade. The venom in his words was palpable. Linton's stomach churned. Black Eagle, the hulking brute, chuckled darkly. I have to admit, you're not like the weaklings who used to run this city's FBI. No wonder Venomous Bee ended up in your hands. Venomous Bee. So that's why they're here. Black Sun believed Linton was responsible for capturing one of their own Venomous Bee, an assassin with a reputation nearly as fearsome as theirs. But it was all a misunderstanding. Linton hadn't even laid eyes on Venomous Bee until after the arrest. It had been pure luck that the killer was found knocked out, hanging from a tarmac, with no one knowing who had taken him down. But there was no explaining that to Black Sun. Linton wiped the blood from his mouth, forcing himself to his feet. He locked eyes with Black Eagle. Do you even know what you're doing? He asked, his voice steady despite the pain. You're attacking the head of the FBI. Do you really think you'll get away with this? Green Snake rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with disdain. Ordinarily, yes, you'd be a problem. But our orders come from above, and trust me, you don't want to know how high. Getting rid of you, even the head of the FBI, was easy. Linton took a deep breath, standing his ground. Despite the odds, he couldn't show weakness. 4 elite killers, and you still need an ambush? What's wrong? Afraid to fight me one-on-one? It was a desperate taunt, but Linton knew how to play on the pride of killers. Black Eagle grinned, his massive fists flexing. Interesting. It's been a while since I had a real challenge. Green Snake folded her arms, watching with amusement. Here we go again, she muttered. Black Eagle cracked his knuckles, stepping forward. You all stay out of this, he said to the others. Let's see what this heroic chief can do. Linton's muscles tensed as he prepared for the fight. He blocked out everything else, focusing entirely on Black Eagle. But the hulking brute was faster than he anticipated. In just a few short exchanges, Black Eagle's fist crashed into Linton's jaw with the force of a sledgehammer. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he felt one of his teeth come loose. His vision blurred, pain radiating through his skull. Too strong. Linton staggered, barely managing to stay on his feet. Black Eagle wasn't just any fighter, he was a master, a killer honed by countless battles. Linton had underestimated him, and now he was paying the price. Another punch hit him, sending him reeling into the wall. His body was numb with pain, and yet he forced himself to stay standing, his mind racing for a way out. Not bad, Black Eagle said, smirking. But you're still no match for me. Linton, battered and bloody, tried to keep his balance. He wasn't going to go down without a fight. But as Black Eagle moved in for the final blow, something unexpected happened. Footsteps echoed from deeper within the alley, cutting through the tension like a knife. The assassins turned, their eyes narrowing as they stared into the darkness. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward. A pair of bat-shaped ears jutted upward from a sleek black mask, which completely enveloped the girl's face. The mask merged seamlessly with the dark, form-fitting armor that clung to her petite frame, a stark contrast to the oversized black cloak that billowed slightly behind her. Across her chest, a golden bat symbol gleamed faintly in the dim light of the alley, though its shape was distorted slightly by her figure. Yes, a little girl. Her small stature made it impossible for her to completely conceal her youth, even beneath the full-body armor. Even with the mask hiding her face, it was clear she was too young to be standing here, in an alley, facing down 4 of the most feared killers in the world. Her height, her size, her frame, it all spoke of someone who, by all accounts, wouldn't even make it past a basic FBI resume review, let alone qualify to fight against elite assassins. The killers made their judgment almost instantly, just like Frank, Poisonous Bee, had a few days ago. A naive young girl, high on a sense of justice, likely enamored with the recent rise of vigilante culture. Someone who probably watched a few too many superhero movies, learned a bit of self-defense, and now believed she could be a hero. Leave it to me, Green Snake yawned, her voice languid, almost bored. She lazily took a step forward, her heels clicking softly against the wet pavement, and rolled her neck as if to stretch out the stiffness from waiting too long. She didn't even bother to adopt a fighting stance. Her demeanor radiated arrogance, as if this fight was already over before it had begun. Green Snake's lips curled into a half-smile as she sauntered toward the girl. All right, little one. I don't know where you came from, but we're dealing with grown-up business here. Her voice was playful, but there was a hard edge to it. If you're smart, you'll turn around and walk away. Do that, and we'll pretend this never happened. Her gaze trailed lazily over Batgirl's armor. More show than substance, she thought. That's what I'm saying, but I know how you kids are. You'll ignore everything and still think you can take us on. She sighed dramatically, casting a glance back at her teammates. Fine. Let's just cut the mess quickly. A cold tension hung in the air. Maybe it was Director Linton's earlier provocation, or perhaps it was their professional pride as elite killers, but despite their eagerness to gang up on Linton Grace City's FBI director, this was different. They couldn't bring themselves to brutally gangbeat a kid who clearly didn't know what she was getting herself into. As far as they were concerned, taking out this Batgirl wouldn't even require effort, let alone the full force of 4 world-class assassins. Green Snake thought she could handle it alone. Linton, still slumped against the wall, bruised and bloodied, barely able to stand, struggled to find his voice. Get out of here, kid. This isn't your fight. His words were laced with a mix of desperation and fear. He had watched these killers tear him apart. He knew what they were capable of, and the sight of this small girl in a bat suit only made his stomach churn. Even in his broken state, his mind raced with dread over what they'd do to her. But the girl didn't respond. Her movements were calm, deliberate. She didn't seem fazed by the looming threats around her, nor by the obvious underestimation from her opponents. Green Snake smirked, not even bothering to raise her fists in preparation. Her posture remained relaxed, mocking. Go on, she teased. Take just half a step, and this'll be over before you know it. And then Batgirl moved. Boom. A punch landed squarely on Green Snake's face with such speed that it took everyone a second to process what had just happened. Green Snake stood frozen for a heartbeat, her eyes wide with shock, her body momentarily paralyzed by the impact. Then, as if her connection to reality had been severed, her body collapsed backward like a puppet whose strings had been cut. She hit the ground hard, her chest rising and falling with shallow, ragged breaths, the exaggerated curves of her figure quivering before coming to a stop. For a long moment, the alley was swallowed by stunned silence. The three remaining killers stared at their fallen comrade in disbelief. Green Snake, one of the top assassins in the Black Sun organization, had just been knocked out cold by a single punch. These weren't amateurs. Every one of them was a highly trained killer, each having mastered at least 2 or 3 combat styles. But in that instant, none of them had seen it coming. The punch hadn't been flashy, hadn't seemed particularly special. There had been no clear technique, no recognizable martial arts form. It was as though Green Snake had simply stood still, letting the girl hit her. But that wasn't it. They knew, deep down, that something else had happened. Something they couldn't fully comprehend. This girl wasn't just some teenager playing dress-up. Black Eagle, still reeling from what he had just witnessed, stared down at his wife's unconscious form. Fear flickered in his eyes for the briefest moment before his instincts kicked in. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. If Green Snake had fallen, then this girl was no ordinary vigilante. She wasn't some child imitating superheroes, she was the real thing. Interesting, he muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes. He signaled to Kestrel and Ghostface with a barely perceptible nod, and immediately, the three killers began to move, forming a triangle around Batgirl. There was no more room for underestimation. They had seen enough to know this was a different game now. I've been wanting to test myself against one of these superheroes, Black Eagle said, his voice lowering into a deep growl. Looks like I finally get the chance. Despite his words, there was no honor in his approach. He had no intention of facing her alone. He and his remaining 2 teammates began to encircle her like wolves closing in on prey. The girl may have taken down Green Snake, but now they were prepared. They wouldn't be as easy to catch off guard. Linton, barely conscious, tried to push himself up from the wall. His body screamed in protest, his muscles weak and trembling from the earlier beating. He knew he couldn't fight, but he couldn't just stand by and let this girl face these killers alone. But as he looked at her calm, focused stance, her every movement precise and deliberate, he realized something. She didn't need his help. In fact, she was the one who was going to save him. Batgirl didn't wait for them to attack. She moved first, her focus locked onto Black Eagle. He was the biggest and most dangerous of the three, and she wasted no time. Her punch came too fast. Black Eagle barely had time to react. He took a step back, instinctively retreating, but it was a mistake. The second he moved, his footing faltered, and Batgirl was already inside his defenses. Before he could correct himself, her hand shot out, locking onto his arm in a strange, almost unnatural grip. There was a sickening snap as his arm was twisted beyond its limit. Black Eagle let out a guttural roar of pain, his massive form stumbling backward, clutching his now useless arm. It had happened in the blink of an eye. 2 moves, maybe 3, and one of the most feared assassins in the world had just been crippled. Kestrel and Ghostface exchanged a glance, their disbelief palpable. This was beyond anything they had imagined. But there was no time for hesitation. Ghostface lunged, his blade flashing in the dim light as he aimed for her throat. But Batgirl had already predicted his move. She ducked low, her body coiling like a spring, and countered with a sweeping leg kick. Ghostface, expecting the attack, shifted his weight to dodge, but it was a feint. The real attack came from her other leg, which snapped out with a precise, brutal force that caught him in the midsection. The impact lifted Ghostface off the ground, his knife clattering uselessly as he doubled over, clutching his stomach in agony. He fell to the ground, gasping for air, his face twisted in pain. Kestrel, seeing his teammate go down, took his chance. He charged forward, fists raised, ready to strike. But Batgirl didn't even need to turn around. She sensed him. With a calm, fluid motion, she spun on her heel, her eyes locking onto his. That glance stopped him in his tracks. It wasn't just fear, it was pure, primal instinct that told him his next move would be his last. In that brief moment, he saw the flaw in his own stance, the vulnerability he hadn't noticed until she showed it to him with a single glance. Desperation set in, and he tried to adjust his footing, but it was too late. Batgirl stepped in, her movement a blur, and grabbed his head with both hands, slamming his face downward. Her knee shot up with brutal efficiency, connecting with the bridge of Kestrel's nose with a sickening crack. Blood erupted from his nostrils as his body went limp, crumpling to the ground like a discarded rag doll. In a matter of seconds, Kestrel lay unconscious beside Ghostface and the incapacitated Black Eagle. The alley, once filled with the tension of impending violence, had fallen into an eerie, oppressive silence. The only sound that remained was the soft drip of rainwater trickling from a nearby gutter and the ragged breathing of the beaten assassins. Director Linton, leaning heavily against the wall, could barely comprehend what he had just witnessed. His jaw hung slack, his swollen, bruised face a mask of utter disbelief. This petite girl, this Batgirl, had systematically dismantled some of the most dangerous killers in the world as if it were child's play. 4 opponents, all dispatched in less than a minute. The thought clawed at his mind, how could this be possible? His instincts screamed that this girl should be vulnerable, that she couldn't possibly possess the strength, speed, or technique to take down hardened killers. But he had seen it with his own eyes, seen her movements, her precision, her absolute mastery of combat. And the most unsettling part? She didn't even seem winded. Batgirl turned slowly, her cloak swirling around her legs like dark smoke. Her body language remained calm, composed, as if what she had just done was as natural as breathing. To her, this wasn't extraordinary, it was just another fight. Black Eagle, nursing his broken arm, struggled to push himself up from the ground. He looked at Batgirl with wide, terrified eyes, his once towering bravado shattered. He had underestimated her from the moment she appeared, and now, he could feel it, the sheer weight of her power, her skill, her presence. This wasn't a girl. This was something else. Something far beyond his understanding. What are you? He gasped, voice trembling as he clutched his useless arm. His mind scrambled for answers, trying to reconcile the fact that a mere child, had bested him so easily. Batgirl tilted her head slightly, as though considering the question. Her eyes, hidden behind her mask, glinted with something that Black Eagle couldn't decipher, something dark, almost haunted. She pointed to the bat symbol on her chest, the hollow golden mark that gleamed faintly in the dim alleyway light. Revenge, she said slowly, her voice a little rough, as though she wasn't used to speaking. Batgirl. Although Black Eagle had asked the question, he hadn't expected an answer. His mind was already reeling from the events of the past few minutes, and the sight of Batgirl, this seemingly impossible figure, had only added to the confusion. He knew better than to expect clarity in a world of masks and shadows. If someone wears a mask, the whole point is anonymity. Asking who are you is pointless if they intend to keep their identity a secret. But then, to his surprise, she answered, revenge. Her voice was soft, almost too soft for the dark, rain-soaked alley. And her answer made no sense. Revenge? Whose revenge? His mind raced. Had their organization crossed paths with some long-forgotten enemy? An assassin they'd wronged? Or was she referring to something much deeper, more personal? Before he could grasp the meaning, his thoughts were abruptly cut off. Batgirl moved with lightning speed, her foot slamming into his forehead with precision. The blow was like a hammer, his consciousness instantly slipping away as he collapsed sideways, his body landing with a dull thud in the slick puddles that covered the alley floor. As Black Eagle fell, his world darkened, and the last thing he saw was Batgirl standing over him, her cloak billowing in the rain-soaked wind. In the aftermath, Director Linton, still dazed from the brutal beating he had endured earlier, stood in shock. His face was swollen, his breath labored from the deep ache in his ribs, and blood dripped from a gash along his cheekbone. Every movement sent pain coursing through his body, yet none of that compared to the disbelief that gripped him now. Batgirl's response. Her words. The entire scene. It had been surreal. Linton's mind raced. Batgirl, this strange figure who had just dismantled 4 of the world's most dangerous assassins, was not the ordinary vigilante the press liked to sensationalize. She was something far more mysterious, far more formidable. Batgirl's training, her language barrier, and the fragmented way she spoke, it all tied back to a unique past. Cassandra had lost the ability to communicate through words as a child, trained from birth to master martial arts so advanced, they came at the cost of her natural development. It wasn't until later, when she encountered a strange and whimsical benefactor, that she learned to read and speak again. Her language skills remained stunted, but she could communicate through action, through simple phrases and gestures. Her tribute to Batman, her idol, was clear in her movements and in her words. The dramatic phrases she'd uttered, which echoed Batman's own monologues about revenge and justice, sounded almost comical in her soft voice, given her linguistic struggles. But there was nothing funny about the efficiency with which she had taken down the 4 elite assassins of Black Sun. Linton's thoughts were interrupted as Batgirl stepped forward, her black armor glistening in the faint light. Her dark cape flared briefly, then settled around her small figure as she approached him with deliberate steps. In the dim light of the alley, her presence was otherworldly, almost as if she were a shadow given life. Linton, still struggling to process what had happened, found himself instinctively reaching out as she extended her hand. Her small, gloved hand felt surprisingly strong as it gripped his. She helped him up effortlessly, a testament to the hidden strength that lay beneath her seemingly delicate frame. The moment their hands touched, Linton couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This small figure, this girl, had just done the impossible. Once standing, Linton tried to compose himself, but the pain in his ribs flared up sharply, causing him to wince. A coughing fit overtook him, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. He quickly turned his head, spitting blood onto the ground beside him. Ahem, sorry about that, he managed to say, his voice rough. Wasn't exactly my best day. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling the jagged pain as it brushed against his bruised cheek. The pain reminded him of the beating he had endured, the blows he had taken before Batgirl arrived. "I'm usually better than this," he muttered, mostly to himself. He wasn't even sure why he was saying it, perhaps out of embarrassment, or some strange need to salvage his pride in front of this girl who had so effortlessly saved him. But when Linton looked up, ready to thank her, Batgirl was gone. The alley, once filled with tension and violence, now seemed empty, save for the unconscious bodies of the 4 assassins still lying on the ground. The rain fell steadily, pattering softly against the pavement, washing away the blood and grime. Linton blinked in confusion. How had she disappeared so quickly? Even in his injured state, his senses were usually sharp. But Batgirl had vanished as if she had never been there at all. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the empty alleyway. Was it all in his head? Had he imagined the entire encounter? But no. The groaning figures of Black Eagle, Green Snake, Kestrel, and Ghost Face, scattered across the ground, told him otherwise. The battle had been real, as had her presence. Linton lowered his gaze to his hand, the one that had briefly held hers. He could still feel the strength of her grip, the weight of her assistance. The entire night had been a whirlwind of impossible events, culminating in something far beyond what he had ever experienced in his career. News of the confrontation in Grey City spread quickly. The capture of the 4 top assassins from Black Sun, Black Eagle, Green Snake, Kestrel, and Ghost Face became the talk of the city. Their simultaneous defeat was not just a significant blow to the organization but an earth-shattering event within the entire world of hired killers. Adding to the sensation was the fact that, just weeks before, Venomous Bee, another elite assassin, had been captured under mysterious circumstances in the same city. For professional killers around the world, Grey City had long been considered a safe zone, a place where corrupt officials ensured law enforcement would turn a blind eye to their activities. The city was known for its underworld connections, making it a fertile ground for lucrative contracts. But now, with 6 of Black Sun's top operatives taken down, Grey City had become something of a death trap. Rumors swirled through the criminal underworld, and every assassin began to wonder who or what had taken down their best. The media, of course, latched onto the story, spinning it into a heroic narrative. The headlines proclaimed that Director Linton had single-handedly fought off the 4 Black Sun assassins, capturing them despite being outnumbered and severely injured. To Linton, the version of events felt like a mockery of the truth. He had barely survived. He had been beaten, bloodied, and only saved by Batgirl's intervention. But when he tried to set the record straight, no one wanted to listen. Even his superiors brushed him off. "You should just keep quiet about all of this," his commanding officer told him one day as he lay in the hospital, still recovering from his injuries. The officer's tone was calm but firm, his words deliberate. He adjusted his glasses, peering down at Linton with a look of mild exasperation. "Are you really suggesting we tell the public that the head of Grey City's FBI was attacked, nearly killed, and then saved by a little girl dressed as a bat?" The officer's voice was low, but the edge of irritation was unmistakable. The public's already on edge with the rise of these vigilantes. And let's not forget the fact that people are losing faith in the police system. The city can't afford to look weak right now, not when we've just started turning things around. The officer's eyes gleamed as he leaned in closer, his voice softening into a more dangerous tone. "Do you think anyone is going to take our department seriously if we tell them a little girl took down 4 of the world's most dangerous killers?" Linton swallowed hard, his throat dry. He knew the answer to that. The public's trust in law enforcement was fragile, and any hint of incompetence could shatter it entirely. They needed a hero, and apparently, he was going to be it whether he liked it or not. "But that's not the truth," Linton said quietly. "She saved me. I owe her my life." The officer adjusted his glasses again, giving a small, non-committal shrug. "Then let that be the truth," he replied. "Go be that hero, Director Linton. Be the hero this city needs." Linton was left with no choice but to comply. As much as he wanted to give credit where it was due, he couldn't risk the department's reputation. And so, the official story became his, Director Linton, the heroic leader who had taken down 4 elite assassins. Meanwhile, far from Grey City, in a location known only to those within the Black Sun organization, chaos reigned. The loss of 6 top operatives had thrown the entire organization into a state of frenzy. Black Eagle, Green Snake, Kestrel, Ghost Face, Venomous Bee, and his partner, each of them was a renowned killer in their own right, and yet, they had all been captured in Grey City. The meeting room at Black Sun's base was tense. Voices were raised in frustration, accusations flying as the organization's higher UPS tried to make sense of what had gone wrong. "That damn Director Linton," one of the lieutenants snarled, his fists clenched tightly. "He promised to clean up Grey City, and it looks like he's doing it." When Director Linton had taken office, he'd made lofty promises about cracking down on the city's criminal underworld. At the time, most had laughed it off, assuming his words were nothing more than political posturing. Now, no one was laughing. "He's taken down our best man," another voice chimed in, this one more measured but no less concerned. "And if we go after him again, we might lose more." The room fell silent as that uncomfortable truth settled over them. Black Sun's greatest strength had always been its ability to strike from the shadows, to assassinate targets with precision before anyone even knew they were there. But with their best killers defeated, Director Linton had become a formidable opponent. From the shadows, a cold, calculated voice broke the silence. "Enough." The voice came from the screen at the head of the room, where a dark figure loomed in shadow. Black Sun himself, the founder of the organization, the living legend who had established this empire of killers. No one dared to speak as his voice resonated through the room. "I'll handle Director Linton myself." Black Sun's presence, even through a screen, was enough to send a chill through the room. His sharp, calculating eyes gleamed in the darkness, and though he had long since retired from active work, his word was law. The room fell deathly quiet. No one questioned him. After finishing today's task, Charlie couldn't help but feel a strange sense of accomplishment. He had gained a lot of new fans in various senses of the word. First of all, there was the Spider-Man craze in Riverton City. The local hero's deeds had spread across the city like wildfire within a single day. Spider-Man's actions, from his acrobatic leaps to his heroic efforts, had garnered admiration from citizens, and Charlie blindly guessed that Spider-Man's latest feat, stopping a runaway train with his bare hands, must have sent the authorities spiraling into disarray. If the officials weren't already pulling their hair out, this would certainly drive them over the edge. It wasn't just the city's law enforcement struggling to keep up. Every few days, some new spectacle would take place, refreshing the public's perspective and sending ripples of disbelief through government offices, media outlets, and expert panels alike. The upper management and specialists were sleepless, trying to figure out what would happen next. But Spider-Man wasn't the only one stirring up the city. The pressure had also mounted on the underworld and various assassins operating within Grey City. For several days, a combination of Batgirl and Daredevil had been active, disrupting street crimes and gradually gaining notoriety. The duo had gone beyond urban legend status, but their activity had remained in the shadows, never making enough noise to shake the city's criminal foundations. That changed when they finally made a major move, clashing with 6 elite killers from the infamous Black Sun organization. The public didn't know the full extent of what had transpired, but what they did know was enough to make headlines. The 6 assassins had been dealt with, but the credit and the blame fell squarely on Director Linton, the newly appointed chief of Grey City's FBI. This, Charlie knew, was only the beginning. Charlie suspected that the attention of more top-tier killers would soon turn to Director Linton. He had a sinking feeling that Linton's days of navigating life without peril were over. The chief was now in the crosshairs of the underworld, and Charlie had a premonition that the journey of constant ambushes, attacks, and near-death experiences had just begun. For Charlie, this was nothing more than an opportunity, a wellspring of experience and rewards. He had already set Daredevil on auto-hack mode earlier, using the character to collect experience points while observing his surroundings. But he made sure to extend his actions to include one critical area, the route that Director Linton frequently traveled from his FBI office to his residence. Linton had unknowingly become a walking trap, serving as the bait that lured in top killers. The world's most dangerous killers would line up, and all he had to do was harvest the rewards, one after another. And for Charlie, this was almost effortless. However, Charlie's primary focus remained on the Grove Group, which had recently surfaced as a suspicious entity. After multiple sources had pointed the finger at the group, claiming it was tied to shady activities within the city, Charlie had only half believed the allegations. He had already grown suspicious of Grey City's authorities, particularly the 9th Special Service Division, and the asylum had always struck him as a place riddled with secrets. When it came to Grove, Charlie wasn't sure who to trust, but he knew one thing for certain: there was no concrete evidence yet. He wasn't ready to jump to conclusions. Charlie had already infiltrated the asylum once before, gaining access and becoming familiar with its inner workings. Now that he had laid the groundwork, his next step was to confirm the Grove Group's intentions and true nature. Friday's investigation into the pharmaceutical group was revealing. Charlie realized that there was indeed some truth to the rumors. The Grove Group wasn't just a shady business. There was a secret government agency hidden within it. Over the past 2 days, the 9th Special Service Division had been negotiating with the group, but the details remained unclear. It seemed the waters ran deeper than anyone anticipated. More shocking, however, was the revelation that the agency within Grove had ties to the CIA, specifically a specialized arm of the agency known as the Bureau of Special Intelligence and Investigation. The Bureau had been established to investigate supernatural phenomena, things like cursed relics, haunted antiques, and even ghost sightings. Originally, Grove was nothing more than a cover for the Bureau's work. But over time, it seemed the agency had overreached its bounds. What had once been an organization dedicated to investigating the unknown had become something far more sinister. And the name Grove felt like a bad omen to Charlie. It seemed backward, unlucky, and a warning sign of disaster. It was as though they had jinxed themselves by using that name for their operations. The identity of the Bureau of Special Intelligence and Investigation solidified Charlie's concerns, forcing him to re-evaluate their allegations. The 9th Special Service Division had its problems, and those were undeniable. Ever since Phantom had first appeared, the asylum's response to this otherworldly threat had been lackluster. Rather than fighting back, they seemed content to lie down and wait for someone else to handle the crisis. But despite the asylum's incompetence, Charlie couldn't dismiss the possibility that Grove had a legitimate claim. The situation was complex, and jumping to conclusions would be dangerous. After all, ever since he had infiltrated the asylum, Charlie had been sifting through layers of secrets, trying to distinguish fact from fiction. The challenge now was figuring out which high-ranking officials could be trusted and which might be the insider. According to the Grove Group, the mole was likely a high-level individual, someone with decision-making power. Most of the senior officials at the asylum had private servers, and Charlie knew that infiltrating these servers could be the key to finding the mole. His first target was obvious: Professor Miyazaki. Professor Miyazaki had been on Charlie's radar for a while. Even without the Grove Group's accusations, Miyazaki had always struck Charlie as someone suspicious. The professor's obsession with research seemed to outweigh his sense of morality, and Charlie couldn't ignore the strange circumstances surrounding Miyazaki's encounter with Phantom. The professor had survived a shot to the head, a wound that should have been fatal. It wasn't just Charlie's instincts telling him to suspect Miyazaki. His history, his actions, and his demeanor all pointed towards something off-kilter. Locating Professor Miyazaki's private laboratory, however, wasn't easy. His facility was top secret, hidden underground. Few knew where it was, but that wasn't a problem for Friday. She quickly located it. The lab was buried beneath layers of high-tech security, designed to keep intruders out. But for Batman, there was no need to use the front door. Like a bat flying silently through the night, Batman glided toward the facility's location. Using detective mode, he pinpointed the lab's exact coordinates and, with a quick maneuver, adjusted his cape to slow his descent. Allen mode activated, came the prompt as Batman approached the facility. In an instant, Batman phased through the layers of metal and earth, bypassing the barriers entirely. Using his shockwave ability, he created a controlled burst of force, allowing him to penetrate the underground facility. His descent was seamless, his cape helping to slow his landing as he arrived in the lab. His black boots touched down on the metal floor without a sound. Normally, the lab's motion sensors would have triggered alarms, sending a direct alert to Professor Miyazaki's phone and activating the lab's defense systems. Turrets would have emerged, high-voltage electricity would have surged through the floors and walls, and any intruder would have been obliterated within seconds. But none of that happened. Batman had already hacked into the control center before he even entered the facility. The sensors had been disabled, neutralized before they could react. As always, Batman followed the code of preparation before action, never charging in unprepared. It was a principle Charlie had learned through years of playing. His next obstacle was the elevator, the only direct route to the lab's control center. The elevator was secured by multiple layers of authentication, facial recognition, retinal scanning, and voiceprint verification. But again, Batman was ready. Holographic camouflage system activated, came the quiet response from his suit. A ripple of light swept over Batman's body, and within seconds, his appearance transformed. Now, instead of the gray-black armor, he was the spitting image of Professor Miyazaki, complete with the professor's white lab coat and ID badge. He approached the elevator and pressed the button. A laser swept across his fabricated face, scanning his retinal data. All green. Finally, an artificial intelligence voice chimed, "Good evening, Professor Miyazaki." To the untrained eye, it might have seemed like a routine greeting, but Batman knew better. This was the final test, the voiceprint verification system. If Batman failed to respond, the system would lock down, sending an immediate alert to Miyazaki. But Charlie was always prepared. Batman reached into his cloak, producing a voiceprint simulation device. He pressed a button, and Professor Miyazaki's voice played in perfect sync. "Good evening," the recording echoed. "Certification successful," the AI replied, its tone warm and welcoming. "Have a nice night, Professor Miyazaki." The elevator doors slid open, and Batman stepped inside. Descending into the hidden depths of the lab, the two metal doors slid apart with a mechanical whir as Yvonne entered the room. The sterile glow of fluorescent lights greeted him, casting harsh shadows across the occupants already seated at the large, circular table. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, the kind of pressure that made every move feel calculated, every glance meaningful. As Yvonne stepped inside, his eyes swept the room, assessing the people present. He first noticed Fana, the quiet and withdrawn girl whose powers to control phantoms had made her both an asset and a mystery. She sat slumped over the table, her small frame nearly swallowed by the oversized chair, her head resting on her folded arms as she slept, oblivious to the tension around her. Next was Larry Wade, the agent whose recent demonstration of his abilities in the ruins had left an impression on everyone. His lean frame was relaxed as he leaned back in his chair, his legs crossed casually, and his fingers swiped idly across the screen of his phone. When he noticed Yvonne, he gave a lazy wave, his expression unreadable but somehow welcoming, like a comrade greeting an old friend after years apart. Across from them was Miss Sonar, Agent Duen, sitting with impeccable posture, her back rigid and her hands folded neatly in her lap. She seemed like a student awaiting a lecture, every muscle in her body poised as if she might leap into action at any moment. Her pale face was focused, her sharp eyes occasionally flicking toward the front of the room. At the head of the table sat two individuals: Commander Ross, the authoritative and ever-serious leader of the 9th Special Service Division, and the infamous Professor Miyazaki, whose genius was matched only by his disregard for typical social norms. The automatic doors closed behind Yvonne, sealing the room with a soft hiss. He walked further inside, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpeting. His eyes shifted toward Commander Ross, whose piercing gaze was already locked on him. "Please, take a seat, Agent Petrov," Commander Ross said, his voice steady, almost clinical. Yvonne complied, settling into an empty chair near the middle of the room. As he sat, he could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, a gnawing sense of anticipation building in his gut. Something significant was about to happen. As he scanned the faces around the room again, he noted the variety of expressions. Larry still seemed completely at ease, almost detached from the gravity of the situation, while Miss Sonar appeared to be bracing herself for some monumental revelation. Fana, meanwhile, remained oblivious, her soft breathing the only sound she contributed to the tension-filled room. It seems everyone is here, Commander Ross began, his voice breaking the silence that had settled like a heavy blanket over the room. As some of you may have heard, today's meeting is not an ordinary briefing. What we are about to discuss concerns a proposal one that could change the future of the 9th Special Service Division and, perhaps, the entire direction of our operations. His gaze swept across the room, pausing for a moment on each person, as if to underscore the seriousness of his words. This proposal was brought forward by Professor Miyazaki, and until now, only he and I were aware of its full scope. At this, all eyes turned to Professor Miyazaki, who seemed more preoccupied with his tablet than with the room full of agents waiting for him to speak. He was slouched in his chair, tapping away at the screen with an absent-mindedness that belied the gravity of the situation. When Commander Ross gestured for him to take over, Miyazaki finally looked up, though it was clear he wasn't particularly thrilled about explaining his ideas. With a sigh, he stood, his lanky figure looking oddly out of place in the sharp, high-tech setting of the conference room. All right, let's get to the point, Miyazaki muttered, scratching the back of his head before reluctantly addressing the room. You all know how difficult things have gotten lately. The appearance of phantoms has thrown everything we thought we knew about infection control and supernatural threats into chaos. Our existing strategies, they just aren't cutting it anymore. At this, Fana stirred, her eyes blinking open as she woke from her nap. She sat up slowly, rubbing her eyes, her expression groggy and innocent in contrast to the tension in the room. The phantoms are something else, Miyazaki continued. They're not just an evolution of the infected, they're something entirely new. Something we humans have conjured up, but which now far surpasses us. You've all experienced it in the field. Phantoms are faster, stronger, and far more dangerous than anything we've dealt with before. They're unpredictable. He glanced around the room, his eyes lingering on each agent for a moment before continuing. The usual response teams, while capable, just aren't equipped to handle this new kind of threat. That's why I've proposed the creation of a specialized task force, a group made up of only the most capable agents, those with unique abilities who can handle threats that ordinary teams simply cannot. Miyazaki reached for the remote, pressing a button that activated the large display screen behind him. A document appeared on the screen, the title in bold letters, Ultimate Power. Ivan raised an eyebrow. Ultimate Power, he muttered under his breath. Couldn't they come up with something less generic? Ignoring the remark, Commander Ross took over. This task force would be our sharpest edge, a unit composed of agents who not only excel in combat but also possess special abilities that make them invaluable in the field. The phantoms, the growing supernatural threats, we need a response team that can meet them head-on. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle on the room. Each of you has been handpicked by Professor Miyazaki because of your unique talents. But participation in this program is voluntary. No one will be forced to join. If you feel this isn't for you, now is the time to say so. Silence filled the room once more. The weight of the decision they were being asked to make was palpable. Finally, Miss Sonar was the first to speak, her voice soft but steady. I'm not sure I'm cut out for something like this, she admitted, her brow furrowing. I have some abilities, sure, but I've never considered myself special. Not like the others. Miyazaki smiled kindly. Your abilities are more valuable than you realize, Agent Duen. You've barely scratched the surface of what you're capable of. Trust me when I say, you belong in this program. The question is whether you want to be. She hesitated, her gaze flicking between Miyazaki and Commander Ross, who nodded in silent encouragement. I'll need time to think about it, she said finally. Go back. Discuss. Fana's quiet voice chimed in, her words simple but clear. The young girl was clearly indicating that she would need to consult with her mother before making a decision. It was no surprise Fana had always been close to her mother and trusted her opinion above all else. It sounds like a good plan, Larry Wade said nonchalantly, breaking the tension with his laid-back demeanor. I'm in. The ease with which he made his decision took Ivan by surprise. He had expected Larry to be more reluctant, given his independent nature. But perhaps there was more to Larry than met the eye. Commander Ross nodded, satisfied with Larry's quick decision. His gaze then turned to Ivan, the last holdout. And you, Agent Petrov? What do you think? Ivan shifted in his seat, his mind racing. He hadn't expected to be put on the spot so quickly. The proposal was intriguing, no doubt, but there was a part of him that hesitated, a part that questioned whether this was truly the right path. After the meeting ended, and Ivan returned to his residence, the weight of the day's events hung heavily on him. He stripped off his clothes, letting the hot water of the shower cascade over him, trying to wash away the tension that had built up throughout the day. But even the scalding water couldn't dissolve the lingering uncertainty. The idea of joining Professor Miyazaki's special task force weighed on him. It wasn't just the fear of the unknown, nor the risk of failure, it was the nagging doubts about the organization itself. Trust was in short supply. Even the rumors swirling around the high-ranking officials of the division, the whispers of insider corruption and rogue agents, had left Ivan questioning everything he thought he knew about the people he worked for. And then there was Siegel, the enigmatic figure from the Grove Group, who had left Ivan with a one-time communication device. It was meant to be used only if Ivan ever found something within the 9th Division that made him question their integrity. The mere existence of that device was enough to plant seeds of doubt in his mind. As he lay in bed that night, his body heavy with exhaustion, Ivan's mind raced. Sleep came slowly, and when it finally did, his dreams were filled with faces from his past. Old Brooke, always lounging with a cigarette, Melanie Chase, her passionate speeches about changing the world. They were gone now, but their words lingered, echoes of a past that still shaped his present. And then, from the depths of his dreams, a new figure emerged, a figure cloaked in black, with a bat-like silhouette. Batman. His presence brought a strange sense of calm, an inexplicable trust. But that peace was shattered when Ivan woke up to the harsh reality of cold metal pressed against his face, the black muzzles of several guns, all aimed directly at him. The 9th Special Service Division, aircraft carrier. Less than 24 hours ago, Ivan Petrov had been walking freely aboard this same vessel, a respected member of the elite team. Now, shackled and restrained in an interrogation room, the cold metal of the handcuffs bit into his wrists. Chains, taut and heavy, stretched from the steel cuffs to the far end of the table, bolted firmly into the ground. The air in the room was thick with tension, stifling under the dim, sterile lights that flickered occasionally above. It was a far cry from the freedom and command he once held. Ivan shifted slightly in his seat, the scrape of his chair against the metal floor echoing in the otherwise silent room. His mind churned as he tried to piece together the events that had led him here. Nothing made sense. He had been a loyal agent, despite his unorthodox methods, and had always carried out his missions successfully. The worst that could be pinned on him was his phantom alter ego, an uncontrollable manifestation of his darkest instincts. Sure, it had caused trouble, but he had dealt with it. Or maybe, it was Melanie Chase's defection, and her subsequent death at his hands, that had sparked suspicion. Though even that felt like old news by now, something no longer relevant. The only other thread he could grasp was the conversation he had with the Grove team during his last mission in the ruins. Maybe the service division suspected him of leaking too much information. Perhaps there was a mole inside the 9th Division, someone who had set him up. As his thoughts spiraled, the door slid open with a near-silent hiss. In walked Detective Riles, a man dressed sharply in the black uniform of the 9th Special Service Division, his demeanor cold and calculated. Ivan knew Riles. They had worked together before, though they weren't close. There was always something off-putting about the detective's steely professionalism, as though empathy had no place in his world. Finally, Ivan muttered, his voice dry as he stifled a yawn. I was starting to think you were leaving me here to rot. So, what's the accusation this time? Riles didn't respond to the jab. He moved with precision, his eyes never leaving Ivan, setting down a sleek, black laptop on the table. The metallic clink of the chains echoed softly as Ivan shifted to get a better look at the screen. The tension was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. The detective opened the laptop, the glow of the screen casting harsh light across Riles' sharp features. He turned it toward Ivan. On the screen was a high-resolution photo of a young man in a military-style uniform. Ivan stared at the face on the screen, his mind recalling the name before he even needed to speak it aloud. Helson, he said, his voice low. Yeah, I remember him. One of the team members who didn't make it out of the ruins. Died during the last OP. The weight of those words hung in the air. The mission had been dangerous from the outset, a descent into chaos almost from the moment they touched down. Ivan had managed to salvage a victory, retrieving critical intel and getting most of the team out alive, but a few, including Helson, hadn't been so lucky. The ruins had claimed them. Of course, you remember, Riles said, his voice emotionless. You should. Something in Riles' tone caused a knot to form in Ivan's gut. The detective's words were a prelude to something more, something darker. With a few keystrokes, Riles closed the photo and began playing a video. It was grainy at first, but the clarity sharpened as the footage began to roll. It was a body cam recording. Helson's body cam. Ivan leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the screen. The footage was shaky, the beam of a flashlight cutting through the darkness of what was unmistakably the underground ruins where they had conducted their mission. The harsh breathing of the young agent filled the audio, his fear evident in every labored breath. The camera trembled with his hands, the stress and tension making every movement jerky and uncertain. Suddenly, a figure stepped into the light. Ivan's figure. The screen illuminated Ivan's face, or at least someone who looked exactly like him. The same cold expression, the same eyes narrowed with focus, as though the situation was nothing more than a battlefield training session. The real Ivan felt a chill race down his spine. He knew he had never encountered Helson in the ruins. This, whatever this was not him. But the figure on the screen was indistinguishable from him in every way. Sir, Helson stammered in the video, clearly startled. I didn't see you. I thought. Your condition is terrible, the Ivan on the screen said, his voice clipped and harsh. Keep calm and keep your gun steady, or you're not going to survive this mission. It's basic training, but it looks like I'll have to remind you here. Sorry, won't happen again, sir, Helson stuttered, his fear tangible. If there's a next time, came the cold reply. Ivan watched as his doppelganger asked Helson a few more questions, probing for information. Then, as calmly as if he were ordering lunch, the Ivan in the video raised a gun. The barrel was aimed directly at Helson. The young agent barely had time to react. His gasp of horror filled the screen as a gunshot rang out. The video spiraled, the camera falling to the ground as Helson collapsed, his life snuffed out in an instant. The screen cut to black. The silence that followed was oppressive. Ivan felt his jaw tighten, though his face betrayed no emotion beyond a flicker in his eyes. Across from him, Riles studied him, his fingers intertwined, resting under his chin as though waiting for a confession. Anything you want to say? Riles asked, breaking the silence, his voice low and expectant. Ivan stared at the black screen for a moment longer, as though expecting it to come back to life. His mind was racing, calculating his next move, but outwardly, he remained calm. No, Ivan said finally, his voice deliberate. I can see this situation doesn't look good for me. But no matter what I say, you're not going to believe it, are you? Try me, Riles countered. Ivan leaned back in his chair, the chains rattling slightly with the movement. He tapped his knuckles lightly on the metal table, the sound a small, hollow echo. Do you believe that was me in the video? He asked, eyes locked on Riles. Seeing is believing, Riles replied. The footage came directly from Helson's body camera. Standard 9th Division procedure. You know how it works. Ivan raised an eyebrow. We deal with impossible things all the time, don't we? Shapeshifters, mind control. You remember Melanie Chase, the one who could turn into anyone, even mimic their voice. She's dead, Riles interrupted. You made sure of that. True, Ivan said, nodding slightly. But just because she's gone doesn't mean the trick died with her. Maybe, Riles conceded, though his tone was far from agreeable. But you've got a history of impulsive behavior, disobeying orders, and that phantom doppelganger of yours, who's to say it's not still lurking in your mind, influencing you. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Ivan's lips. You've really thought this through. So you admit the video is real. That's not what I said, Ivan replied coolly. I haven't seen Helson since we landed in those ruins. This video? It never happened, not from where I'm standing. Did you even check my body cam? It was damaged in the ruins, Riles said icily. Conveniently. Ivan sighed, leaning back again. Then I guess I don't have anything more to say, do I? Riles stood abruptly, gathering his things, clearly frustrated. Those handcuffs, he said, motioning to Ivan's restraints, are designed to inhibit your abilities. Professor Miyazaki's invention. You're welcome to try escaping. I'd like to see you try. Maybe you're right, Ivan replied with a lazy grin, his voice dripping with indifference. Maybe I am an unstable factor. But for what it's worth, I don't care anymore. With one last glare, Riles left the room, the door closing behind him with a finality that echoed through the room. The weight of isolation pressed in on Ivan, but he remained calm, even smiling faintly. His thoughts turned again to Siegel's words. The ruins mission had been a trap. Someone, perhaps even someone within the division, had set them up to fail. Now, it seemed they were using this fabricated video as a way to eliminate him. But it wasn't just him, was it? Fana, Duan, Larry Wade, they were probably all being targeted in their own ways. Whoever was pulling the strings didn't just want him gone, they wanted the entire Ultimate Power team dismantled before it could even begin. The enemy was hidden, powerful, and entrenched within the 9th Division itself. The situation was dire. Unless, Agent Petrov. The voice came from behind him, hoarse and rasping, like the whisper of death itself. Ivan's lips curled into a dark smile, his suspicions confirmed. Well, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Came just in time. That night, a no-name bar, with a battered exterior, stood like any other bar you'd find in the poorer parts of Riverton City. The neon sign, reading simply bar, flickered intermittently, its light sputtering and dimming from years of neglect. Its faded letters hung lopsided, with large patches of darkness where the neon tubes had burned out long ago. No one had bothered to fix it, and judging by the state of things, no one ever would. The door creaked open. From the hazy, cigarette-saturated interior, Agent Larry Wade stumbled out. Clutching a half-empty bottle of cheap whiskey, he looked like a man who had spent the night steeped in bad decisions. His steps were uneven, his gait unsteady, but there was a sliver of satisfaction etched onto his flushed face. Tonight had been different from the usual monotony. The bartender was new, a young woman with fishnet stockings and a sultry, honeyed accent that had made Larry's otherwise dreary evening a little more tolerable. Perhaps it was her smile, or maybe her effortless charm, but she had enticed him into more drinks than usual. And Larry, never one to resist temptation, had indulged. As he emerged from the bar, a group of rough-looking men sporting blue dragon and white tiger tattoos slipped past him, vanishing into the night. Larry barely noticed them. Instead, he focused on his own drunken swagger, humming a soft tune as he swigged from the bottle, the liquor sloshing against the glass in rhythm with his steps. At that moment, he didn't resemble the well-trained operative he truly was. His disheveled appearance and drunken demeanor made him seem like just another reveler from the city's seedy underbelly, staggering home after too much to drink. His usual sharpness dulled, hidden beneath the haze of alcohol and sleepless nights. Maybe that was why they thought he was an easy target. Larry's steps slowed as he crossed the street, glancing sideways at a flicker of movement in the shadows. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but to Larry, it was like a blaring alarm. He had seen something, or rather, someone. His fingers tightened around the bottle. Without breaking stride, he lifted the bottle to his lips and took one last, long gulp. Then, in one swift motion, he turned on his heel and smashed the bottle into the darkness beside him. Crash! The bottle exploded against something solid, sending glass shards flying in all directions. Larry's hand shot forward, grabbing a figure hiding in the shadows. With a powerful yank, he pulled the man into the dim glow of the streetlight and slammed him into the ground. The man groaned, writhing in pain as he hit the cold pavement. Larry smirked, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, still swaying slightly on his feet. If you think I'm that easy to, he stopped, blinking in surprise. The man he'd pulled from the shadows wasn't a street thug or a hired gun. He was wearing the unmistakable uniform of the 9th Special Service Division. Larry's frown deepened. You're one of ours, he growled, his drunken haze momentarily lifting. Then why the hell were you? His words trailed off as a sharp pricking sensation hit his back. Larry's body tensed. He spun around, his senses flaring with a sudden realization there wasn't just one. Around him, more figures emerged from the shadows, their movements silent and precise. Soldiers. They were perched on rooftops and hidden in alleyways, all armed with tranquilizer guns. Larry's eyes narrowed as a volley of darts peppered his back, injecting a potent anesthetic into his bloodstream. But Larry didn't fall. With a guttural snarl, he kicked the agent at his feet aside, sending him sprawling. He staggered forward, his body heavy, his movements slow, but he fought through the growing numbness. He managed to slip into the narrow alley beside the bar, using the buildings for cover, but more soldiers descended from above, blocking his path with zip lines. Larry bared his teeth. They weren't going to stop him that easily. He charged forward, slamming into one of the soldiers, driving his shoulder into the man's chest and sending him crashing into the opposite wall. The second soldier tried to dodge, but Larry's reflexes were too fast. His hand shot out, grabbing the man by the collar and yanking him forward into a brutal knee strike. The impact knocked the soldier's head back, blood splattering onto the brick wall as he crumpled to the ground. But more darts struck Larry in the back, piercing through his shirt and injecting more of the tranquilizer into his system. The numbing sensation spread faster, his muscles tightening as the drug took hold. More soldiers surrounded him, dropping down from above and closing in from all sides. The target's still mobile. He's not down yet, one of the soldiers yelled, his voice laced with panic. This can't be possible. This dose should have taken down an elephant. There's a change in protocol? The target hasn't fallen. The leader barked into his headset. We need a reassessment. If he releases the phantom, we're screwed. There's no need for concern. Continue as planned. The voice on the other end was calm, almost soothing. Relax, Captain. The phantom won't be released. After all, on board the 9th aircraft carrier, Professor Miyazaki leaned forward, his expression confident as he spoke into the microphone. No one understands the agents of the 9th better than I do. Their peculiarities, their limitations. They are my creation. Back on the streets, Miyazaki's prediction was proving true. Despite being pushed to the brink, Larry never summoned the phantom that everyone feared. But that didn't make him any less dangerous. His body was riddled with tranquilizer darts, yet he fought on, taking down soldier after soldier with sheer brute strength. His fists flew in rapid succession, breaking bones, shattering jaws, and leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. His endurance was nothing short of monstrous. It took 4 soldiers to finally subdue him. They wrapped ropes around his limbs, pulling them tight until his arms and legs were stretched into a cruciform. His muscles bulged, veins popping as he strained against the restraints, but even then, he refused to fall. He let out a roar, a primal, guttural sound that sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers surrounding him. For a brief moment, they feared that his phantom might still appear, bringing with it destruction and chaos. But then, like a candle snuffed out, Larry collapsed. Target secured. Preparing for extraction. The team leader wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands trembling as he stared down at Larry's unconscious form. Larry could have summoned the phantom at any moment and wiped them all out. So why didn't he? Good work. Bring him in, Professor Miyazaki said calmly, cutting the communication. Almost immediately, another line came through. It was from a second strike team. Their target, Fana, the young girl whose phantom was tied to her emotional fragility. Everyone in the 9th knew about Fana's delicate mental state and her attachment to her phantom, which she imagined as her late mother. Up until now, her mental evaluations had been classified as controllable. Apparently, that assessment had changed. Report, no trace of the target. No trace. Miyazaki's voice sharpened. She's not in her room, the team leader replied. We believe she was tipped off or sensed our presence. The scene suggests she escaped through the window. The red phantom does have heightened senses, independent of her. It's no surprise you were detected. Miyazaki sighed. Withdraw for now. We'll deal with her later. As Miyazaki leaned back, deep in thought, another agent burst into the room, his face pale. Sir. What now? Miyazaki snapped, his patience wearing thin. It's Agent Ivan Petrov. He's escaped from the interrogation room. Miyazaki's expression darkened. In a derelict, abandoned factory on the outskirts of Riverton City, the dim lighting barely illuminated the cracked walls and rusting metal beams. The sound of heavy breathing echoed through the hollow structure, followed by the faint clink of metal. Cats? The electronic shackles fell to the ground, released by a universal breaker. Ivan Petrov flexed his wrists, glancing at the imposing figure beside him. You really do come and go as you please, don't you? Ivan muttered, rubbing the soreness from his wrists. His eyes flicked to Batman, the corner of his mouth twisting into a half-smile. I thought for sure you'd drag me to some hidden bat cave or something. I was actually curious to see what your lair would look like. Do you live in an actual cave? Batman didn't respond, his expression unreadable behind the mask. Ivan chuckled, but his tone quickly became more serious. I didn't do it, you know. He was, of course, referring to the video that showed him attacking his comrades. Ivan didn't care much for the opinions of others, but for some reason, he needed Batman to believe him. He didn't care if the rest of the world thought he was guilty, only Batman's opinion mattered. I know, Batman rasped quietly. That's why I'm here. You, no. Ivan blinked, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over him. But at the same time, confusion clouded his mind. How could you know? The evidence is overwhelming. I've only got my word, but they've got video, live surveillance. They're saying I've lost my mind. Almost overwhelming, Batman interrupted, his gravelly voice cold. The video was recorded in advance. They manually replaced the footage from the surveillance system. Ivan's eyes widened. You mean, it's a pre-recorded video? They used AI to replace the real footage with an altered version of you. The lighting was dim, and the tech was advanced enough to make it look convincing. Ivan's mind raced as he processed the information. So, someone within the ninth, with high enough clearance, tampered with the system. Exactly, Batman replied, his tone steely. This isn't an isolated incident. You're being targeted. Ivan sighed, rubbing his temples. I didn't want to believe it, but maybe those warnings from the pharmaceutical group weren't so far off. Batman's voice dropped lower, more ominous. And I think I already know who's behind it. Ivan's eyes snapped up. 9th Special Service Division, aircraft carrier. Professor Miyazaki sat in his sterile, white-walled laboratory, the hum of various machines droning in the background. He was deep in the heart of the aircraft carrier, the nerve center of Secret Service 9, where every critical decision was made. His hands moved fluidly as he handled call after call, compiling field reports and attempting to piece together the chaotic situation. The tension was thick, palpable, and rising with every passing minute. The Ultimate Power Project, Miyazaki's brainchild, was supposed to be the next evolution in how Secret Service 9 operated. But things had not gone as planned. In fact, the operation had hit numerous snags before it could even truly begin. Ivan Petrov had been the first target, the first agent they needed to control. His capture had seemed smooth initially, too smooth in retrospect. Shortly after detaining him, he disappeared from right under their noses, vanishing from the heavily secured aircraft carrier as though he'd dissolved into thin air. The entire crew was left dumbfounded. It didn't take a genius to figure out who might have been behind his escape. There weren't many individuals in the world who could pull off such a feat, certainly none within their ranks. Well, at least according to Dr. Richard, no one should have been able to break into their facilities undetected. But there were always those few who treated even their most secure areas like personal playgrounds, slipping in and out with an arrogance that infuriated the powers that be. So far, no one had been able to stop this silent trespasser. From Ivan's past missions, Miyazaki knew that the agent held a deep fascination and, perhaps, an unhealthy respect for masked vigilantes, those who wore disguises and operated outside the law. But no one had expected this respect to materialize into something so reckless as a direct abduction right off the mothership. And then there was Fana. She had gone missing as well, her apartment abandoned, the place eerily quiet when the recovery team arrived. They had found signs that she had left in a hurry, window open, curtains billowing, but no real clues about where she had gone. The team was still combing through evidence, but her trail had gone cold. They had nothing concrete yet, but time was running out. That left only Larry Wade. Of the 3 agents they needed to capture, he had been the only one successfully detained. And even that had been a close call. Wade had always been the most unpredictable, capable of the most destruction thanks to the terrifying power of his phantom. But his own self-imposed mental shackles had been his undoing, an internal cage that kept him from releasing his abilities unless he adhered to strict, self-imposed rules. Those psychological barriers had been Larry's greatest strength and his greatest weakness. Professor Miyazaki, sitting in the heart of the madness, sighed heavily as he dialed another number. He called the lead investigator in charge of the team currently searching Fana's last known location. It's me. Miyazaki's voice was low, laced with fatigue but still carrying its usual authority. The situation has changed. Call the team back. There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice of the lead investigator crackled through, confused. But sir, we've found some clues here. The analysis team is hard at work. If we press on, we could find her tonight. No need, Miyazaki said flatly, cutting him off. Tell them to pack it up. The mission's been cancelled. Let her go. The organization held an emergency meeting. There are new plans. A slight pause. Understood, sir, the lead investigator replied hesitantly before beginning the process of withdrawing the team. Miyazaki rubbed his eyes, feeling the weight of the night pressing down on him. He was a man used to control, used to handling delicate situations with precision. But right now, he felt like the whole operation was slipping through his fingers. He dialed another number, this time connecting with the team tasked with capturing Duan, the sonar agent. They were on the move, just beginning their operation. It's me. The mission is cancelled, Miyazaki said curtly. Cancelled, the leader echoed, clearly surprised. But sir, we've just started. Yes, but the situation has changed, Miyazaki said in a calm, unbothered tone. Agent Duan is no longer considered a threat. The mission is over. Understood, sir, the team leader said, though his voice carried a trace of confusion. Miyazaki hung up and tossed the phone onto the cluttered table in front of him. He leaned back in his chair, the tension in his shoulders loosening ever so slightly. But only for a moment. As expected, the phone rang again almost immediately. This time, it was Commander Ross. Miyazaki's face betrayed no emotion as he answered. Yes, sir. Yes, I gave the order. The situation required an adjustment. Yes, I'm still on the mothership. Understood. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Miyazaki slipped the phone back into his coat pocket and stood up, straightening his jacket. With a sigh, he began the walk to Commander Ross's office, his footsteps echoing ominously in the dimly lit corridor. He passed through several security checkpoints, each one confirming his identity with retinal scans and biometric checks. The soft blue glow of the laser scans barely registered on his tired eyes. Finally, he reached the door to the captain's office. He keyed in his access code, and the familiar blue lasers scanned his retina. The door slid open with a soft whoosh. Welcome, Professor Miyazaki, the voice of the automated system chimed. Miyazaki stepped inside the spacious, Spartan office. Commander Ross sat behind a massive steel desk, his back to the door as he gazed out the large window overlooking the expanse of the sea below. When he finally turned around, his expression was cold, hard, and uncompromising. Explain yourself, Ross said, his voice sharp and unforgiving. Miyazaki shrugged, an easy smile playing on his lips. I reassessed the situation, Commander. We overreacted. I know these agents. I've spent years studying them, understanding them, their abilities, their mental states. I wouldn't have signed off on their stability if I wasn't sure. Ross's eyes were like ice, his face a mask of calm fury. With all due respect, Professor, he said, his voice cutting through the air like a knife, your judgment is no longer reliable. Ivan Petrov has a long history of insubordination and extreme actions. He's been under scrutiny for years. The only reason I didn't personally intervene was because you vouched for him. Ross stood up, his full height towering over the seated professor. But we all saw what happened. He lost control. He shot one of our best agents, killed him. There's no doubt, no ambiguity. The evidence is undeniable. Miyazaki's smile faded slightly. With all due respect, Commander, there are too many inconsistencies in that so-called evidence. Things that don't add up. A tense silence filled the room. You just need to follow orders, Professor, Ross growled. Miyazaki's gaze didn't falter. I'm not a soldier, Commander. I'm a scientist. My responsibility is to the truth, not to protocol. And the truth is, there's something off about this whole situation. We're not seeing everything. We're being played. Ross narrowed his eyes. For a moment, neither man moved. Then, slowly, Ross spoke again. That's too bad, Professor. I actually admired you. You're talented, intelligent. You've been an asset to this organization. But now, you've become a liability. Ross's hand moved under his desk, emerging with a sleek, black pistol. Without hesitation, he pointed the barrel directly at Miyazaki's chest. And unfortunately, we can't afford liabilities, Ross said coldly. The room seemed to freeze as Ross pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space, the muzzle flash illuminating the grim expression on Ross's face. The bullet flew faster than sound, tearing through the air and slamming into Miyazaki's chest. But Miyazaki didn't fall. The bullet deformed on impact, crumpling against his chest as if it had hit solid steel. His body swayed ever so slightly from the force, but he remained standing, unscathed. The twisted bullet fell to the floor with a metallic clink. Commander Ross's eyes widened in disbelief. His hand still gripped the smoking pistol, but his mind was struggling to process what had just happened. You, Ross growled, his voice low and dangerous. You're not Miyazaki. You're. As he spoke, Miyazaki's image flickered. The professor's familiar face shimmered and wavered, the holographic projection glitching out of existence. Light blue waves rippled across his form, and the figure standing before Ross began to change. First came the sharp, pointed black ears, then the dark, menacing mask, followed by the imposing gray-black armor, adorned with the unmistakable bat symbol. Finally, the heavy black cloak unfurled, sweeping across the floor like a shadow. The figure that stood before Ross now was no professor. A voice rasped from beneath the mask. Batman. Batman. Commander Ross's face briefly showed a flash of shock, quickly replaced by a hardened, scrutinizing stare. The 9th Special Service Division's aircraft carrier was supposed to be the safest place in the world. Yet, here stood Batman, having casually waltzed in, even intruding directly into the captain's office. It was one thing to breach the carrier's defenses, but to do so while the captain was present with Ivan Petrov, in tow was another level of audacity. The automatic door clamped shut behind him with a loud thud, the final lock sealing everyone inside. Ivan, somehow standing next to Batman, leveled a shotgun at Ross's head, his stance rigid and his gaze unyielding. Ivan, formerly taken from this very ship, had evidently undergone a transformation. The same agent they once pursued now held his captain at gunpoint, his finger hovering near the trigger. Ross. Batman hadn't just broken in, he had brought back one of their own, now turned against them. Ross could only marvel at the sheer boldness of the intrusion, almost appreciating the theatrical nature of it. The silence was broken by Ross's cold, measured voice as he took in the scene. So, I assume you've hacked the door lock system, and the surveillance, too. His gaze flickered between Batman and Ivan. Thanks for confirming, but you've only managed the basics. The systems in here operate independently. I doubt even you could override them. Ivan smirked, showing a flash of his newfound confidence. Why bother doubting? He's Batman. Ross didn't give Ivan any more attention than a dismissive glance. He was fixated on Batman, who stood silently, watching Ross as if he were dissecting every inch of his psyche. "And how did you figure it was me?" Ross asked, his voice low but sharp. Charlie had not been entirely certain of Ross's involvement until now, but this confrontation was the proof he needed. The silence that followed weighed heavy, filling the space between them like the foreboding calm before a storm. Instead of answering, Batman threw back his own question, his voice cold and methodical. "What is the Pretty Project?" Ross's mouth twisted into a sardonic smile. "Ah, so that's what brought you here. I take it you found your way into my server room? Impressive. I'll wager you also uncovered 9 other similar locations, didn't you? Like Hercules' safe house and Miyazaki's lab." Charlie's investigation had indeed led him to Professor Miyazaki's lab first. Records there showed Miyazaki crafting a meticulous arrest plan targeting their top agents, initially implicating him as the ringleader. But further probing had revealed that Miyazaki was merely following orders issued by none other than Commander Ross. Ivan's face darkened, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Ross. So, it had been him all along, lurking in the shadows, steering their setbacks and sabotaging their every effort. "I'm guessing you're recording this?" Ross asked, his voice carrying a faint edge of amusement. "Good. Now I get to tell my side how a man can fall, accept dark influences, and end up here. Maybe I'll even outline my evil plan for you. Isn't that what you're expecting?" Ivan was done listening. He pulled the trigger, his face a mask of grim resolve as the shotgun roared to life, a blast of searing projectiles that streaked toward Ross like a miniature swarm of arrows. But not a single one found its mark. Just as the gun fired, an inky black substance seeped from Ross's skin, forming a barrier. For a fleeting instant, it looked almost liquid, flowing from every pore, every fiber of his clothing, before solidifying in the air to form an impenetrable shield. The bullets collided with it and bounced off harmlessly, clattering to the floor with dull metallic echoes. Ivan's eyes widened, a flicker of confusion darting across his face. What on earth was this? Batman was already in motion. The moment Ivan had fired, Charlie had sprung into action, his enhanced power armor propelling him forward with a fluidity that belied its weight. He moved as a blur, a phantom in the dim light, homing in on Ross with unerring precision. As the last bullet bounced off the barrier, Batman reached Ross, aiming a powerful punch to his side. But Ross wasn't caught off guard. That black substance reappeared, flowing from his body once more, morphing into a solid barrier that halted Batman's fist mid-swing. The force of the impact shuddered through Batman's gauntlet, but the defense held, as unyielding as tempered steel. In the heartbeat that followed, a streak of red flashed above Ross's head, crackling like a bolt of lightning. Batman only had a split second to react as a jagged barb shot from the shield, aiming to impale him. His reflexes, amplified by his suit, allowed him to narrowly evade the strike, backflipping away with a powerful push from his armor. As Batman landed, Ivan had already switched weapons, conjuring a machine gun and letting loose a hail of bullets. The rounds arced through the air, a blazing trail of light and metal aimed directly at Ross. But the black barrier moved fluidly to intercept, bending and stretching along with Ross's movements, deflecting each round with effortless grace. Commander Ross stood amidst the chaos, his posture relaxed, hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a man waiting patiently in line rather than under siege from an onslaught of gunfire. His shield, an extension of his will, kept every bullet and shard of shrapnel at bay. "It doesn't matter what attack you throw at me," Ross said with a smirk. "This shield responds on its own. It's a defense that no earthly force can breach. I call it the Tiz shield, formed from a substance that predates this world. Nothing can damage it." Ivan gritted his teeth, his gun morphing yet again, this time into a rocket launcher. He seized the moment, firing a missile directly at Ross. The impact was devastating, shaking the entire room, shredding furniture, and sending debris flying in all directions. When the smoke cleared, Ross was untouched. The shield had protected him entirely, standing like an unyielding wall between him and the devastation around him. With a calm smile, Ross glanced at the two figures facing him. "As I said, nothing in this world can harm it." Ivan couldn't help but feel a flicker of genuine shock ripple through him. What is that dark thing? Is it really that strong? He thought, watching the swirling, almost sentient black material surrounding Commander Ross. This wasn't just any form of defense, it was an impenetrable wall, a barrier that seemed to predict and block every conceivable angle of attack. It was as if the material possessed its own awareness, reacting faster than any human reflex. TL note, like Gara's sand. It wasn't just the hardness of the material, which surpassed steel, it was fully autonomous. No matter where Ivan aimed, no matter the type of attack, this black matter effortlessly intercepted it. Ross was untouchable. So, he wasn't exaggerating after all, Ivan thought. This dark matter, this Tiz shield, was beyond his understanding of science or warfare. He was in uncharted territory now. In the next moment, the black material morphed before Ivan's eyes. What had been hard and unyielding now transformed in the blink of an eye. The black mass shifted from a form harder than steel into something fluid, a long whip that snapped toward Ivan with the speed of lightning. Too fast. Ivan's mind screamed, as his body instinctively tried to react. There was no time to fully dodge. He barely managed to raise his arms, which had already been integrated into a makeshift RPG launcher. In an instant, his arms transformed again, hardening into a shield. The black whip struck with such force that it tore through his shield like paper, knocking Ivan back with a sickening crack. His body flew through the air and slammed into the office wall with a deafening crash. The impact was brutal, the wall shuddering from the force, the surface cracking and crumbling. Beneath the layers of shattered concrete, the metallic skeleton of the ship's reinforced alloy wall gleamed. Ivan gasped, struggling to steady himself. Pain shot through his back, but he forced himself upright. His vision blurred momentarily before focusing on Ross, who stood as calm as ever, an air of superiority radiating from him. Okay, I could let you experience the power of the Tiz shield a bit longer, Ross said, his voice smooth and mocking. But unfortunately, now isn't the time. Ross spoke as if he was in total control, not even bothering to turn around to face Ivan directly. The confidence in his voice was unsettling. Ivan gritted his teeth in frustration. He hated that tone, the tone of someone who knew he had already won. Without warning, the black matter that surrounded Ross changed shape again. This time, it formed into a long, piercing spear and shot toward Batman, who had maneuvered around the side of the room, seeking an opening. Batman, ever the strategist, was already in motion, dodging with a fluid roll. The black spear sliced through the air, missing him by mere inches, and struck the steel wall behind him. The impact was like an explosion, the force so powerful that the steel wall buckled, blowing open a massive gap in the ship's hull. The sound was deafening, like the roar of a bomb going off. Papers and debris from the office swirled in the chaotic air, sucked into the vacuum beyond the breach. Ross didn't even flinch as the violent windstorm ripped through the room. His black hair fluttered, but his composure was unshaken. He knew this ship was no longer a battleground worth fighting for. I can end this here if I want to, Ross thought, his eyes narrowing. He was confident, far more so than Ivan or Batman. He was different from people like Link. He had true power. But the time wasn't right. Not yet. Even if he won, there was no point in continuing the fight in this environment. Another surge of black matter oozed from Ross's body. This time, the quantity was greater, like an entire ocean of pitch-black liquid spilling forth. The dark substance swirled around him, forming into a tornado of shadow. It consumed his entire body, engulfing him completely. Then, like a rocket, Ross launched himself toward the hole in the hull, his shadowy form streaking across the void outside the ship. He flew at breakneck speed, becoming nothing more than a black blur as he headed toward the horizon. Damn it, Ivan growled, pushing himself off the cracked wall. He winced, his body aching from the impact, but his frustration was more palpable than the pain. He watched the shadow of Ross fly away in the distance, frustration mounting. What the hell was that? Blocking attacks, flying, the sheer absurdity of what Ross could do not at Ivan's thoughts. So unscientific. What kind of power is this? Meanwhile, Batman was already back on his feet. He had avoided the black spear just in time and was now sprinting toward the gaping hole in the hull. Without hesitation, Batman leaped through it, disappearing into the night. As he soared through the air, his cape billowed out behind him, transforming mid-flight. With a sharp metallic click, the black fabric hardened into sleek, steel-like wings. But this wasn't just a glider. A small propulsion system activated at the top of the cloak, firing up a blue plasma engine. The light blue flames roared to life, propelling Batman forward like a missile. Batman shot across the night sky, a dark predator cutting through the wind with a burning trajectory. His speed was astonishing as he pursued Ross, never letting the man out of his sight. Ivan watched from inside the ship, raising an eyebrow as Batman too became a blur against the horizon. What new toy is this? Ivan muttered. His eyes followed the propulsion system that Batman was using. It was compact, lightweight, and far more advanced than anything Ivan had seen before. The raw speed and precision of Batman's flight made Ivan envious. I need one of those, he thought. When I get back, I'll ask Dr. Richard in the equipment department. If anyone can design me one of these things, it's him. The new equipment Batman unlocked after his upgrade was a game changer. Unlike his older suits, which only allowed him to glide from high places, this suit featured a fully integrated flight system. It still looked like a regular cape when deactivated, but once powered up, the suit's central core located near the back of his neck would unfold into a high-efficiency jet propulsion system. The plasma engines attached to his cloak propelled him like a falcon hunting its prey. He no longer needed to rely on gravity to soar. He had the power of true flight now. Far ahead, Commander Ross was flying through the sky on a mass of black matter, as if he were stepping on solid clouds. His movements were graceful, almost regal, like a figure from myth soaring through the heavens. Ross glanced back for a moment and saw Batman closing the distance. He arched an eyebrow, impressed. I have to say, Batman, you constantly surprise me, Ross remarked, his voice carrying over the howling wind. His smile widened. I'm getting more and more curious. Just how many little toys do you have hidden away? You can hear me, can't you? Of course, you can. Your suit's hearing enhancements, or maybe some sort of sound capturing tech. Ross continued, his voice taunting. You have your tricks, and I have mine. Ross was right. Despite the roaring wind and the speed at which they were traveling, Ross's voice reached Batman clearly. The sound wasn't lost in the night. It was carried by Batman's enhanced hearing systems. His suit had adapted to filter and capture sound with pinpoint accuracy. At that moment, two more dark projectiles shot out from Ross's body. These were sharper, faster arrows of pure darkness, their black forms blending seamlessly with the night sky. They moved so swiftly that even the enhanced sensors in Batman's suit had trouble tracking them. But Batman was faster. He spun through the air with perfect agility, his body twisting in an acrobatic 360-degree turn. The first black arrow missed him by a hair's breadth. Batman continued the motion, performing another roll to avoid the second projectile, never losing speed. His wings spread wide, propelling him closer to Ross. The chase brought them directly over the bright lights of Riverton City. Ross swooped lower, flying just above the rooftops, sending out black tendrils to strike at Batman. But Batman's reflexes were superhuman. His maneuvers were like aerial stunts, dodging each tendril effortlessly. The gap between them shrank. Seeing the opportunity, Charlie tapped a button on his keyboard. The prompt on his screen read engage. Without hesitation, Batman raised his arm and fired his grappling gun. The claw shot out with a mechanical snap, flying through the air with pinpoint precision. It aimed directly for Ross. Just before the claw could reach its target, the Tiz shield activated once again. A black shield materialized in an instant, deflecting the grappling hook. But this time, something was different. The shield twisted, like a sentient being. It grabbed the grappling hook and used it against Batman. The moment the claws latched on, the shield pulled, yanking Batman violently to the side. He spun out of control, slamming into the glass walls of an office building with a resounding crash. Shards of glass exploded in every direction, and Batman tumbled into the building. People inside screamed and ducked for cover as Batman rolled across the white marble floor, shattering tiles beneath him. Even in the chaos, Batman's instincts kicked in. His cape retracted, returning to its soft fabric form just before the impact. The armor absorbed most of the damage, allowing him to recover quickly. He rolled to his feet and, without wasting a second, aimed his grappling gun at the opposite wall. The claw shot out again, biting into the wall, and the load-bearing fibers retracted rapidly. Batman was launched out of the office building like a bullet. As he flew through the air, Batman lobbed a bat-shaped explosive toward the wall ahead. Boom! The wall erupted into a cloud of smoke and debris just before Batman reached it. He sailed through the explosion, his suit's propulsion system flaring to life once more, rocketing him back into the pursuit of Ross. But Ross had other plans. The Tiz shield's black tendrils lashed out again. This time, the attack came too quickly. Batman dodged one tendril with a mid-air roll, but another tendril coiled around his right arm, locking on tightly. For a moment, Batman lost his balance, the tendril trying to tear him from the sky. But Charlie remained calm, watching the scene from his monitor. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen. Alan's system engaged. At that moment, Batman's body blurred, oscillating at the atomic level. The black tendril, unable to grasp the oscillating atoms, slipped through Batman's form like water through a sieve. Ross's eyes widened in surprise as the tendrils retracted, retreating back into his body. What? Ross muttered, sensing something was wrong. As the black substance flowed back into his body, he noticed a small, flashing red light on his chest. A bomb. An impossibly small, bat-shaped bomb, painted with a mockingbird insignia. No way. Ross's mind raced. The Tiz shield should have blocked it, should have stopped everything. But then, it hit him. The moment the Allen system was activated when Batman's atoms had oscillated, the bomb had slipped through the cracks in the shield, like a Trojan horse. The shield hadn't rejected the bomb. It had unknowingly absorbed it into Ross's own body. Bang! Charlie whispered with a smirk. The bomb detonated. A blinding flash of light erupted in the sky, followed by a massive explosion. Ross, engulfed in flames, was sent hurtling toward the ground, his body trailing smoke and fire. The bat bomb detonated just inches away from Commander Ross's face, and the damage was nothing short of catastrophic. An eruption of blinding light and unearthly heat poured out from the small device, the searing air wave instantly expanding into a furious, burning fireball. The roar of the explosion drowned out every other sound, as if the world itself had been momentarily muted by the violent outburst. Ross, who had been hovering confidently atop the Tiz shield, lost all control in that split second. The force of the explosion slammed into him like a wrecking ball, propelling him backward through the inferno. His entire body was flung through the wall of flames like a black dagger, cutting a blazing arc across the sky as he spiraled toward the square below. His fall was violent and uncontrolled, like a meteor crashing down to earth. The heat of the explosion still clung to him as he hurtled toward the ground, burning brightly against the night sky. The asphalt beneath him cracked and shattered as he slammed into the road with a deafening thud, the impact leaving a large, smoldering crater in his wake. The force was so immense that it sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. A nearby car screeched to a halt, the driver barely managing to swerve out of the way of the massive pit. The vehicle skidded sideways, tires screeching against the pavement, and came to a jerking stop just inches from the edge of the crater. But the car behind wasn't so lucky. It collided with the first, the impact flipping it onto its roof with a sickening crunch. The overturned car scraped along the road, sparks flying as the roof was dragged across the pavement in a shower of metal and glass. A hand reached up from the pit, blackened and trembling, grasping the broken asphalt with a desperate strength. Commander Ross pulled himself from the smoking crater, but he looked nothing like the figure of control and superiority he had been moments before. His body was singed, his clothes tattered and hanging in burnt shreds, and his skin was marred with bright red gashes where the explosion had torn through his defenses. His once pristine image was shattered. He looked ragged and worn, his breathing labored as he stood amidst the wreckage. The Tiz shield had reacted instinctively to the explosion, oozing out of his body in an attempt to shield him from the blast. But the timing had been too short, and the explosion too close. The shield, normally invincible, had barely had time to form before the bat bomb detonated. Now, Ross's entire body was covered in burns and wounds, blood dripping from the cuts that the shield hadn't been able to block in time. His clothes were scorched, hanging from his muscular frame in charred remnants, and his face was twisted in a mix of anger and shock. Before hitting the ground, the Tiz shield had managed to soften his fall, oozing out from his back to form a cushion-like barrier beneath him. It had absorbed a good portion of the impact, sparing him from worse injuries. But even with that, the landing had been brutal. The shield had softened the blow, but not enough to spare him from the pain. Without it, he might not have gotten back up. Ross coughed, blood splattering onto the ground as he tried to steady himself. His legs wobbled slightly, and his vision swam as the bright lights of the city dazzled him. The tinnitus ringing in his ears made it hard to focus, and for the first time in a long while, he felt genuinely vulnerable. Careless, he muttered to himself, spitting out more blood. He should have known better. Batman wasn't just physically powerful, he was cunning, unpredictable, and relentless. His arsenal of gadgets and tricks was seemingly endless, and his ability to exploit weaknesses, even ones as small as a split-second delay in the Tiz shield, was terrifyingly precise. Ross had heard the stories how Link had once fallen victim to the Dark Knight's schemes, his mind shattered by one of Batman's insidious traps. Ross had thought he was prepared. He had underestimated Batman. But this wasn't over. It wasn't even close to over. He still had the Tiz shield, the invincible defense passed down from the remnants of an ancient demon god. As long as he stayed cautious and played things smart, he could still turn this around. Batman's tricks would eventually run dry. But then, Ross felt a shift in the air, a sudden, primal warning that sent a shiver down his spine. His instinct screamed at him, and his eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, the Tiz shield sprang into action, oozing out from his body once more, forming a soft, sand-like barrier around him. It pulled him backward in an instant, creating space as Ross retreated several meters from his previous position. Just as Ross backed away, something crashed into the exact spot where he had been standing only moments earlier. The impact was tremendous. The road beneath it buckled and exploded outward, sending chunks of asphalt and debris flying in every direction. A deep crater formed at the point of impact, and a shockwave rippled through the air, stirring up dust and smoke that quickly blanketed the area. The roar of the crash was deafening, almost as loud as the earlier explosion. Ross crouched low, his black shield braced in front of him. The automatic defense mechanisms of the Tiz shield activated once more, blocking the debris and stones that flew toward him. His heart pounded in his chest as the smoke thickened, reducing visibility to near zero. What was that? Ross thought, his mind racing. Whatever had just crashed into the ground hadn't been a bomb or some sort of conventional weapon. It had been something else, something alive. He had caught a glimpse of it just before the dust obscured his view. And then it moved. Through the thick cloud of debris and smoke, a figure slowly rose from the newly formed crater. The silhouette was unmistakably human, but the impact should have shattered every bone in its body. Yet the figure stood up as if nothing had happened. Ross squinted through the haze, and as the figure stepped into the dim light of the street lamps, he saw it clearly for the first time. It was a man. Stocky, muscular, with a feral appearance. His face was rugged, framed by a full beard, his eyes gleaming with an animalistic intensity. He wore a simple white vest and dark blue jeans, his attire humble and unremarkable, yet there was something unmistakably dangerous about him. It wasn't just his appearance. It was the way he moved, the way he stood there, completely unbothered by the devastation around him. The man didn't look special, just another brute with a bad attitude. But Ross felt it. This was no ordinary man. Who the hell? He whispered under his breath, his eyes narrowing. The material the opponent refers to as Tiz shield is incredibly durable. Friday's voice echoed calmly in Charlie's earpiece. The explosion from the bat bomb wasn't enough to penetrate it. Good, Charlie muttered with a grin. Let's see how it holds up against this. Ross clenched his fists, his confidence returning. It didn't matter what Batman threw at him. The Tiz shield was invincible. It had held up against everything: fire, explosions, physical attacks. Nothing had ever broken through it. But then he saw something that gave him pause. The man standing before him, Wolverine, clenched his fists, and with a sharp, metallic snick, 2 sets of 6 gleaming, razor-sharp claws emerged from between his knuckles. Adamantium claws. They glowed under the city lights, catching the glint of the street lamps and reflecting a cold, deadly sheen. Ross's eyes narrowed as he watched the claws extend, glistening like freshly sharpened blades. Wolverine wasted no time. With a feral snarl, he lunged at Ross, moving with the speed and precision of a wild animal. His claws cut through the air, aimed directly at Ross's head. Ross didn't flinch. He had faced dozens of opponents who thought they could break through his shield. Every one of them had failed. He stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, as the Tiz shield sprang into action. The black matter solidified instantly, forming a thick barrier between him and Wolverine's incoming strike. Ross's expression remained calm, even slightly amused. He had no fear of this new foe. But then, something impossible happened. The claws didn't stop. With a roar, Wolverine's claws tore into the Tiz shield with a vicious ferocity, cutting through the black matter as if it were made of paper. The supposedly indestructible shield cracked under the sheer force of the adamantium blades, and they continued their path toward Ross's head, completely unhindered. Ross's confident smirk vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of sheer disbelief. The Tiz shield, his absolute defense, was being sliced apart? In a split second, Ross jerked his body back, barely avoiding a fatal blow. Wolverine's claws slashed through the air, grazing Ross's side, leaving a deep gash in their wake. Blood sprayed into the night, the sharp pain sending a wave of shock through Ross's body. He flew backward, his feet barely touching the ground as he reeled from the unexpected blow. His mind raced, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The Tiz shield, cracked? Impossible. That shield was crafted from the essence of an ancient demon god. It was beyond anything in this world indestructible. It had survived explosions, fire, even the most powerful of attacks. Yet here it was, being torn apart by claws. Of course, Ross had never encountered adamantium before. The metal, forged from another universe, was renowned for its indestructibility. It had sliced through beings far stronger than Ross, through materials that could withstand nuclear blasts. And now, it had sliced through the Tiz shield. Ross put distance between himself and Wolverine, his heart racing. He extended his hand, and the black matter flowed from his body once more, reshaping itself into a long, gleaming sword. The sword of the Tiz shield was a deadly weapon, just as invincible as the shield itself. It could cut through anything. And Ross was determined to prove that now. He swung the sword in a wide arc, aiming for Wolverine's neck. The length of the blade would give him an advantage, striking before Wolverine's claws could land another hit. The sword, forged from the strongest material in existence, cut through the air like a black arc of death. But Wolverine didn't slow down. He charged straight into the attack, roaring like a wild beast. His claws gleamed as they slashed forward, seemingly indifferent to the blade coming at his throat. Ross's eyes widened. What was this man doing? Was he insane? The blade of the Tiz shield struck Wolverine's neck. There was a sharp, metallic clang. Ross's world seemed to freeze for a moment as the impact resonated in his ears. The sword had hit something. Something it couldn't cut through. Wolverine's neck. The blade was stuck. Ross's mind reeled. The sword, the supposedly invincible blade, was stuck in someone's neck. Shit. The moment the thought crossed Commander Ross's mind, a deep sense of dread followed. He immediately attempted to pull back, his instincts kicking in as he tried to evade the deadly claws aimed straight at him. But even though his reaction was fast and his movements swift, he was already too late. The best window for avoiding the strike had passed, and now it was only a matter of minimizing the damage. As Ross drew back, his body moved with an almost unnatural speed, honed from years of training and the enhancements he had gained from his connection to the Tiz shield. But even as he evaded the worst of it, Wolverine's claws still found their mark. The dark, almost liquid defense of the Tiz shield began to ooze from his body, automatically responding to the threat. Yet this hastily summoned defense was incomplete, a poor imitation of the fully formed shield Ross normally relied on. The adamantium claws slashed through the black substance with terrifying ease, as if the so-called invincible shield was nothing more than air. Ross felt a sudden, burning pain as the claws carved through his flesh, blood spraying into the air in fine droplets. His eyes widened in shock, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. The Tiz shield, the ancient and invulnerable defense passed down from a being of immense power, was failing him. His greatest weapon was utterly useless in the face of these claws that seemed capable of cutting through anything. Impossible. How could this be? The shield had withstood explosions, fire, even the most powerful energy blasts without faltering. Yet here, now, against this man with claws of steel, no, something more than steel, it was crumbling. Ross's mind raced, his thoughts a whirl of confusion and disbelief. If these claws could slice through his shield so easily, did that mean they could even harm the body of a great ancient existence, one whose very essence was beyond this world? The idea struck him as absurd, so outrageous, in fact, that for a moment he forgot the pain of his injuries. The shock of it was overwhelming, washing away everything else. He stared at Wolverine, the man standing before him like a predator ready to strike again, and for the first time in his life, Ross felt as though he were facing a force beyond his comprehension. It was like staring at death itself, embodied in this primal, relentless figure. And as his thoughts tumbled in a frantic loop, one unsettling certainty took root: this man was not normal. Ross had landed a deep, precise strike against Wolverine moments before, his own sword a manifestation of the Tiz shield cutting through the man's neck with deadly accuracy. He was certain the blade had penetrated deep, slicing into muscle and bone. It should have incapacitated him, if not outright killed him. But as Ross pulled his sword free, something even more shocking occurred. The wound was gone. Ross blinked, trying to make sense of it. He had expected blood to pour out in torrents, for Wolverine to collapse, his body unable to cope with the damage. But instead, the wound had already sealed itself. It was as though the sword had barely left a mark. The deep gash, which had surely cut to the bone, had vanished almost as soon as the blade was removed. Only for the briefest of moments had Ross glimpsed the faintest trace of a scar, and even that was gone before he could fully register it. What kind of healing ability was this? Ross's heart pounded in his chest as he struggled to grasp what he was seeing. Wolverine's healing wasn't just rapid, it was monstrous. The man had been practically decapitated, yet here he stood, completely unharmed. In mere seconds, his body had repaired itself, regenerating with a speed that defied reason. For a moment, Ross's mind flashed through all the enemies he had fought, all the strange beings and creatures he had faced. He had encountered many with enhanced regeneration, but none like this. Not even the most advanced biological experiments or infected could match this level of recovery. Wolverine was something else, a being who could laugh in the face of death. And then there was his sheer physicality. Wolverine didn't just possess an extraordinary healing factor. His strength was beyond that of any human, any normal man. Ross realized this with unsettling clarity. A body forged with an indestructible metal adamantium wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Yet Wolverine carried this weight effortlessly, moving with a grace and agility that seemed impossible for someone with such a heavy, reinforced skeleton. Even more unsettling was Wolverine's animal-like instinct, his beast sense. It was as if the man could anticipate Ross's every move, dodging and countering attacks before they even landed. Wolverine's heightened reflexes and senses gave him an edge that few could match. He moved like a predator, his body constantly reacting to the environment and to Ross's attacks. Ross gritted his teeth, frustration and fear gnawing at him. His Tiz shield was proving useless against the adamantium claws. Every time he tried to strike back, Wolverine either evaded the blow or absorbed it, knowing that his wounds would heal almost instantly. And the longer the fight dragged on, the more Ross realized that he was being outmatched. Wolverine's relentless attacks, his refusal to fall, his monstrous healing, it was all too much. And then there was the issue of Wolverine's combat strategy. Wolverine fought like a berserker, using his own body as a weapon, not caring about the damage he sustained as long as he inflicted more on his opponent. It was reckless, brutal, and utterly effective. Ross had never faced someone who fought with such disregard for their own safety. It was unnerving, watching Wolverine charge at him again and again, ignoring the cuts and bruises he sustained, knowing that in a few moments, his body would be whole again. For Ross, it was like fighting a demon, an unkillable, unstoppable force. Another slash of Wolverine's claws tore through Ross's side, sending blood splattering across the ground. Ross's breath came in ragged gasps, his once perfect composure cracking under the relentless assault. His face, usually calm and calculating, now showed signs of strain. He had been too arrogant. The power he had gained from the ancient being, the invulnerability of the Tiz shield, had filled him with confidence, too much confidence. He had believed that no one could challenge him. But now, standing face to face with Wolverine, he realized how wrong he had been. The organization behind these heroes, these so-called superheroes, was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Their abilities were strange, unpredictable, and powerful in ways he couldn't have imagined. And if Wolverine was any indication, there were more like him, more beings with abilities that defied logic and reason. Ross narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. He had no choice. The plan had to move forward, faster than he had intended. They hadn't yet reached the critical point in his timeline, but if he didn't act now, this beast would tear him apart. It was time to initiate the final stage. Wolverine lunged at him again, claws outstretched, aiming for his throat. But this time, something was different. Just as Wolverine leapt, his body suddenly jerked to a halt, his legs frozen in place. His eyes widened in surprise, looking down to see a black, clawed hand emerging from the ground, gripping his ankle with an ironclad hold. Ross smirked. It was time to turn the tide. Before Wolverine could react, another projection of the Tiz shield materialized, a spear this time. It shot forward with deadly precision, piercing straight through Wolverine's chest and lifting him off the ground. The force of the blow sent Wolverine flying, slamming him into the wall behind him. The spear pinned him there, blood pooling beneath his feet. For a moment, Ross allowed himself to breathe, his heart pounding in his chest. Any normal person would be dead after such an attack. The spear had torn through Wolverine's heart, the damage catastrophic. But then Ross's expression tightened. Wolverine didn't die. He let out a low, guttural grunt, then swung his claws. With a brutal slash, Wolverine severed the spear that had impaled him. He fell to the ground with a thud, his body slumping for only a moment before he rose to his feet once more. The hole in his chest where the spear had pierced him began to heal immediately. The flesh mended itself with terrifying speed, the wound closing as if it had never been there at all. In the blink of an eye, Wolverine was back on his feet, as though nothing had happened. The spear, the implement, it had been nothing more than an inconvenience to him. Through Wolverine's perspective, Charlie could see the enemy that had halted Wolverine's movement. A black, withered hand protruded from the ground, gnarled and clawed, its very appearance reeking of malevolence. The earth cracked and loosened around it, as if something was clawing its way up from beneath the surface. The ground trembled, and with a sickening crack, more blackened hands began to emerge. Dark figures crawled from the depths, their forms shadowy and twisted ghouls. They were the same grotesque, rotting creatures Charlie had encountered before in the underground ruins, ancient, mindless entities animated by some dark force. The ghouls clawed their way out of the ground, their bony fingers scraping the pavement as they rose, their eyeless faces turned toward Wolverine with malevolent intent. The entire square was soon overrun with them. Dozens of ghouls, each more decrepit and horrifying than the last, began crawling toward Wolverine, their broken bodies shuffling with unnatural jerks. Their mouths gaped open, emitting hollow, raspy moans that echoed through the square like the whispers of the dead. Charlie understood instantly. Ross had entered the second phase of his attack, classic boss tactics. Summoning minions to overwhelm the opponent, using their sheer numbers to control the battlefield and distract from the main fight. It was a strategy Charlie had seen countless times before in games, but this was no simulation. These ghouls were real, and their danger was just as tangible. The ghouls were slow and clumsy, but their numbers made up for their lack of agility. They began to surround Wolverine, their hands reaching out to grab at him, to slow him down, to drag him under. But Wolverine was not one to be taken down so easily. With a feral growl, Wolverine swung his claws in wide arcs, slicing through the ghouls with brutal efficiency. Their rotting bodies were no match for his adamantium claws. Limbs were severed, torsos were cleaved in two, and heads were sent flying as Wolverine carved his way through the horde. Each strike was precise, each movement fluid. This was where Wolverine thrived on the battlefield, surrounded by enemies. He wasn't just a berserker, he was a master of destruction, and the ghouls stood no chance against his fury. Yet for every ghoul Wolverine cut down, more seemed to rise in their place. The ground continued to crack and tremble, and soon the entire square was teeming with them, hundreds of ghouls now, all moving toward Wolverine like an army of the dead. Charlie could see the danger building. The sheer number of ghouls would slow Wolverine down, giving Commander Ross the opportunity he needed to strike. The ghouls were a distraction, a way to keep Wolverine off balance and vulnerable. Ross was no fool, he was waiting for the perfect moment to make his move, and the ghouls were his key to that. But Charlie wasn't about to let that happen. From the corner of his vision, Charlie noticed movement, a streak of fire cutting across the night sky. He turned just in time to see a rocket launch from a nearby rooftop, its fiery tail blazing as it sped toward the ground. The rocket slammed into the center of the ghoul horde, detonating with a thunderous explosion that shook the very earth. The blast sent ghouls flying in every direction, their broken bodies tumbling through the air like rag dolls. The shockwave rippled through the square, knocking several of the creatures off their feet and clearing a path through the swarm. Then came the gunfire. A hailstorm of bullets rained down from above, tearing through the ghouls with ruthless precision. The sharp crack of automatic rifles filled the air, each burst of gunfire accompanied by the sickening thud of bullets ripping through flesh. Charlie turned, his eyes narrowing as he spotted two familiar figures descending into the square, Ivan Petrov and Sonar. Both were armed to the teeth, their weapons blazing as they cut a path through the ghouls. Behind them, a heavily armed team from the 9th Special Service Division followed, their formation tight and disciplined as they unleashed a coordinated assault on the undead horde. "You always want to steal all the glory for yourself," Ivan called out with a smirk, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he unleashed another barrage of bullets into the crowd of ghouls. But not this time. Charlie was genuinely surprised to see Ivan arrive so quickly, especially with an entire squad from the 9th Special Service Division in tow. After all, in theory, Agent Petrov was still a wanted man, his name tarnished by false accusations. Even though they had obtained irrefutable proof that the video convicting Petrov had been doctored, and that the real traitor was Commander Ross, Charlie had assumed it would take days, if not weeks, for the bureaucracy to clear Ivan's name. It was a slow-moving machine, usually resistant to swift change. Yet here they were. Ivan had returned to the front line, faster than anyone could have anticipated, leading a team of elite agents into the chaos. It was a testament to his influence and the urgency of the situation. Maybe Ivan still had powerful allies within the organization, or maybe not everyone in the madhouse of the 9th Division was a fool. There were still a few who could act decisively in the face of an extraordinary crisis. "The situation has surpassed our predictions, sir," Friday's voice came through Charlie's headset. "There are ghouls, many of them. I'm accessing city surveillance cameras, and it's worse than we thought." "How bad?" Charlie's eyes narrowed, already expecting the worst. "Centered on the square where you're fighting. Ghouls are spreading outward, rapidly. If this continues, the entire city will be engulfed." Charlie cursed under his breath, glancing around the battlefield. The ghouls were rising from the ground, their grotesque forms crawling out from every dark corner, every crack in the earth. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment attack, this was a calculated move. Commander Ross had been preparing for this for a long time, laying the foundation for this moment beneath the very streets of Riverton City. The ghouls were an army, and Ross wasn't just trying to win a battle, he was trying to start a war. Ivan Petrov moved with deadly precision, emptying his clip into the nearest wave of ghouls, the staccato sound of gunfire cutting through the chaos. His team followed close behind, methodically mowing down the dark creatures, creating a path through the carnage. "Well, I don't know what your powers are," Ivan shouted, his voice rising above the roar of gunfire, "but if you're running with Batman, you've got to be useful for something." As he spoke, Ivan reloaded his weapon with fluid efficiency, barking orders to his squad. "Go, get that bastard." Charlie didn't need the reminder. His focus had already shifted. The ghouls were a distraction, nothing more. The real target was Commander Ross. The moment Ivan and his team had cleared a path, Wolverine's focus snapped back to the commander. He crouched low, his claws gleaming in the dim light, and launched himself toward Ross with the ferocity of a predator locked onto its prey. The battle was now a furious blur of motion. Wolverine slashed through the ghouls in his path, his claws cleaving through flesh and bone like a hot knife through butter. He ignored the deep cuts and wounds that Ross's Tiz shield inflicted on him in return. Black blades sliced across his torso, but when they struck bone, they stopped, unable to penetrate further. Blood spilled from his wounds, but Wolverine paid it no mind. His healing factor was already at work, knitting his flesh back together even as the battle raged. On the other side, Ross wasn't faring as well. His Tiz shield, his once prized defense, was proving woefully inadequate. Wolverine's claws cut through it like it was nothing more than paper, each slash rending Ross's flesh beneath. Ross retaliated with every ounce of power he had, but it wasn't enough. Wolverine's sheer strength, combined with his unrelenting attacks, was too much. Ross's once cocky demeanor had been replaced by grim determination. The two clashed again and again, but the result was the same: Wolverine's claws breaking through, forcing Ross back. Blood poured from both combatants, staining the ground beneath them. Wolverine pushed Ross hard against the wall, pinning him there, his claws buried deep in the commander's side. The metallic scrape of bone against adamantium echoed in the square as Wolverine's claws pressed closer to Ross's spine, threatening to slice him in half. In return, Ross drove a blade of his shield through Wolverine's throat, his chest, and even his knee. Wolverine was a blood-soaked mess by this point, his once white shirt now a deep crimson, saturated with his own blood. But even with his body torn apart, Wolverine stood tall, his breathing steady, his healing factor keeping him in the fight. The amount of blood he had lost was staggering by all rights, he should have been dead a dozen times over. But Wolverine was not ordinary. He was a force of nature. Ross, on the other hand, was faltering. His chest heaved with labored breaths, his vision blurring from the blood loss. The arm that wasn't pinned to the wall by Wolverine was now completely limp, hanging uselessly at his side. But even in his weakened state, Ross wasn't finished. "You think you're clever, don't you?" Ross spat, blood trickling down his chin. His voice was low, raspy, yet filled with bitter venom. "You think you've seen through my plans, interfered with my operations time and time again." His head lolled to the side, a weak, twisted smile forming on his lips. "But it's too late now." Ross's voice deepened, taking on a sinister edge. "Do you understand what's happening right now? The ghouls are out, every one of them that I've hidden beneath the city. They've been released. The death, the fear they're spreading, it's the perfect feast," Ross continued, his voice growing stronger. "The despair of the people, their desperation, this is the final act. The city is finished." Wolverine said nothing, his gaze cold and focused. He raised his claws, ready to deliver the killing blow, but Ross wasn't done talking. "The unsealed letos, this is just the prologue," Ross said, his eyes gleaming with a twisted sense of victory. "Can't you hear it? The fear in the air? The deaths piling up? This is the sound of a new age dawning." Before he could finish, Wolverine's claws came down, aiming for Ross's throat. Ross narrowly dodged the strike, the Tiz shield forming in time to deflect most of the blow, but it wasn't enough. Wolverine's claws tore through Ross's arm, severing it clean at the elbow. Blood sprayed from the wound in a gruesome arc, the severed limb flying through the air and landing in the growing pool of blood beneath them. Ross let out a sharp cry of pain, collapsing to the ground. His body crumpled, his one remaining hand clutching his stump as blood poured from the gaping wound. He lay there, panting heavily, his breath ragged and shallow. But even now, he wasn't finished. "You talk too much," Wolverine growled, his voice low and menacing. He stood over Ross, blood dripping from his claws, his eyes cold and unrelenting. Ross stared up at him, his vision swimming. More ghouls clawed their way from the ground, surrounding them. Their movements were erratic, driven by madness, yet there was a strange coordination to their actions, an overarching strategy guiding their chaos. The ghouls that had emerged from beneath the ground were now positioning themselves strategically and controlling the high ground. They'd managed to surround a group of officers trying to maintain order. Their actions were wild and unpredictable, but the way they moved had a chilling precision, as if something or someone was commanding them. But they wouldn't be in control for long. The sky above roared with the sound of fighter jets as the Special Service Operations team arrived in force. The battle with the ghouls had spread across multiple city blocks, but the reinforcements arrived just in time to contain the growing horde. Rescue teams were evacuating civilians, while heavily armed units engaged the ghouls in fierce combat, pushing them back. The chaos was being reined in, but only barely. In the central square, the number of ghouls continued to swell. The battle was reaching its peak, with more and more dark creatures rising from the ground. Yvonne and his team found themselves hard-pressed to hold the line, but even as the situation grew more dire, a new force entered the fray. A crimson blur darted through the battlefield, cutting through the ghouls like a ghostly wraith. The dark creatures didn't even have time to react before they were flung into the air, their bodies slamming into the ground with bone-shattering force. It was Fana, her long black hair and red dress flowing as she tore through the ghouls with effortless grace. Her phantom abilities allowed her to glide through the battlefield like a shadow, striking down the monsters with deadly precision. She moved with blinding speed, appearing and disappearing in an instant, her strikes like lightning in the dark. Wolverine paid no attention to Fana's swift annihilation of the ghouls. His focus remained solely on Commander Ross, who was now kneeling in his own blood, clutching his severed arm. Wolverine's claws, still dripping with Ross's blood, twitched in anticipation. He was ready to end this. But Ross wasn't done yet. As Wolverine advanced, the Tiz shield twitched again, a black, viscous liquid that began pooling beneath Ross. The shield extended out from his body like a living thing, forming tendrils that shot toward Wolverine with lightning speed. But even as they lashed out, Wolverine's claws met them with equal ferocity, slicing through the extensions as though they were nothing more than mist. The two forces clashed again, the Tiz shield reforming faster than it was cut down, but Wolverine was relentless. His claws tore through Ross's last defenses, inch by inch, until the commander was left exposed once more, backed into a literal corner. And then, finally, Ross's body gave out. The black material of the Tiz shield flickered weakly, struggling to regenerate. Blood poured from his many wounds, his breathing growing shallow. He tried to speak again, his voice hoarse and barely a whisper, but before he could utter another word, Wolverine's claws sank deep into his chest. This time, they found their target, Ross's heart. Ross gasped, his eyes wide with pain and surprise. He looked down at the claws embedded in his chest, his body trembling with the realization that there would be no recovery from this. His hands weakly grasped at Wolverine's arms, but he had no strength left to resist. Wolverine stared down at him, his expression unreadable, but there was no mercy in his eyes. You lost, Wolverine said coldly, his voice a low growl. Ross's mouth opened as if to respond, but all that escaped was a weak, rattling breath. His body twitched once, then went limp. Wolverine let him fall, Ross's body crumpling to the ground like a broken doll. But as Ross collapsed, his final words echoed in Wolverine's mind. Letos has already awakened. At that moment, the ground beneath Wolverine's feet began to tremble violently. A deep, ominous rumble echoed through the city, shaking the very foundations of the buildings surrounding them. The ghouls, as if sensing something far greater than themselves, froze in place, their hollow eyes turning toward the ground. From beneath the city, the earth groaned as massive cracks splintered outward in all directions. The air around them grew thick with the smell of decay and something ancient and foul. Wolverine's eyes narrowed, his instincts screaming at him to run. The ground in the center of the square, where Ross had been standing moments before, began to buckle and sink. The pavement cracked and shattered as something enormous pushed its way up from the depths of the earth. The darkness swelled, a towering shadow rising from the ground like a nightmare-given form. It was an impossibly large figure, its silhouette monstrous and grotesque. As it continued to rise, the very air seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. The true horror had begun a few minutes ago. This is an urgent report from Riverton Daily. Chaos continues to reign in the central square, where a large number of unknown creatures have gathered. Secret Service 9 is maintaining order, but the situation remains unstable. There are unconfirmed reports of a vigilante, possibly Batman, seen flying over the area. The broadcast footage cut to an aerial view from a helicopter. Despite the distance, the camera's zoom provided a chillingly clear picture of the destruction. The once bustling central square had been reduced to a nightmarish landscape of collapsing buildings, gaping fissures, and spreading devastation. It was as if the very earth itself was trying to swallow the city whole. Thick, twisted black tendrils, like the roots of some malevolent tree, protruded from the ground, curling and writhing through the smoke and dust. At first, they seemed like some sort of cylindrical structure, but as the dust settled, the true nature of the horror emerged. The thing that had crawled up from the depths was enormous, a grotesque mass of muscle and darkness, vaguely tree-like in structure, yet clearly a living entity. Its towering form was crowned by 6 grotesque, muscular arms, each one thick as an ancient oak and riddled with knots and bulges. At its center, a single massive eye opened. The eye was no ordinary orb, but a warped and curved mirror, reflecting the chaotic world around it. The image in the eye crumbling buildings, debris, and the desperate people fleeing in terror was eerily distorted, the reflections made all the more horrifying by the cold, indifferent gaze of the monster. The reporter's voice trembled over the live feed. My God, I've never seen anything like this. She tried to regain her composure, but the terror was clear in her voice. The sight of the thing before her was beyond comprehension. It wasn't just its size, or even the grotesque nature of its form, it was the visceral sense of dread that emanated from it. Looking at it felt like staring into the embodiment of fear itself, like gazing into a void that threatened to consume everything. People watching from the safety of their homes couldn't escape the fear either. The television screen couldn't fully capture the sheer, overwhelming presence of the creature, but even through the glass, it was enough to send chills down their spines. I don't know how to describe this, the reporter stammered, desperately trying to regain her professionalism. All we can do is pray for the heroes who are fighting on the front lines. Inside the Riverton Daily office, Winston Higgs, the editor-in-chief, stood silently, staring at the live footage streaming from the square. His face was ashen, his mind racing as he watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, he snapped into action. Grabbing his phone, he dialed quickly, the tension clear in his voice. Yes, it's me. Remember the event we planned for next week? Are the preparations ready? He paused, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. Good. We're moving it up. No, I'm not insane. For a moment, he was silent, listening to the person on the other end of the line. My nephew was on that runaway train, and Spider-Man saved him. If there's something we can do to help, now is the time. Present time. The colossal structure of a nearby building groaned under the pressure before crumbling entirely, collapsing in a cloud of dust and debris. Beneath the wreckage, Wolverine was momentarily pinned. His enhanced healing factor had kept him from suffering any fatal injuries, but the weight of the debris pinned him in an awkward position. He could, of course, dig his way out with his adamantium claws, but Charlie didn't have the time to wait for that. With a quick switch of focus, Charlie activated the Allen mode of Batman's suit. In a blur of movement, Batman phased through the rubble, his body passing through solid concrete like a specter. Wolverine had done his part, but this wasn't his kind of fight anymore. A towering creature of this magnitude required a different kind of strategy and a different kind of hero. As more ghouls clawed their way out of the earth, their numbers grew exponentially. The pressure was increasing on Yvonne's team as they fought to hold the line. Reinforcements were en route, but they were still several minutes away, minutes that felt like an eternity amidst the chaos. The first help to arrive was a fighter jet from the 9th Division. From the distance, it fired 2 high-precision missiles at the massive, twisted figure of Letos. The missiles struck the beast's hide with a resounding explosion, the flames licking up its enormous body. Moments later, the jet dove lower, spraying a barrage of machine gun fire that sparked and ricocheted off the creature's obsidian skin. Charlie, piloting Batman, watched the scene unfold from the ground. The attack had barely scratched Letos. And then it happened. Letos moved with terrifying speed, especially for something its size. One of its gigantic arms stretched toward the sky, and from the center of its massive palm, a whip-like tentacle lashed out. The tentacle sliced cleanly through the fighter jet's wing, sending it spiraling downwards, thick smoke billowing from its ruined engines. The pilot ejected just in time, his parachute deploying as the jet careened into the ground, erupting into a fiery explosion. Charlie clenched his jaw. This thing is not going to go down easy. As Batman swooped and dodged in the air, his detective mode was fully engaged. Data streamed into the Batcomputer, where Friday processed it in real time. Its body composition is similar to the Tiz shield used by Commander Ross, Friday reported. However, its purity is lower. It's mixed with other substances that should weaken its defensive integrity. Impurities. Charlie's mind raced. Yes, but make no mistake, even with these impurities, it's incredibly durable. Charlie frowned. Commander Ross had been so confident, so sure of the invincibility of his Tiz shield. He probably had no idea that the shield he had trusted in so much wasn't pure enough to grant him the indestructibility he had boasted about. Still, Letos was on another level. Impurities or not, this creature was something far beyond what they had faced before. Batman angled himself toward the monster, hurling a bat bomb at its massive form. The explosion lit up the dark sky, sending a plume of fire cascading over Letos's immense body. But when the smoke cleared, the result was the same, minimal damage, if any at all. This time, however, the attack had drawn Letos's attention. The creature's massive, one-eyed gaze turned to Batman. In a movement far too quick for its size, one of Letos's arms shot out like a missile, aiming to crush the Dark Knight. Charlie reacted in an instant. Batman retracted his wings, folding them into his cape and diving straight downward, using the force of gravity to evade the massive hand. The giant limb passed overhead, missing him by inches. Just before hitting the ground, Batman extended his wings again, catching the air and swooping back upward in a seamless arc. But even as Batman attempted to evade, Charlie knew that standard attacks wouldn't be enough. Adamantium could pierce it, Friday reminded. Yeah, but Wolverine's claws aren't enough for something this big, Charlie muttered. We're going to need something heavier. I'm calling in the Batwing. Before he could finish the thought, the ground beneath them shook violently. A deafening boom echoed through the city as Leto slammed one of its massive fists into the earth. The resulting impact was like a bomb going off, sending shockwaves rippling through the streets. The blast shattered the square, sending chunks of asphalt flying into the air. Pipes beneath the ground ruptured, geysers of water shooting into the sky. The shockwave hit everyone in the square: ghouls, agents from the 9th Division, and even Batman himself. Caught in the blast, Batman was thrown through the air like a rag doll. Sparks flew as he collided with a lamppost, the metal groaning under the force of the impact. With a grunt, Batman tumbled to the ground, rolling through the debris. Quickly, he shot a grapple hook, pulling himself out of harm's way as more debris rained down around him. The square had become a battlefield, a cratered war zone where the ghouls continued to pour in, seemingly without end. Every time one was slain, another crawled out of the ground to take its place. It was as if the city itself was bleeding, and the ghouls were its blood, spilling out endlessly. Above it all, Leto stood like a god, towering over the ruins with an almost regal indifference. Its single, enormous eye surveyed the chaos below, the destruction it had wrought. To the creature, the humans were nothing more than insects, scurrying helplessly beneath its feet. But then, something changed. For a moment, Letos hesitated, its massive eye narrowing in confusion. Slowly, the creature tilted its gaze upward, as if sensing something new. Far above the city, a faint golden light pierced the night sky. The light grew brighter, forming a distinct circle in the heavens. At the center of that circle was a symbol, a bat-shaped shadow. Charlie blinked in surprise. The bat signal? But how? He hadn't activated it. His bat signal was still safely stored away in his gear. Then, another light appeared. A second bat signal, casting its bat-shaped mark into the sky. Then a third. A fourth. Within moments, the entire city of Riverton was alight with bats. These was an idea originally conceived by the editor-in-chief of Riverton Daily, Winston Higgs. It began as part of a long-standing column that reported on street gangs and civic life. This column had been around for decades, so long, in fact, that few people at the newspaper could remember exactly when it started. In its early days, the column wasn't optimistic. It focused on the dark underbelly of city life, highlighting the struggles of oppressed residents and the constant threats they faced. Whether it was muggings, harassment, or organized crime, the stories always seemed to carry a sense of dread. Even when written with a more polished tone, there was an unmistakable gloom between the lines, with comments reflecting a pessimistic, even hopeless view of the city. But this year, things began to shift. As the months passed, the column became more hopeful. The once dark and grim reports began to tell a different story, one of improvement. Stories of violence and crime were being replaced by tales of resilience and redemption. People started noticing that things were changing in Riverton. Street crimes that had once been daily occurrences were happening less and less. Incidents of harassment, theft, and intimidation had fallen to the point where the column didn't feature such stories for over a month. Instead, it highlighted something new, the decline of the underworld. There were stories of former gang members attempting to go straight, seeking to rebuild their lives. Other stories told of these ex-criminals performing acts of kindness, rescuing a stranded cat from a tree or helping firefighters during emergencies. The change in the city was palpable. Unlike the hollow promises of politicians, this was real, visible improvement that could be felt on the streets. People could see it, and they could believe in it. And everyone knew where the credit belonged. It wasn't long before the comments in the column started to change as well. Readers began sharing their stories of hope, describing how they felt inspired by the progress they saw around them. More and more, the people of Riverton were gaining enthusiasm and optimism for their future. Inspired by these reactions, Winston Higgs came up with a plan to show the man responsible for these changes just how much of an impact he had made. That's how the program was born. Winston had 10,000 custom searchlights designed, each equipped with a simple bat-shaped stamp at the front. He randomly selected 10,000 readers from the comments section of the column and mailed them each a personalized light. The original plan was to host an event the following week. The lights would be used to illuminate the city, a tribute to the hero who had brought so much change. But then the unthinkable happened. Monsters appeared in the square. As chaos gripped the city, and heroes rushed into fight, Winston realized there would never be a better time. He immediately reached out to every participant in the program. Across the city, they responded, shining their bat lights into the sky. The result was a breathtaking scene. Bats filled the night. 10,000 beams of light, 10,000 bat symbols, shone up into the dark sky, scattered across the entirety of Riverton. Each bat-shaped symbol pierced through the clouds, illuminating the night like a constellation of hope. When darkness fell over the city, Batman had been the one to rise up. He had shown the frightened citizens a light, he had given them direction. His presence reminded them that no matter how dire things seemed, they were not alone. They had someone to look up to, someone to trust. Now that the city was finally improving, the people were giving that light back. A gift from thousands of families, shining in unison. When Letos saw the bat symbols filling the sky, the monstrous creature's massive singular eye widened in disbelief. As soon as the bat lights appeared, Letos could feel its power waning. When it first emerged, the people of Riverton had been gripped by sheer terror. Their panic had surged to an extreme level, feeding Letos and amplifying its strength. But now, as more lights illuminated the sky, the creature could feel the fear draining away. The negative emotions that had once fueled it were fading, replaced by something brighter, something stronger. Even the people standing beneath Letos, those it had surrounded with ghouls, were no longer as afraid as they had been moments before. Why? Letos was stunned. Long ago, before it had fallen into a deep sleep, it had terrorized entire civilizations. Its mere appearance shattered the minds of men, bringing chaos and destruction wherever it went. People had once worshipped it as a god or demon, paralyzed by fear, unable to even think of resisting. But these people, these modern humans, felt different. Snap! Batman raised his grapple gun and launched himself into the air. The sky shimmered as a light blue wave rolled across the horizon, and suddenly, a black steel raptor appeared, its cloaking device deactivating as it materialized out of the night. Batman had boarded his plane. The Batwing, one of Batman's most powerful tools, was now in play. After acquiring it through an upgrade in the B-level equipment pool, Charlie had selected the Batwing for its unparalleled performance. It wasn't designed for conventional crime fighting like the Batmobile. No, this was equipment made to fight alongside the Justice League, meant for facing the most dangerous, extraterrestrial threats. Under the sea of bat signals illuminating the night, the Batwing soared. Seated in the cockpit, Batman locked onto his target, the massive ancient creature that had risen from beneath the city. Letos locked its grotesque eye on the strange, sleek aircraft. That's the one. This human, this insignificant creature in the strange black suit, he was the one responsible for the diminishing fear. The people around it had placed their hopes on this man. They believed that his presence could change the outcome. How ridiculous. Letos's contempt was palpable. It could sense that this human was no different from the others. Just flesh and bone. And yet, somehow, these people believed he could stop it. But this would work in Letos's favor. All it had to do was destroy this man, shatter their hopes in front of their very eyes. Once that hope was gone, the humans would sink into despair, deeper and more hopeless than before. Their fear would return tenfold, feeding Letos and restoring it to its full power. Those who place too much faith in hope will find themselves crushed under the weight of disappointment. With that thought, Letos lashed out with one of its tentacles. But the Batwing was faster. Its twin thrusters flared, and with impossible agility, the aircraft shot sideways, dodging the attack with ease. The Batwing, fully upgraded and now more maneuverable than ever, zipped through the sky. With Batman's neural link armor enhancing his reflexes sixfold, the jet reacted almost instantly to his commands. As the Batwing pulled out of its evasive maneuver, it fired a missile straight at the massive creature. The missile streaked across the sky, a blur of motion aimed directly at Letos's towering form. Letos sneered inwardly. Another human toy? It had already swatted one fighter jet out of the sky, and a missile barrage had barely scratched its skin. The ancient creature felt nothing but arrogance, convinced that this new toy would fare no better. It didn't even bother to flinch as the missile closed in. Bang! The missile detonated with a burst of ultra-concentrated freezing energy. Ice crystals cascaded from the sky like a sudden blizzard. In an instant, the freezing energy encased Letos in solid ice, trapping the giant creature where it stood in the opening barrage. The Batwing's first sneak attack shocked the ancient being Letos, who had slumbered for what felt like eons. The freezing cold that enveloped its colossal form, the sudden and drastic temperature drop that came with it such power, from a species it had once considered little more than ants. Letos could hardly comprehend that such a sharp, ultra-large-scale freezing capability was within the reach of these humans. Since when had humanity risen to wield such force? Though startled, the ancient entity quickly realized that this inconvenience was no serious threat. It was taken aback, yes, but this was far from a defeat. The cracks in the ice came slowly at first but soon spread faster than a spider's web in high winds, snaking through the frozen block that encased Letos. Then came the sharp crack, a sound like the thunderous splitting of a glacier. The sound echoed through the night as the ancient monster's 6 massive, muscular arms shattered their icy prison, sending shards and waterfalls of melting ice crashing to the ground. Each swing of its arms broke off chunks of frozen debris that exploded into fragments as they hit the earth, causing tremors to ripple through the square. A rapid increase in the target's internal body temperature has been detected, Friday's calm, robotic voice echoed in the cockpit of the Batwing. The creature seems capable of sharply increasing its core heat to counteract the effects of the freezing bomb. Even without Friday's analysis, it was obvious to Charlie Cooper that Letos had adapted. The creature's gigantic form hissed white steam as it emerged from the remains of the ice, its sheer mass radiating an intense heat. The shimmering air around it was distorted, warped by the extreme temperatures it now exuded. The Batwing's freezing bombs had failed to incapacitate it, but the vehicle's very presence darting through the sky like a predatory bird had gained the creature's full attention. Letos had expected a world that would still bow to its power. But now, faced with this flying machine that defied the natural order, it felt the first stirrings of an actual threat. That threat needed to be extinguished. Without warning, one of Letos' 6 tree trunk-like arms shot skyward. Its massive, gnarled hand spread its long, crooked fingers wide as it lunged to grab the Batwing from the sky. The speed of the movement was alarming despite its immense size. The arm cut through the air like a scythe, stirring a hurricane-like gust in its wake. The force alone sent debris scattering in all directions below, but the Batwing was faster. The advanced propulsion engines roared to life with a force that could break the sound barrier in seconds. Charlie jerked the controls, pulling the craft into a steep climb that narrowly avoided the monster's grasp. The aircraft twisted and rolled as it broke free of the arm's path, a white trail of air pressure waves spiraling in its wake as the Batwing rocketed higher into the sky. Below, Letos' one enormous, unblinking eye followed the craft, unable to tear its gaze from the Batwing. It was clear that the creature's reflexes were unnaturally fast for its size, but even so, the Batwing's agility far outstripped it. To Letos, this would feel akin to chasing a supersonic fly buzzing and darting unpredictably, its speed marked by the occasional booming sonic crack as it weaved in and out of the creature's reach. The entire city of Riverton was watching this encounter unfold. Streets were deserted as people gathered in homes, restaurants, and bars, staring wide-eyed at screens broadcasting the battle from every possible angle. Even within the war room of the 9th Special Service Division, a group of seasoned officials, battle-hardened veterans, tactical geniuses, and hardened analysts were glued to their monitors. The room was silent, all eyes fixed on the screen showing the Batwing's daring maneuvers against this colossal monstrosity. For a moment, all eyes turned toward Dr. Richard, who had been responsible for much of the 9th Division's advanced weaponry. He sighed heavily. Before anyone asks, no, we don't have anything like that. The other officials exchanged silent glances. It's not just a plane, that thing is defying all aerodynamics, Dr. Richard added, throwing his hands up. The way that machine breaks the sound barrier and then pulls off a stationary flip, it's more magic than science. I swear, at this point, if someone told me that thing could run on a broomstick, I wouldn't be surprised. Minister Mark, another specialist, nodded in agreement, leaning back with a half-smile. I've seen enough to know when to accept the impossible. On screen, the Batwing executed another mind-bending maneuver, a reverse backflip at supersonic speeds, with all the grace of a gymnast. The jet maintained its absurd velocity as it banked hard, diving back toward Letos with an aggressive precision that made it seem less like an aircraft and more like a living, breathing hunter. At that moment, concealed machine gun ports on either side of the Batwing's sleek wings snapped open. From within, a barrage of ultra-high-speed bullets exploded forth, the warheads specially engineered by Wayne technology to penetrate the toughest of armors. This wasn't just standard military fare. These warheads were the result of years of secretive research, a project so costly and advanced it had nearly been scrapped by Wayne Tech itself. But Bruce Wayne had completed the project in secret, crafting the Batwing into a weapon that no one else in the world possessed. The bullets cut through the air with impossible speed, streaking toward Letos like shooting stars. The ancient creature's hide was covered in the same substance that Commander Ross had dubbed the Tiz Shield, a nearly indestructible material. Though Letos' resurrection was incomplete and its form was not yet at full power, the Tiz Shield was still powerful enough to withstand most damage. But as the barrage of supercharged bullets slammed into the creature's flesh, it felt something it had not experienced in millennia: pain. The bullets tore into its dark, muscular form, the Tiz Shield cracking and melting where each round hit. Waves of agony rippled through Letos as the damage spread from the points of impact, each shot like a white-hot brand searing its body. A thunderous roar escaped Letos' mouth, echoing across the city. How could this be? How could mere humans, creatures that had cowered before it for eons, inflict pain upon it? Its eye locked onto the Batwing as if to commit the aircraft and the human within it to eternal memory. That this human had managed to harm it, however minor, was enough to fill Letos with rage. This affront could not go unpunished. The creature lashed out again, its massive arm stretching toward the Batwing, but this time it had learned from its earlier failure. When its hand opened wide, a mass of tentacles erupted from its palm like vines growing at unnatural speeds, multiplying in all directions. In moments, the sky itself seemed to darken as the tentacles shot out, twisting and coiling through the air like living ropes, seeking to ensnare the Batwing. To those watching from below, it looked as though the sky had been overtaken by a massive web, blocking out even the wind as the tendrils writhed and twisted, searching for their prey. In living rooms, bars, and streets across Riverton, people gasped, fearing that the Batwing was doomed. But Charlie was calm, the neural link in his Batman armor sending warning signs to his display, marking each dangerous tendril as it closed in. He didn't need to think, he just needed to act. With inhuman reflexes, the Batwing performed a series of rapid, physics-defying maneuvers. It barrel-rolled, flipped, and darted through the air with such speed and grace that the tentacles, despite their numbers and reach, never came close. Each movement was sharp, precise, the Batwing twisting and diving as if dancing between the attacking limbs. When a tentacle loomed too close, the Batwing's machine guns opened fire, repelling the threat with a spray of hot lead. The jet moved like a ghost, slipping through the forest of tendrils with ease, dodging every attack with the grace of a butterfly navigating between flowers. It was a performance that seemed almost unreal. The combination of the Batwing's cutting-edge design, the neural-linked assistance from the Batman suit, and Charlie's years of combat experience made it possible for the aircraft to dodge every lethal blow. But there was more. Charlie wasn't just relying on the tech. Years of gaming had sharpened his reflexes. This was his playground. The grin on Charlie's face grew as he piloted the Batwing through the chaos. This was only the beginning. The Batwing, his most powerful weapon, had yet to reveal its full capabilities. The real fight was just beginning. There would be no need for second chances. Victory would come in one shot. Flying out from among the countless writhing tentacles once again, the Batwings of Batman's fighter tore through the air with ferocious speed, slicing past their monstrous target. The roaring engines of the Batwing emitted a low hum as its sleek form darted through the night sky like a black blade, momentarily catching the moonlight before diving into the shadows again. Inside the cockpit, the fighter's sophisticated intelligent locking assist system activated, seamlessly locking onto several vital points on Leto's massive and grotesque body. Leto's was a nightmare of a creature, with tentacles like tree trunks flailing wildly in the air, threatening to engulf the Batwing with their sheer size. Yet, despite the chaotic scene unfolding around him, Batman's honed instincts, coupled with his superior reaction speed, identified the brief but critical opening in Leto's defense. It was a flaw so minuscule that an ordinary pilot would have missed it entirely, but not Batman. His years of martial training and mastery of combat tactics allowed him to see combat as an art form, and Leto's massive body was just another canvas. At that moment, time itself seemed to slow down. The frantic motions of the waving tentacles, the billowing smoke, the debris flung into the air, it all appeared to freeze in a still frame, creating a surreal sense of calm amid the chaos. The Batwing's heads-up display illuminated before Batman, capturing every detail of the slowing battle in exquisite clarity. The tentacles moved in molasses-like slow motion, while the debris, hanging in midair, sparkled against the backdrop of fire and smoke like embers frozen in time. It was the exact sensation of bullet time, a phenomenon Batman had experienced many times before in simulations, but this felt different. This was real, and the strange feeling it evoked tugged at the corners of Batman's mind. For Charlie, who was piloting remotely through the game interface, the sensation was even more profound. He watched through the Batwing's virtual cameras as everything on the screen slowed down, just like in one of those quick-time event, QTE, moments from a game. His fingers tightened on the controls, waiting for the inevitable button prompt that would signal his next move. The QTE was designed to immerse the player in the game, giving them a brief window of heightened reflexes and reaction time to perform a crucial action. But this wasn't just a game anymore. The game, a cheat that could affect reality itself, was manipulating time and space. Was it truly slowing down time, or was Batman's heightened reflexes shared with Charlie as the player? Charlie's thoughts raced, but there was no time to dwell on them now. The boss fight was reaching its climax. The button prompt flashed on the screen, and without hesitation, Charlie reacted. His mouse darted across the screen, precisely aiming the targeting reticle, while his fingers danced across the keyboard, triggering the missile launch. The Batwing's weapon systems roared to life. Two specialized missiles shot out from beneath the fighter, their fiery trails painting streaks of red across the darkened sky. Batman had chosen his attack well. This wasn't just about brute force. He applied the same principles of martial arts, reading Leto's movements as if they were combat moves and finding openings in the monster's erratic patterns. His sharp mind, along with the advanced tactical systems of the Batwing, enabled him to execute strikes with deadly accuracy. When Leto's first noticed the human's assault, it barely flinched. This wasn't the first time it had encountered these pesky flying machines. The fighter jets of the 9th Special Service Division had also attacked it with missiles, and Leto's had shrugged off their feeble attacks as if swatting at flies. However, within moments of the Batwing's missiles hitting, Leto's sensed something terribly wrong. The two missiles detonated with an explosive force that exceeded anything Leto's had encountered before. The blast waves tore through the air like a tidal wave, rippling outward with massive energy. High-temperature flames spread across Leto's thick, armored skin, forcing the creature to instinctively shield its vulnerable areas. But these flames were not ordinary. They shimmered with an eerie, plasma-like blue light, both beautiful and deadly. This light danced across Leto's skin, eating away at the protective shield it had formed. The ancient monster recoiled in horror as its body, which it once believed to be impervious to any human weapon, was now being torn apart by this strange and unnatural energy. Leto's one large eye widened in shock as it felt the integrity of its physical form faltering. Beneath the shredded layers of its shield, Leto's grotesque inner organs, an intricate web of twisted vines and pulsating flesh, were laid bare, exposed to the open air like a gory mosaic of living tissue. Leto's body began to rapidly regenerate, its natural healing process kicking into overdrive to mend the damage. Yet, this time the pain was more real than anything it had felt in centuries. The realization sent waves of fear coursing through the creature. I must kill him, Leto's thought, its mind racing with a primal instinct of survival. With newfound rage, Leto's colossal body began to shift and morph. Its thick, writhing arms fused together into one enormous mass, expanding rapidly like molten lava swelling out of a volcano. In mere moments, Leto's had formed a massive net of flash, spreading across the sky like a suffocating blanket of darkness. This enormous claw-like appendage reached out, determined to engulf the Batwing in one final strike. The night sky seemed to vanish beneath the sheer size of Leto's outstretched form, casting everything below it in impenetrable shadow. The Batwing's engines roared as Batman initiated its advanced acceleration system, pushing the craft to its absolute limits. Yet, even with its unearthly speed, it wasn't enough. The net of darkness closed in, smothering the Batwing like a predator trapping its prey. For a moment, everything went silent. The fighter had been caught, swallowed whole by the massive, writhing mass of flesh. It was now entombed in Leto's dark, lightless void. Leto's eye glowed with satisfaction. Finally, it had caught the human. All it had to do now was crush this insignificant insect into dust. But before Leto's could savor its victory, the Batwing pierced through the darkness, breaking free of the suffocating prison. It shot back into the night sky like a black arrow, tearing through Leto's body as though it had turned into a phantom, untouchable and ethereal. Leto's eye widened in disbelief. How had the Batwing escaped? It had felt the machine trapped within its grasp. But now it was as if the fighter had become a ghost, able to pass through solid matter. This was the Allen system at work, granting the Batwing the short-term ability to vibrate its molecules and phase through objects, an ability stolen from the Flash himself. Although the process consumed an enormous amount of energy and could only be used for brief moments, it was enough to escape Leto's death grip. As Leto's tried to process the impossible, 3 more missiles streaked toward it. 2 of them were Apocalypse missiles, borrowed from the alien technology of Cyborg. They slammed into Leto's body, causing massive explosions that tore through its already damaged form, leaving gaping holes where its organs were exposed. The third missile, however, was different, a freezing bomb. Upon detonation, the warhead released a cloud of ice crystals that enveloped Leto's entire body in a layer of frost. Leto screamed in rage as its temperature spiked, desperately trying to melt the ice that encased its body. But during this brief period, its regenerative powers were significantly weakened. Target's temperature rising sharply. 2 seconds until the ice shatters, Friday's voice rang out inside the cockpit. Self-healing power has decreased significantly. Perfect, Charlie said, his voice steady. This was exactly the plan. Though the freezing bomb wouldn't kill Leto's, it forced the creature to expend an immense amount of energy to break free, weakening its defenses and making it more vulnerable to attack. With Leto's now severely weakened, Batman and Charlie prepared for the final blow. The Batwing hovered in the air, engines thrumming as its most powerful weapon system began to charge. A black barrel extended from beneath the Batwing, locking onto Leto's from afar. Energy began to build within the weapon, so intense that the fighter itself seemed to glow red hot. The very space around the Batwing distorted from the overwhelming heat, rippling like molten lava. This was no ordinary weapon, it was Superman's heat vision, replicated and installed on the Batwing. It was so powerful that the Batwing itself could only withstand a single shot before it risked disintegrating. Charlie smirked as the energy built to its peak. He called it the massive ice sculpture exploded in a deafening crack, sending shards of ice flying in every direction. The thick, muscular arms of Leto's shattered their icy prison with ferocious power, and the 6 monstrous limbs swung wildly, cracking the air as they flailed. Leto's body temperature skyrocketed, warping the space around it in shimmering waves of heat. The water that had melted from the ice evaporated almost instantly upon hitting the cracked, smoldering ground, rising as plumes of white steam. Leto's had broken free from the ice once again, and this time, it was even faster, perhaps because it had anticipated this moment. But despite the increased speed, it still wasn't fast enough. As it tore itself from the last remnants of ice, Leto's wasted no time. The urgency in its movements was clear, driven by a mix of anger and fear. Even before the icy fragments had fully fallen away from its towering form, Leto's lashed out, swinging one of its 6 powerful arms toward the Batwing. The arm had just cleared the last of the ice crystals when it stretched open its clawed palm, and from it, a tentacle shot out like a bolt of black lightning, crackling through the night with terrifying speed. But in those brief tenths of a second, the Batwing had already completed charging. The aircraft hovered in place, glowing faintly as the energy it had gathered surged through its systems. Then, in a burst of raw power, the Batwing's heat sight cannon fired, unleashing a beam of high-temperature, red-hot energy that spiraled outward like a radiant, superheated blade. This was Batman's signature output skill, heat vision, faithfully replicated after years of tireless research. The original, wielded by Superman, had been described as having a higher temperature than the very core of the sun. Even in weaker instances, the heat vision was capable of melting and vaporizing any substance in its path. And while Batman's version wasn't an exact copy, nor as powerful as the genuine heat vision, it was still more than enough for the job. Leto's tentacle whipped toward the Batwing with blinding speed, but the moment it made contact with the heat beam, it was instantly vaporized. There was no explosion, no shattering. The tentacle simply ceased to exist. A large section of it was erased from existence, as if even the ashes had been swallowed by the immense heat. The destruction was so thorough that not even a trace remained of the appendage that had been there mere moments before. The red-hot beam cut through the tentacle and continued on its path without resistance, moving like a molten sword through the air. It carved diagonally across Leto's massive body, slicing through the creature's grotesque form without slowing down. The beam penetrated from the lower left of Leto's enormous torso, and in less than a second, it had crossed through to the upper right, emerging from the other side of the beast's dark, quivering mass. The beam didn't just cut, it seared. Like a blade wielded by a god, the heat sight cannon's light left behind a clean, burning wound. The red-hot glow of the cut line was still visible as the beam vanished into the night, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared, leaving the air in its wake crackling with residual energy. For a brief, frozen moment, Leto seemed unable to comprehend what had just happened. Its enormous form, which had towered over the battlefield like an invincible titan, suddenly felt foreign. The creature could no longer sense its body in the way it once had. It was as though a part of it had been erased from reality. A thick, scorched black line marked the path where the heat beam had passed. The massive cut was smooth and clean, as though carved by a celestial sword. The edges of the wound glowed with molten red, and faint tendrils of smoke wafted from the burn. Leto's one eye widened in disbelief. It couldn't feel its other limbs. It couldn't even feel the pain that should have come from the burning wound across its body. For the first time in its ancient life, Leto's this ancient, godlike monster felt something it had never experienced before. Fear. Deep, primal fear. Everything had happened so quickly. All eyes were glued to this moment. The onlookers, whether soldiers in the distance or civilians watching from rooftops, could only gape in stunned silence. Even those watching the event unfold on television screens miles away had their mouths open in disbelief. From several streets over, people could see the radiant beam of light pierce the sky, the red streak cutting through the darkness, distorting space itself with its immense power. It was as though they had witnessed a miracle. Leto's, still staring with its single eye, felt its strength fading. Fear and confusion clouded its mind. The last thoughts that drifted through its consciousness were tinged with regret. If only it had known how terrifying humanity had become, if only it had been aware of this level of power, it would never have emerged in such a weakened state. It would have remained in the shadows, biding its time, watching and learning before making a move. But there were no second chances now. The Batwing, now hovering silently in the night sky, unleashed its final barrage. The rhythmic clattering of machine gun fire echoed through the streets as rounds rained down on Leto's now fractured body. The bullets cracked through the air, each one punching into the creature's already vulnerable form. And then came the missiles. Apocalypse missiles, engineered with alien technology, slammed into Leto's body with devastating force. The explosions were spectacular, lighting up the night sky with a dazzling display of fire and light. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Leto's massive, towering form finally gave way. The black shadow that had once been Leto's mighty body split apart, tearing asunder from the relentless onslaught. The combination of the heat vision cannon's devastating blow and the final full volley of firepower had done its job. Leto's body, once indestructible and protected by the impenetrable Tiz shield, fell to the ground. But it didn't simply fall, it crumbled. Leto's massive, 90-meter-high body, which had once loomed over the city like a nightmarish colossus, collapsed with a deafening crash. As it struck the ground, its once mighty form shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into fine dust. The Tiz shield, which had once made Leto seem invincible, now appeared to be little more than a thin, fragile shell. The moment Leto's body hit the ground, it began to break apart, crumbling like a brittle vase dropped from a great height. But it didn't stop there. The body continued to decompose at an alarming rate, disintegrating into a cloud of dust and ash. Within moments, Leto's once towering form had scattered across the battlefield, reduced to nothing more than particles that vanished into the night air. It was as if Leto's had never existed at all. The battle was over. It had taken place in the very heart of Riverdon City, witnessed by thousands. When it became clear that the seemingly invincible demon god had been completely destroyed, a wave of joyous shouting erupted. People cheered, their voices filling the air with triumphant exclamations. But beneath the surface of the celebration, there was an undercurrent of deep, profound shock. Especially among the higher UPS. Leto's had been the most powerful enemy they had ever faced, and it had appeared in the very center of the city. While they were grateful for its defeat, the atmosphere among the command staff was disturbingly quiet. This wasn't just about Batman's technology or how it had broken numerous physical laws during the battle. No, this time, something far more incomprehensible had taken place. The most shocking part of the battle, the true climax, had been the final weapon used by the Batwing. It had been a single strike, but it had felt like the sword of a god. The battle was decided in that one instant. The operators, monitoring the fight from afar, had attempted to capture the thermal response from the Batwing. The moment they saw the readings, their eyes widened, and one of them could barely muster the strength to announce the numbers. It was impossible. Dr. Richard was the first to speak, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible, he muttered, his voice filled with doubt. There's no way this temperature is achievable. For a few seconds, the command center was silent. Then Director Steele slowly raised his eyes. Seeing is believing, Doctor. Batman has technology far beyond what we can comprehend. While this is more extreme than usual. No, you don't understand, Dr. Richard interrupted, now visibly agitated. It's not just about the technology to create a weapon like that. It's about how the weapon didn't cause a chain reaction when it fired. Richard shook his head, his frustration growing as he continued. We're not in a vacuum here. We're in the middle of Riverton City. That kind of heat, when released, should have caused a disaster. The moment that ultra-high temperature beam was fired, it should have spread in all directions, vaporizing everything in its path. As Dr. Richard spoke, everyone in the room began to understand the implications. Creating a weapon like that was one thing, but controlling it? Preventing it from turning into a catastrophe? That was something else entirely. In theory, Richard continued, his voice rising, it should have evaporated everything nearby. But instead, it cut through Letos like butter, displayed an unimaginable temperature, and yet didn't cause any collateral damage. The room was deathly silent, everyone staring at the screens, trying to process the impossible. Finally, Director Steele walked over to Dr. Richard and placed a hand on his shoulder, offering a sympathetic smile. With a soft sigh, Steele shook his head, his eyes conveying a message of resignation. Let it go. It's not worth it. I stopped trying to understand it a long time ago. Charlie took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle on his shoulders. He could feel the tension building in the room, not from his surroundings, but from within himself. His mind was racing with possibilities and calculations, but he knew he needed to calm down. With practiced ease, he cleared his thoughts, adjusted his posture, and focused. His expression shifted to one of deep seriousness, as though he had made a crucial decision, one that could alter everything. I'm going, then, Friday, he said gravely, his voice low but firm. Friday smiled in her usual professional, reassuring manner. Anytime, sir. Charlie hesitated for a brief second, then asked, Are you sure you're ready? Friday's smile didn't falter. No problem, sir. Charlie let out a short exhale. All right, it's time. With a determined click of the mouse, Charlie confirmed the level upgrade prompt on his computer screen. He held his breath as the screen flickered, the cutscene playing out as his character progressed through the stages of advancement. He leaned forward slightly, fingers hovering over the keyboard, ready to extract the new skill rewards that would follow the upgrade. The anticipation was real. This wasn't just about getting through another battle or finishing a mission, this was about the next stage in Charlie's personal power. After the fierce battle the night before with the monstrous entity, Letos, which had shaken the entire battlefield, Charlie knew the stakes were higher than ever. The creature had been powerful, ancient, and terrifying, yet Charlie had managed to take it down. The aftermath left him with more than just victory, it had left him with the promise of growth. The battle had been grueling. Letos, with its twisted, tentacled form and immense size, had towered over everything, making Charlie feel insignificant in comparison. But as the fight unfolded, Charlie realized that while Letos was strong, it wasn't invincible. In the beginning, its appearance had been overwhelming, its power almost suffocating. But as the battle raged on, Charlie found the creature's flaws, exploiting its weaknesses, turning what seemed like an impossible fight into a hard-earned victory. The once dreaded presence of Letos had crumbled beneath the precision of his attacks. However, Letos wasn't just any creature. It represented something much larger, a shift in the world. The awakening of these ancient beings signified that stronger, more dangerous enemies would soon rise. Letos had been merely the first. The idea sent a shiver down Charlie's spine. He needed to prepare. He needed to grow stronger. He could already see the experience bar at the top of his screen, hovering dangerously close to the critical level. He was so close to leveling up after all these hard-fought battles. Last night's fight with Letos, combined with the countless challenges before it, had almost pushed him over the edge. In a world where gods existed, where ancient creatures and powerful deities stirred, Charlie had no choice but to keep climbing. He couldn't afford to be complacent. Every upgrade, every new skill, brought him closer to being able to stand against these titanic forces. But there was more at stake than just that. His last encounter with Commander Ross had left him unsettled. Ross had appeared in the middle of the chaos, seemingly taking advantage of the situation. Though injured, missing an arm, Ross had vanished into the confusion, slipping away like a shadow. After Letos fell, the 9th Division had swept in to clean up the remaining ghouls and secure the area. But even after their thorough search, there was no sign of Ross. This was troubling. Ross had lost his arm in a previous fight, and with Letos gone, he had likely lost his greatest weapon, the Tiz shield. Without that, Ross was far less dangerous. But still, he was out there somewhere, and Charlie wasn't about to let that slide. Ross was a ghost now, someone who had slipped through the cracks, and Charlie had no intention of letting him escape justice. He needed to stay on Ross' trail. Friday had already been tasked with monitoring the situation, keeping tabs on any developments regarding Ross. While Ross might be weakened, he was still valuable. Taking him down would yield a lot of experience points. And Charlie had done most of the damage during their last encounter. The thought of someone else, especially a team like the Service Division, finishing Ross off before he could get there was unacceptable. As the cutscene ended, the screen shifted into the new skill extraction link. The prompt flashed before his eyes, and Charlie's excitement began to build once again. With the level up, came new capabilities. The first significant change was to his team structure. Charlie could now bring 5 heroes into battle, instead of the usual 3. This opened up a world of tactical possibilities. He could now switch between his 5 chosen heroes, using their unique abilities depending on the situation. The battlefield was about to get a lot more interesting. Charlie sat back in his chair, stretching his arms for a moment, before leaning forward once again, cracking his knuckles. This was the part he had been waiting for. Hero draws. Excitement surged through him. Drawing 5 cards in a row always gave him a thrill, especially knowing that Spider-Man was still his guaranteed pick. Spider-Man's base abilities were reliable, strong, and offered some of the best enhancements available. Charlie knew that with Spider-Man's skills, his chances of drawing something high quality were significantly higher. And sure enough, the first draw didn't disappoint. Charlie had drawn Spider-Man's enhanced physique. The benefits were immediate enhanced durability, strength, and agility. Spider-Man's body could withstand incredible forces, even surviving a full-speed impact with a train, based on what Charlie had seen in the films. His body was also incredibly flexible, able to perform feats that would be impossible for most humans. This was more than just brute strength. This was about grace, agility, and reflexes that allowed him to move like a dancer in the midst of battle. And when combined with Spider Sense, the possibilities were endless. In essence, Charlie could now dodge bullets effortlessly. His dodge stat maxed out to the point where he could weave through any attack with precision. With this ability, even the deadliest assaults would result in nothing more than a missed opportunity. But that was just the start. There were 4 more random abilities to be drawn. The first one was something Charlie hadn't expected: Wolverine's adamantium skeleton. With this, Charlie would have an indestructible skeleton, just like Wolverine. The bone claws would be part of the deal too. With a single thought, Charlie could summon the claws, tearing through anything in his path. But there was a downside. Unlike Wolverine, Charlie didn't have the regenerative healing powers necessary to handle the strain of having an adamantium skeleton. The metal was surgically implanted in Wolverine's body, but without that monster-level healing ability, Charlie wasn't sure his body could handle it. Even if he could summon the claws at will, each time he did, it would tear through his own flesh before cutting his enemies. Charlie's strongest self-healing skill came from Moon Knight, but he doubted it would be enough to handle the internal damage caused by the adamantium skeleton. He filed the ability away in his mind as something to be cautious with, perhaps to experiment with later, but not yet. The second random draw yielded something equally interesting: Daredevil's radar sense. With it, Charlie's senses would become hyperacute, allowing him to perceive the world in ways far beyond normal human capabilities. He could hear heartbeats from miles away, smell faint traces of chemicals, and sense the smallest vibrations in the air. This ability would be enough to put every police dog out of work. More than just enhanced senses, the radar sense came with Daredevil's years of experience in honing and mastering those abilities. Charlie wouldn't need years of practice. He could activate it immediately and function at the same level as Daredevil himself. But, as with everything, there was a catch. When using the radar sense, Charlie would be effectively blind. Daredevil's vision was never restored in his hero state, and the same would apply to Charlie when the radar sense was on. Still, Charlie wasn't too concerned. Daredevil had lived his entire life functioning with the radar sense, and it often gave him better awareness than regular sight. Besides, Charlie could always deactivate the skill and regain his vision if needed. The third random draw brought a stealth ability from Elektra, Daredevil's ninja ally. This skill allowed Charlie to move with near invisibility, controlling his breath, heartbeat, and footsteps so that he became almost undetectable. It was a classic ninja technique, perfect for stealth missions. The fourth and final random draw was a massive boon to his arsenal: master-level weapon proficiency from the Winter Soldier. This ability granted Charlie the skills to wield any weapon, whether a gun, sword, or even unconventional tools, with flawless expertise. Designed by Hydra as the ultimate combatant, the Winter Soldier had mastered every form of modern weaponry, and now Charlie had access to that same level of proficiency. Charlie's power had increased exponentially with this new set of abilities, and the possibilities were endless. But he wasn't done yet. It was time to draw a hero. TL note: fking why, bro's not gonna even use them shits. With a smile, Charlie initiated the draw. As expected, the prize pool contained a variety of items, some useful, some less so. Spider-Man's student ID, Stark's dinner date plans, and then came something that made Charlie groan: the Hulk's pants. Again. This time, they were a different color, but he knew what they were. Was this some kind of cosmic joke? Would collecting 7 pairs of Hulk's pants unlock some kind of secret character? He could almost hear a sarcastic voice in the back of his mind telling him that. But after what felt like an eternity of pulls, Charlie finally hit gold. Colorful special effects flashed on the screen, and Charlie knew that this time, it was something big. The hero he had drawn was none other than Kane Parker, one of the Scarlet Spiders. Kane was a clone of Spider-Man, with abilities that closely mirrored the original. Charlie could already tell that his roster was becoming a spider nest of sorts, with multiple versions of Spider-Man filling his hero pool. Just as he was about to give up hope with his points running low, the final draw came, and this time, it was something monumental. As the special effects exploded in dazzling colors, Charlie's heart raced. There, standing in the light, was Tony Stark, Iron Man himself. The scientist, billionaire, and technological genius. One of the greatest minds in the Marvel Universe and a symbol of power and innovation. Charlie couldn't help but smile. His journey had just taken a massive leap forward. Charlie stared at the screen in wide-eyed disbelief. The shock hit him like a bolt of lightning. This wave of shipments wasn't just good, it was jaw-dropping. Iron Man? He couldn't have imagined something like this in his wildest dreams. His excitement was palpable, but he was so overwhelmed that he found himself momentarily speechless, unable to express the sheer elation bubbling up inside him. Iron Man, Tony Stark himself. It was a name that needed no introduction. Since 2008, when Tony Stark had first graced the big screen in that iconic red and gold armor, Iron Man had transformed from a comic book hero into a global phenomenon. He had become a symbol, a legend, a character so ingrained in popular culture that his name was spoken alongside Superman and Batman. Charlie had always admired him not just for his combat skills, but for everything he represented. Tony Stark was more than just a superhero. His character was multifaceted, full of depth and humanity. He wasn't born a hero, he had earned it. He started as an arrogant, self-absorbed billionaire who saw the world as a playground for his wealth. But through the trials of life, through pain and sacrifice, he became a protector of Earth, a man driven by responsibility and an overwhelming need to make up for his past mistakes. "I love you 3000 wasn't just a line, it was a testament to the love and devotion he carried for the people he cherished. But that wasn't what had originally drawn people to him. No, what grabbed people's attention from the start was the sheer spectacle of it all. Whenever Tony Stark appeared on screen, it felt like you could smell the burning cash that went into creating those scenes. Every frame was filled with dazzling special effects, shining metal, glowing arc reactors, powerful repulsors, and sleek armor designs. Each iteration of the Iron Man suit felt like a technological marvel, pushing the boundaries of what we thought was possible, both in fiction and reality. And those suits. God, those suits. The Iron Man armor had become a cultural icon overnight. Whether it was the sleek Mark III or the Hulkbuster, Tony Stark's arsenal was a visual feast that no one could get enough of. The armor wasn't just a suit of high-tech gear, it was a symbol of ingenuity, a representation of what could be achieved through human brilliance and creativity. Iron Man had become the designated budget warrior of the MCU, a hero whose every scene was a testament to the massive resources it took to bring him to life. But all that expense was worth it. Every single penny. The combat power of Iron Man's suit was top tier. Tony Stark, with his sharp intellect, had designed some of the most formidable technology in the universe. He was an unstoppable force on the battlefield, even when faced with alien invaders, gods, or otherworldly threats. And now, all that power was in Charlie's hands. Charlie leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. The MCU had shown time and time again that leading scientists in comics weren't just brilliant minds, they were walking disasters waiting to happen. Their motto? The greatest offense is the deadliest defense. Tony Stark fit right into that mold. When the world was on the line, Stark could unleash hell. But left alone in his lab, tinkering away, he could also create world-ending problems in his spare time. And that was what made him so fascinating. Tony Stark was the embodiment of contradictions. On the one hand, he was a genius who could solve almost any problem thrown his way. On the other, he was a man whose creations had a habit of spiraling out of control, leading to more problems than solutions. His Iron Man armor was a reflection of that, the pinnacle of Earth-based technology, yet constantly evolving, constantly being pushed to its limits. Even though Stark's suits were built using Earth's technology, they had evolved far beyond anything the planet could produce. By the later stages of the MCU, Stark's armor was capable of taking on alien fleets and cutting through enemies like they were nothing more than weeds. He had surpassed the ceiling of Earth's technology by leaps and bounds, to the point where his advancements were generations ahead of what the planet's greatest minds could comprehend. TL note, let's see what Reed Richards has to say about it. For Charlie, this wasn't just an upgrade. It was a game changer. The addition of Iron Man to his roster wasn't just a simple boost to his frontline combat power, it was a massive leap forward. Iron Man's versatility, his adaptability, and his sheer strength made him a force to be reckoned with. Unlike the Batwing, which had incredible firepower but was limited in terms of flexibility, Iron Man's suits were multifunctional. He could be a stealthy assassin, a heavy hitter, or even a battlefield medic. Whatever the situation, Tony Stark had a suit for it. Charlie's mind raced as he thought of the endless possibilities. In terms of sheer performance, he estimated that Iron Man was now standing toe-to-toe with his version of Batman. Both were at the peak of the B-level hero pool, essentially representing the ceiling of combat power in that category. But there was a catch. Power always came at a price, and in Iron Man's case, that price was energy consumption. Charlie frowned as he considered the two major concerns regarding energy consumption. The first was the energy required by the suit itself. The Iron Man armor, as powerful as it was, needed a massive energy source to function at peak capacity. In the movies, Stark had solved this problem by creating the arc reactor, a piece of technology so advanced it bordered on science fiction. He had built the first one in a cave with nothing more than scrap metal and ingenuity, a testament to his brilliance. But even the arc reactor wasn't a perfect solution. No matter how advanced the reactor was, Stark's suits occasionally faced energy shortages during extended battles. Whether it was in the movies or comics, there were moments where the suit would run dangerously low on power, forcing Stark to make split-second decisions on how to allocate his remaining energy. Charlie would have to keep that in mind during prolonged combat encounters. The second issue was the energy consumption on Charlie's side. The game itself was already demanding, constantly pushing Charlie to his limits. Every time he thought he had gained enough strength to handle the next level, the game threw him a curveball his heroes would power up in response, making it clear that the journey was far from over. There was always a new challenge waiting around the corner, and Charlie knew he couldn't afford to become complacent. That said, Iron Man had one unique advantage: the variety of his suits. Unlike other heroes who had static powers or abilities, Tony Stark had dozens of suits, each with its own unique strengths and weaknesses. And while some of these suits consumed massive amounts of energy, others were far more manageable. For example, the early Mark I or the suitcase model Mark V were far less taxing. Charlie knew that with his current energy levels, he could operate these suits indefinitely without feeling the strain. In the early days of Stark's career, the Iron Man suits hadn't yet reached their god-tier levels. Back then, they were still rooted in relatively modern technology, which made them more accessible for Charlie. In the MCU, Stark's progression over the years had been one of the most dramatic in terms of both character development and power scaling. His armor evolved with each movie, becoming more advanced, more capable. Whether it was the sleek, streamlined designs of the early suits or the incredible technology in the later models, Tony Stark's growth was a qualitative leap forward. Charlie couldn't wait any longer. His hands trembled with anticipation as he logged into the game and selected Iron Man as his hero. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the chance to see what Tony Stark could really do. But the moment the game loaded, Charlie realized something was different. Unlike most heroes, who started in random environments, Tony Stark appeared in a very specific place: his laboratory. Charlie's in-game perspective opened to reveal Stark standing confidently in his lab. He wasn't wearing the suit yet, but instead his signature black undershirt, with the glowing arc reactor on his chest casting a soft blue light across the room. Holographic displays flickered to life around him, showing diagnostic data, suit schematics, and weapon systems. Just like Batman's Batcave in the game, Stark's lab served as a central hub, a place where Charlie could access a wealth of resources and equipment. The lab housed dozens of Iron Man suits, all designed for different purposes: stealth missions, deep-sea exploration, space travel, heavy combat, and more. Whatever the mission, whatever the scenario, Stark had a suit for it. As soon as Stark appeared, Friday's familiar voice chimed in. "Sir, welcome back. All systems are online, and you now have access to the full range of Iron Man suits. Shall I assist with combat preparation?" Charlie smiled. He had been waiting for this. Friday, the AI assistant who had been originally designed by Stark himself, was now in her element. While she had been able to interface with the Batcave earlier, this was her true home, the lab where she had been born. Friday could directly access the lab's network and link up with all of Stark's equipment. From stealth suits to heavy artillery, Charlie now had access to a vast array of options. The thought made him giddy with excitement. He wasted no time. He immediately began exploring the lab, his attention drawn to the row of suits standing at attention in the underground armory. As he controlled Stark to approach, his eyes widened. There were more than 70 suits to choose from. Each suit, carefully rendered in-game, looked as realistic and detailed as it had in the movies. From the clunky, cave-built Mark I to the sleek, cutting-edge Mark 43 from Avengers: Age of Ultron, they were all there. Charlie marveled at the collection. These suits had become so iconic in the MCU that they had even made their way into the comics, where they had been integrated into Stark's backstory. But it wasn't just the movie versions, there were also several suits from the comics themselves. Charlie had initially thought the comic versions of Iron Man's armor would be far stronger than the movie versions, given how overpowered many comic book heroes were. But to his surprise, the early comic versions were weaker than their MCU counterparts. Some of the early armors weren't even full exoskeletons. Stark had worn a tight golden suit underneath, with red armor plates attached to his body like a patchwork. It wasn't until Stark injected himself with the Extremis virus, merging with his armor on a molecular level, that his comic book suits reached their true potential. But Charlie realized that this version of Iron Man, the one with superpowers, wasn't available in the B-level pool. For now, the most powerful armor in the lab was the Mark 43. "Sir, Daredevil's auto-hack time is over," Friday said. "Would you like to review the benefits and missions triggered during this period?" "Absolutely," Charlie replied, his excitement rising again. "Show me." With Friday's reminder, Charlie Cooper blinked and checked the clock. 12 hours had passed since he last set up Daredevil's auto-hack. Time really had flown by, and now Daredevil's mission time limit had come to an end. Charlie leaned back in his chair, temporarily exiting the Stark Lab's vibrant and high-tech interface to return to the hero selection screen. His fingers hovered over the controls as he reselected Daredevil, immediately switching into the iconic red costume of the Night Devil as the map updated to the sprawling cityscape of Grey City. For the past 12 hours, Daredevil had been hard at work, completing missions one after another. Grey City was not like Riverdon. In Riverdon, the city was practically under Batman's iron grip, and every criminal knew it. The thugs and gangsters who once roamed the streets in confidence had now been molded by fear into something else entirely, something weaker, something afraid. Crime had dropped so low that people were beginning to act like model citizens, almost as if they were afraid Batman might swoop down from the shadows if they so much as jaywalked. Grey City, however, was different. It was still in its early stages, a breeding ground for crime and corruption. Daredevil, or the Night Devil, was still whispered about as a myth. Criminals operated openly, not yet realizing the threat Daredevil posed. Charlie smiled as he saw mission after mission get completed, his character mowing down petty criminals and taking down underworld figures with precision and ease. Thanks to Daredevil's radar sense, a supernatural ability that allowed him to perceive his surroundings with uncanny accuracy, missions kept triggering one after another, and Daredevil had cleaned up the city with surgical efficiency. The overnight auto-hack had been a resounding success, yielding quite the haul of rewards and experience. As the morning sun streamed through Charlie's window, he scanned the hidden side mission that had been triggered. It seemed like a fragment of conversation Daredevil had overheard through his enhanced hearing, bits of chatter that would have escaped the ears of ordinary people. After sifting through the details, Charlie smirked as the mission details became clear. Director Linton was once again in trouble. This wasn't the first time Charlie had noticed a pattern. Director Linton was like a walking mission generator. No matter how many days passed, new dangers and elite enemies seemed to crop up around him, almost as if they were drawn to him. Every time a new mission was triggered, it was usually connected to Linton in some way, and this time was no different. Charlie's strategy had been deliberate. When he first set up Daredevil's auto-hack, he specifically chose to place Daredevil near Director Linton's office in Grace City. That way, if any trouble brewed, Daredevil would pick it up immediately. And sure enough, trouble had arrived. But this wasn't just any trouble. This time, a big fish had surfaced. Black Sun, the name alone was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. The infamous assassin was as feared as the organization he had once built. Charlie quickly accessed Friday's dark web intel, scanning the information she had compiled. Black Sun had built his name from the ground up, creating an assassin empire that dominated the shadows. His name was legendary among hitmen and killers, a figure of almost mythic proportions. Back in the day, before the assassin industry had become as developed as it was now, Black Sun had been a pioneer. He was responsible for some of the most impressive and deadly feats in the business. He had retired long ago, leaving the blood-stained world of assassinations behind, but something had drawn him out of retirement. And now, it seemed, he was making an exception for Grace City. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a strange sense of irony. It was almost like he was the protagonist in some sort of martial arts fantasy. He was the young upstart who had come to challenge a top-tier sect, and now, the big guns were being called in to deal with him. The situation reminded him of a classic martial arts trope. The younger, lower-ranked disciples had been beaten black and blue by an outsider, so they went crying to their master for help. The Grand Master, a legendary figure, had now been forced out of retirement to restore the sect's honor. But, much like in those stories, Charlie knew the truth: the Grand Master was about to be thoroughly outclassed. This wasn't a fair fight. It never had been. Black Sun might be a legend in the assassin world, but Charlie had leveled up. He wasn't just some young challenger, he was a force to be reckoned with. The oddest part of the whole situation, though, was that Black Sun didn't come quietly. Instead of making a covert strike, the assassin had left behind a bold and audacious message, a notice of crime, almost like something out of a comic book. The contents of the message were simple and chilling. Black Sun had declared the time and place of his next hit, Director Linton's office. The assassin had even specified the exact date and hour he would strike. It was the kind of arrogance Charlie hadn't seen in a while. Not only had Black Sun named his victim, but he had also publicly announced the location and time of the assassination, targeting the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Grace City. Should we have Miss Kane keep an eye on things? Friday's voice, calm and efficient, brought Charlie out of his musings. Charlie's lips curled into a smile. Of course, he said smoothly. But let's add some new tricks this time. Maybe we'll introduce some fresh blood into the mix. He had been waiting for this. After unlocking Iron Man, Charlie had been itching to test out his new hero in the field. Sure, using someone like Iron Man to deal with a bunch of assassins was overkill. It was like using a sledgehammer to squash a mosquito, completely unnecessary. But the thought of flying through the skies in the Mark 40 armor, testing its long-distance flight capabilities, was too tempting to pass up. This wasn't just about defeating the enemies. For Charlie, Iron Man's appearance signified something much bigger. With Iron Man now in his lineup, Charlie had unlocked his second hero capable of long-distance travel, the first being Batman. Currently, the fastest armor in his base was the Mark 40, codenamed Shotgun. Stark had specifically designed this suit for ultra-high-speed flight. With its full thrusters engaged, the shotgun could reach speeds over 5 times the speed of sound. For context, even the most advanced fighter jets didn't exceed Mach 3, making the Mark 40 a marvel of cutting-edge technology. Because the shotgun wasn't built for combat, it was designed purely for high-speed flight. It wasn't loaded with heavy weapons. This meant that using it wouldn't drain Charlie's energy as quickly as combat-heavy suits. Plus, with the auto-hack function, Charlie could have Iron Man fly from Riverton to Grace City while minimizing his own energy consumption. As he prepared for the next phase, Charlie decided to bring in some of his lesser-used heroes. He swapped out a few members of his team, adding them to the bench for the upcoming mission. His plan was simple: he'd fly to Grace City with Iron Man and introduce his new heroes to the field. Before he could initiate the flight, Friday interrupted him with a reminder. "Sir, you might want to check the card draw before heading out." Card draw? Charlie paused, momentarily confused. What card draw? Friday's holographic image blinked at him. "You earned a reward in your last mission, a card draw ticket for a sea-level hero." Charlie rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It had slipped his mind. He hadn't even looked at the rewards from his last mission, but now that Friday had reminded him, he saw it. 20 C-level hero draw coupons. Ever since he had unlocked the B-level pool, Charlie hadn't bothered with the C-level heroes. They felt like a distant memory, something from the early stages of his journey. But hey, it was free. No money or points involved, and the coupons weren't going to do much good sitting in his inventory. With a shrug, Charlie opened the C-level pool and threw all 20 coupons into the draw. What followed was a nostalgic cascade of thank you for participating messages, those painful reminders that not every draw could be a winner. It had been a while since Charlie had seen those words, but this time, they didn't bother him. His mindset had shifted. Ever since unlocking the B-level pool, Charlie had developed a more laid-back approach to the C-level draws. Besides, after unlocking Iron Man, Charlie was in an excellent mood. Even if every single draw turned up empty, it wouldn't ruin his day. He was just doing it for fun. But as it turned out, the C-level pool wasn't completely devoid of rewards. After 20 rounds, a hero appeared, Deadshot. Deadshot, the world's greatest marksman. His accuracy was so precise that it bordered on the supernatural. Charlie grinned as he considered the possibilities. Deadshot wasn't just good, he was the best. A master assassin with a reputation that preceded him, Deadshot could hit a target from 800 miles away, assuming the bullet could travel that far. TL note, 800, nanny. A sudden idea sparked in Charlie's mind. As the saying goes, fight fire with fire. Since today's mission involved taking on a legendary assassin, why not add some legendary assassins of his own? Without hesitation, Charlie added both Deathstroke and Deadshot to his team's substitutes. Two of DC's deadliest killers, primed and ready to face off against the assassins of Grey City. Unfortunately, Marvel's Winter Soldier was still tied up in the lunatic asylum, and Charlie wasn't in the mood to retrieve him just yet. But that didn't matter. Looking at his lineup, Iron Man, Deathstroke, and Deadshot, Charlie felt a rush of anticipation. Tonight's showdown was going to be explosive. Charlie selected the sleek Mark 40 armor from the interface, his finger hovering over the attack button for a brief second before pressing it. Almost immediately, the screen came alive with the image of Tony Stark striding toward the launch pad in the center of his state-of-the-art laboratory. Around the launch pad, the floor split apart with a quiet mechanical hiss, revealing a series of complex robotic arms that began to emerge from the depths below. These arms moved with precision, carrying with them individual pieces of the armor that would soon transform Stark into the invincible Iron Man. Each arm held a specific piece, designed to fit together seamlessly with the others. The process was almost surgical in its precision. As the surrounding mechanical arms began to move with synchronized efficiency, the suit slowly came together. The first piece, the chest plate, was secured around Stark's torso, clamping into place with a satisfying click. More pieces followed, the shoulder guards, the arm plates, the leg armor, each part locking in smoothly. Every screw tightened at the joints, and the interlocking pieces connected like the inner workings of a finely tuned machine. The assembly was not just functional, but beautiful, a delicate dance of technology and precision. Finally, the visor of the helmet descended over Stark's face, the sleek helmet snapping shut with a finality that sent a shiver of excitement through Charlie. In a matter of moments, Tony Stark had disappeared, replaced by Iron Man, the Mark 40, the embodiment of cutting-edge technology and sheer power. This suit was unlike Stark's classic red and gold armor. The Mark 40, known as the shotgun, was a striking combination of blue and silver. The design was streamlined for speed, a far cry from the more combat-heavy models of later years. At this point in his technological evolution, Stark hadn't yet reached the level of mastery over nanotechnology or achieved the fluid, rapid assembly of the Mark 42. This was still the era of manual, mechanical assembly, where every piece came together with a satisfying sense of weight and purpose. Many fans of the Iron Man series believed that, despite the immense power and versatility of Stark's later armors, the older models had a certain charm, something that had been lost as the technology advanced. There was a ritualistic quality to watching Tony Stark suit up in the earlier movies, the process long and deliberate, building up the anticipation for the action to come. It was as if the armor was more than just a tool, it was a symbol, a transformation that took time and effort, a testament to Stark's genius and human perseverance. The system self-test is complete. Iron Man, Mark 40, is ready, came Friday's soft, professional voice, breaking the silence of the lab. Plotting the flight route to Grey City, she continued, her tone calm and efficient, as always. Above, the dome of Stark's lab split open, the cool night air rushing in. Beneath the Mark 40 armor, the thrusters ignited with a brilliant blue flame. The powerful jet engines roared to life, lifting the gleaming silver-blue figure of Iron Man into the air with a smooth, controlled ascent. The transition from the cold, hard floor of the lab to the open skies was almost instantaneous. The armor rocketed upward, breaking through the riverton skyline like a shooting star. In mere moments, Iron Man breached the sound barrier, leaving behind a white shockwave that rippled through the clouds. The air itself seemed to shimmer in his wake, as if the very atmosphere was bending to the will of Stark's technology. The Mark 40 wasn't just any Iron Man suit. It was one of Stark's fastest creations, built for speed and agility, and capable of reaching Mach 5 in a matter of seconds. The sonic boom that echoed in the night sky was proof of its incredible power. As Iron Man streaked across the sky like a comet, his speed pushed the very limits of what conventional jet fighters could achieve. Even the most advanced fighter jets topped out at Mach 3, yet here was a single man, inside an exoskeleton, leaving them in the dust. The distance between Riverton and Grey City was relatively short for someone like Iron Man. With the Mark 40's blistering speed, it would take mere minutes to cover the ground between the two cities. But Charlie wasn't idle as he waited for his teammates to assemble. With a flick of his wrist, he switched to the perspective of Batwoman Cassandra. She was already on the ground in Grey City, moving through the shadows like a ghost, gathering information and preparing for the mission ahead. From her vantage point, Charlie could see the target, Director Linton. Linton sat in the headquarters of the Grey City Federal Bureau of Investigation, his office heavily guarded by layers of armed security. The building itself was a monolith of bureaucracy, standing 6 stories high with the bold letters Grey City FBI glowing on the rooftop in neon light. The letters were bright, but in the context of a city like Grace where killers and criminals ruled the night, the sight was almost ironic. A beacon of justice in a city long lost to chaos. But the tide was turning. Linton had brought with him a new wave of hope, the kind Grey City hadn't seen in years. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the people believed that things could change. Unlike the corrupt, self-serving officials who had come before him, Linton was different. He was young, determined, and unafraid of challenging the darkness that had long plagued the city. Under his leadership, the support of the citizens had skyrocketed. They saw in him the potential to be Grey City's hero. But that potential came with a target. For 2 days, the city had been on edge after receiving a public threat from Black Sun, the legendary assassin. It was unheard of an assassin publicly announcing his intention to kill someone, especially someone as high profile as the director of the FBI. Assassins, by their very nature, operated in the shadows. Yet Black Sun had broken all the rules, brazenly declaring his intent to murder Linton at a specific time and place. The audacity of the threat had sent shockwaves through the city. Grey City, already teetering on the brink of collapse, was thrust into a new level of tension. The FBI had fortified itself in response. Guards armed with live ammunition patrolled every corner, checkpoints had been set up at every entrance, and every person who entered or exited the building was scrutinized with meticulous detail. Even the janitorial staff had been sent home, deemed too much of a risk in such dangerous times. There were whispers among some that these extreme measures were overkill, that no assassin, no matter how skilled, could possibly get through such a fortress. But most knew better. Black Sun wasn't just any assassin. His name carried the weight of legend, and legends deserved this kind of respect. Inside his office, Director Linton stood in front of the coffee machine, the dark, steaming liquid pouring into his cup. But his mind was elsewhere. His thoughts drifted back to the last time his life had been in danger, the night when a mysterious girl had appeared from the shadows to save him. The memory played in his mind like a vivid dream. She had moved with such fluidity, such grace. It was as if she had melted into the darkness, becoming one with the night. Her skills were beyond anything he had ever seen, beyond martial arts, beyond anything human. Every movement was precise, lethal, and yet, oddly beautiful. She was an artist of combat, and he, an unwilling spectator, had been left in awe. She had only been with him for less than a minute, yet in that brief time, she had imprinted herself into his mind. Her face was concealed beneath a mask, her entire body hidden beneath her sleek, black suit. But despite that, Linton was certain somehow, he knew she was beautiful. There was no logic to it, no evidence. Just a feeling. A detective's instinct. He couldn't stop wondering about her. Where was she now? What was she doing? Was she even an adult? She had seemed so small, so young. TL note, pause. WTF. Director, your coffee. A voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. Linton blinked, realizing that he had been absent-mindedly holding down the coffee machine's button for too long. The coffee had overflowed from the cup, spilling across the counter and dripping onto his shoes. The sharp, bitter scent filled the air. The voice belonged to a young security officer, Xena. She had a soft, heart-shaped face, the kind that made people do a double-take when they saw her. She was easy on the eyes, but what Linton admired most about her wasn't her looks, it was her unshakable sense of justice. She was fresh, new to the FBI, but she had the fire that many in this city had long lost. Are you all right, Director? Xena asked, concern evident in her tone. I'm fine, Linton replied, his voice curt as he took a sip of the coffee he had so clumsily overfilled. Xena quickly handed him a tissue, her delicate fingers brushing against his as she offered it. You've been working non-stop, she said, her voice gentle yet worried. You haven't eaten all day. Would you like me to get something for you? No need, Linton replied, his tone firm as he wiped the spilled coffee. This is no time for that. We're in a critical period. Get back to your post. Yes, sir, she said, though she hesitated for a moment before speaking again. But, Director, you should take care of yourself too. The security here is tighter than ever before. Even Black Sun can't get through this. No one can. Linton didn't respond immediately, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he simply said, back to work, officer. Yes, sir, she replied, though the worry in her eyes didn't fade as she walked away. Security was tight, yes. But Linton knew better. No one else understood the gravity of the situation as he did. Black Sun wasn't bound by the rules of the ordinary world. The FBI might have prepared for an attack, but they weren't prepared for someone like him. As Linton returned to his desk, the coffee cup still in his hand, his thoughts once again drifted to the girl who had saved him. Where was she now? Unbeknownst to him, Cassandra crouched silently in the ventilation duct above his head, watching him carefully from the shadows. The train roared through the silent city under the cover of night, its heavy wheels grinding relentlessly against the rails, the sound reverberating like a metallic heartbeat. At this hour, it was speeding along a raised track that stretched over the wide, slow-moving river. Above, the night sky hung like a black velvet tapestry, dotted with glittering stars, and the moon hung low, casting a dim glow. Neon lights from the city reflected off the water's surface, mingling with the starlight, creating a colorful, shimmering spectacle that glowed faintly through the windows of the train car. The man seated by the window gazed out at this display with idle interest, taking in the serene beauty of the night before he turned his attention back to his dinner. His movements were slow and methodical. The silver gleam of his knife and fork caught the dim light as he gracefully cut into his meal. After setting his utensils down with precision, he picked up his napkin, dabbing the corners of his mouth before leaning back into his seat, his posture relaxed and composed. In one hand, he held a wine glass filled with a golden, amber liquid. He swirled it slowly, watching the liquid catch the light before taking a measured sip, savoring the subtle flavors. Then, his phone vibrated. Slipping it from his pocket, he glanced at the screen, then pressed it to his ear. His expression remained neutral, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Where are you?" a deep, gravelly voice asked on the other end of the line. The voice was unmistakable. It belonged to the man he respected most in this world, Black Sun, the founder of the most notorious assassin organization. He was not only the leader of the group but also the only person the man on the train admired and obeyed without question. "Everything's moving according to plan," the man replied smoothly, his voice filled with quiet confidence. He glanced at his watch. "There are 10 minutes and 49 seconds. "Good," came Black Sun's reply. "But remember, you've only got one shot. One shot is all I ever need." The man smiled, a quiet, confident chuckle slipping past his lips. "When have I ever needed a second shot, boss?" There was a pause on the other end. "Don't get overconfident," Black Sun warned. "That man has already taken down 6 of our best. He's no ordinary target. He's worth all the effort. Relax, boss. You know me. No matter who he is, I've never needed more than one shot. In 10 minutes, boom. Done. You won't even need the backup plan." The man ended the call before finishing his glass of wine. He set it back on the table, stood, and picked up a long bag resting against the seat. It looked like a standard golf bag, but inside was no set of clubs. The man who now stood in the dimly lit train car was known as the Scarlet Reaper. The name alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of those who heard it. His reputation was legendary, both in the underworld and in high society. It wasn't his physical strength or hand-to-hand combat skills that made him feared, it was his deadly accuracy as a sniper. A single shot from him, no matter how impossible the conditions, meant the end of his target. The Scarlet Reaper was considered one of the top 3 snipers in the world. Even within the shadowy circles of the assassin world, where killers were as numerous as stars in the sky, his name held unparalleled weight. His loyalty to Black Sun, his precision, and his ability to make seemingly impossible shots had earned him the title of Black Sun's greatest weapon. He wasn't just another hitman, he was a force of nature. As the main enforcer of Black Sun's will, his very involvement signified that this mission was of utmost importance. The Public Security Department of Grey City had anticipated the possibility of a sniper, especially after receiving death threats from Black Sun. The FBI had fortified the area surrounding the department headquarters, tightening security to unprecedented levels. Guards with military-grade weapons patrolled potential sniper locations. Experts had carefully mapped out every possible vantage point from which an assassin might take the shot. They had even strengthened the windows of the building and set up additional barriers. It should have been impossible for a sniper to get close enough for a clean shot. At least, that's what the FBI believed. What they hadn't accounted for was the train speeding toward them, the very one the Scarlet Reaper was on. The Grey City Ring train was an ancient rail line, nearly forgotten by most, but it had become a local landmark over the years. Long ago, it had been built by a wealthy industrialist as a symbol of hope for the city during its darkest economic period. The train line was meant to connect the people of the city, showing them that there was a path forward, even in hard times. Even though its importance had waned, the train still ran, passing directly in front of the Public Security Department building on its route. For a brief moment, the train came within 800 meters of the building, just close enough for a sniper to take a shot if they were daring enough. The Scarlet Reaper climbed onto the roof of the train with ease. He moved fluidly, as if he belonged there. His hands quickly and expertly assembled his weapon, a custom-made sniper rifle, its sleek design a perfect blend of deadly precision and technological superiority. He was more than ready. To any other assassin, the conditions were impossible, taking a shot from a moving train, with only a split second to aim, at a heavily guarded target 800 meters away. But the Scarlet Reaper lived for the impossible. He crouched low, the wind whipping at his coat, the rumbling of the train blending into his thoughts. His breathing slowed. He could feel every vibration of the train beneath him, and he accounted for every gust of wind. His mind ran through the calculations like a machine, rehearsing the shot 1,000 times over in his head. Each time, the result was the same, a clean, perfect kill. The final building passed in a blur, and suddenly the FBI headquarters loomed into view through his scope. He could see Director Linton sitting at his desk, sipping his coffee and reviewing paperwork. The director's calm, unaware demeanor made him the perfect target. Scarlet Reaper's finger tightened on the trigger. His breathing stopped, his heartbeat slowed to a crawl. But then gunfire. A shot rang out, not from Scarlet Reaper, but from an unexpected direction. His eyes widened in disbelief. A bullet, impossibly timed and impossibly precise, cut through the air from the opposite side of the FBI building. It blasted through the reinforced concrete wall, shattering windows as it sliced through the air with deadly precision. It passed within inches of Linton's face, shattering the glass of his office, before continuing on its deadly trajectory. The bullet found its mark. It struck the scope of Scarlet Reaper's rifle, shattering it into fragments. Before he could even process what had happened, the bullet continued its deadly path, piercing through the scope, and straight into his eye. The impact was catastrophic. His head exploded in a shower of blood and bone, his body sent tumbling from the roof of the speeding train like a rag doll. In the FBI headquarters, chaos erupted. Alarms blared, security personnel scrambled, unsure of where the shot had come from. Across the street, standing calmly with his weapon still smoking, was a man in a crimson combat suit. His helmet gleamed under the city lights, a dark red monocle installed over his right eye. The sci-fi sniper rifle in his hands was still aimed at where Scarlet Reaper had been. Deadshot. He stood, still as a statue, his weapon lowered in perfect control. He was the deadliest sniper on Earth, his precision unmatched, his reputation earned from a lifetime of impossible kills. For him, this was just another day. A figure wearing an unconventional, high-tech metal helmet with a strange face covering and a single red scope, dropped from the sky, as if conjured out of thin air. The helmet's eerie design, paired with the man's sleek, high-tech suit, immediately made him look both intimidating and otherworldly. The security guards stationed on the roof of the FBI headquarters were stunned, frozen in disbelief. The sky was clear just moments ago, and now, this strange figure appeared. For a few seconds, nobody moved, as if time itself had paused. "Hey, buddy," the man said nonchalantly as he landed in a half-squat, standing up straight with a confident posture. He casually waved at the security team, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Tough job, isn't it?" His tone, casual and mocking, seemed to break the guards out of their daze. One of them, wide-eyed, snapped into action and fumbled for his weapon. "Don't move," he shouted, but the command was already futile. Deadshot, as if anticipating the slow reactions of the guards, had already begun moving. His body moved fluidly, launching into a sprint across the rooftop. The other guards, finally shaken into action, began firing, but their shots were wild, uncoordinated. Bullets whizzed past Deadshot, who barely seemed to acknowledge them. He zigzagged across the rooftop with precision and grace, dodging their gunfire like a seasoned parkour athlete. He used every available object: air vents, satellite dishes, and rooftop units as cover, making himself almost impossible to hit. One stray bullet struck a water tank, causing it to burst open and send a torrent of water spraying everywhere. The water shot out like arrows, soaking the security guards and adding to their chaos as they struggled to aim through the deluge. Despite their best efforts, the guards' shots missed their target time and time again, as Deadshot effortlessly evaded every attempt to stop him. His movements were sharp, and almost inhuman, as though he were toying with them. After what felt like an eternity to the guards, Deadshot reached the edge of the roof. Without breaking stride, he leaped backward into the open air. The motion was audacious and daring, his body suspended in a backward dive as he glanced back at the bewildered security guards. As he fell, he made a mocking gesture saluting them with 2 fingers before vanishing over the edge. One of the guards rushed to the edge of the building, looking down in disbelief. What he saw was even more astonishing. Mid-fall, Deadshot had fired a zipline from a device on his wrist, its claw gripping onto a protruding ledge of the adjacent building. With incredible precision, he swung like a pendulum, using the momentum to crash through a window on a lower floor, disappearing into the structure below. "He's in the building," one of the guards shouted, breaking the stunned silence. The remaining guards rushed down the stairs, trying to reach the room Deadshot had entered. But by the time they got there, it was too late. He had vanished without a trace, leaving only broken glass and confusion behind. The incident quickly reached the FBI's command center, where the situation was already chaotic. The news was grim: Director Linton had just been targeted in an assassination attempt. An hour later, a team of forensic experts descended on the scene, conducting ballistic analyses and reconstructing the events that had unfolded. What they discovered was mind-blowing. The red-clad gunman had somehow sniped at the director's office from an adjacent building, through several walls, floors, and obstacles. The most astonishing part was the bullet itself. Despite the difficulty of the shot, the bullet showed incredible power and monstrous penetration. It had pierced multiple layers of reinforced concrete and glass before coming to a stop. But it wasn't just the weapon that was extraordinary, it was the shot itself. The distance, the obstructions, and the precision required for such a shot would make even the most seasoned military sniper balk. Even modern infrared imaging would struggle to make this shot, considering the number of walls and layers of people in the way. After careful analysis, the experts concluded that the man in red, the one the guards had encountered, was none other than the infamous gunman from Black Sun, the Scarlet Reaper, a legendary assassin whose skills were said to be unmatched. But the investigation didn't stop there. When reviewing the crime scene, the forensic team discovered something even more incredible. The Scarlet Reaper hadn't been able to set up a proper sniper position due to the presence of the guards. So, instead of taking a traditional sniper's stance, he had opted for a seemingly impossible method. He had used his zipline. According to the expert's reconstruction, the shooter had fired his zipline to grab the roof of the building opposite. The zipline had then retracted, pulling him rapidly into the air, launching him upward like a human projectile. For a brief moment, Scarlet Reaper had been suspended in the air, hovering above the rooftop. In that split second, as his body began to descend, he had opened his scope, accounting for gravity and wind correction, and fired the shot through the building. The guards, believing he had fallen from the sky, had simply witnessed the aftermath of this remarkable feat. Even though the shot ultimately missed, the fact that Scarlet Reaper had attempted such an extraordinary maneuver was enough to leave the team speechless. One of the experts, still in disbelief, wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Thank God he missed," the expert muttered, his voice shaky. Indeed, the bullet had barely missed Director Linton's head by a centimeter. It had instead pierced the window behind him and disappeared into the city beyond. If Scarlet Reaper had been just a little more precise, Linton's head would have been shattered. Despite the near miss, the audacity and skill involved in this sniper shot were enough to go down in history. The shooter had attempted to snipe a target while suspended in midair, an almost mythical achievement. The investigation, however, took a bizarre turn when another report came in. A civilian had discovered a body a few blocks away, underneath the train tracks that passed behind the FBI building. When the team arrived at the scene, they found a body mangled from the fall, but quickly identified. It was the Scarlet Reaper. The news shocked the entire team. If the Scarlet Reaper was dead on the ground, who was the acrobatic figure performing impossible sniper tricks on the roof? The autopsy revealed the real cause of death. The Scarlet Reaper had not died from the fall. He had been shot in the head by a powerful, precise bullet that had shattered his skull. The room fell into stunned silence. The experts, all looking from the shattered window in Director Linton's office to the train tracks in the distance, knew what this meant. Slowly, the pieces began to fit together, but nobody wanted to say it out loud. The sheer impossibility of the conclusion was too much to bear. Finally, Director Linton, sitting in his chair, voiced what everyone else was thinking. "The shot wasn't aimed at me," he said calmly. "It was aimed at the train passing by at that exact moment, to kill the Scarlet Reaper while he was on top of it." The room erupted in disbelief. Everyone's hearts raced. Someone had fired a shot not through the building to kill the director, but through the building to kill the Scarlet Reaper, who had been on the roof of a moving train. A shot so precise, so calculated, that it defied logic. The people in the massive office stood frozen in place, as if they had all turned to stone. The room was crowded, filled with investigators, analysts, and experts, yet the silence was absolute, oppressive. It was as if the room had been vacuum sealed, and no one was even daring to breathe. Their minds raced, trying to comprehend the extraordinary sequence. They struggled to make sense of it, to mentally reconstruct the timeline of what had unfolded just minutes ago outside the FBI headquarters. Or more precisely, they were trying to convince themselves to believe what had happened. The Scarlet Reaper, one of the world's top 3 snipers, had made an almost impossible assassination attempt, shooting through a window from 800 meters away, atop a speeding train, battling immense wind pressure, all within a brief window of time. Normally, such an act would be the stuff of legend, a godlike feat of sniping that would be celebrated in textbooks, a marksmanship miracle worthy of fame. But today, it was nothing compared to what had truly transpired. Not long ago, everyone in the room had believed that the red-clad gunman had been aiming through the building to kill Director Linton with a near-impossible shot, one that had barely missed its mark. Even with the miss, the audacity of that attempt had left them in awe. Now, they realized they had been utterly wrong. Yes, the sniper had flown through the air and taken a shot. But the shot hadn't been aimed at Linton at all. The real target had been the Scarlet Reaper, who was racing past the building on the roof of a high-speed train, 800 meters away. And the sniper hadn't missed. He had hit the Scarlet Reaper with a headshot, killing him instantly. The enormity of the revelation weighed heavily on the minds of everyone in the room. The sudden turn of events felt surreal, almost as if the world's natural laws had been upended. What the hell had just happened? The assassination attempt on Director Linton was a matter of national security. Among the people invited to the scene were some of the best sniping experts in the world, people who understood the intricate science and delicate art behind long-range marksmanship. But what they had witnessed today had torn their understanding to shreds. Sniping, even under the best conditions, is an art that requires precision, training, and nerves of steel. Hitting a moving target is hard enough. But hitting a target atop a speeding train? That was something out of a fantasy. One of the experts, who had devoted his entire life to the science of sniping, felt his knees buckle under him. The decades he had spent studying ballistics, trajectory, and wind resistance suddenly seemed like a waste. The sheer magnitude of what had occurred before his eyes made his years of research feel insignificant. A peerless sniper had emerged, a being whose skills dwarfed even the legendary Scarlet Reapers. And no one in the room had any idea who this person was. How could someone this skilled have gone unnoticed for so long? How could the most lethal marksman on the planet have appeared out of nowhere? While the experts' minds were shattering under the weight of this revelation, Director Linton remained disturbingly calm. He sat quietly, absorbing everything, his mind working in silent calculation. "Don't get comfortable," he said after a long pause, his voice cool and steady. "The Scarlet Reaper may be dead, but Black Sun hasn't made his move yet. The battle has only just begun." The room stirred. His calm words had a grounding effect, forcing everyone to pull themselves back from the brink of disbelief. They had a job to do. Linton's voice, steady and sure, cut through the tension like a knife, refocusing everyone in the room on the tasks ahead. Yes, sir, someone responded, snapping the others out of their stupor. The experts, investigators, and agents pushed down their awe and disbelief, forcing themselves to regain composure and focus on the mission. Black Sun was still a threat, and despite the mind-boggling events of the day, they needed to remain vigilant. As the room cleared out, Director Linton was left alone. He returned to his office, staring out through the shattered glass of the window, lost in thought. The question gnawed at him, tugging at the edges of his mind. Could it have been her? Or perhaps one of her companions? There was no real evidence, only instinct. But something told him she was nearby. He couldn't explain it, but it felt like she was somewhere close, watching, always watching. Somewhere in the air ducts above, Cassandra remained silent, her breath steady as she observed. To most of the experts, the sniper shot that had killed the Scarlet Reaper was beyond reason. It was a shot that defied all logic, something impossible for a human to pull off. But to Charlie Cooper, it was far less impressive than it seemed. Unlike traditional snipers, who had to painstakingly line up their shots, calculating for wind, distance, and motion, Charlie's experience was different. For him, operating Deadshot was like playing an FPS video game. The mechanics were simple: point the crosshair at the target and fire. For most people, aiming at such a high-speed target would require supernatural levels of skill. But Charlie had an advantage. Deadshot's abilities came with auto-aim assistance. It was like the aim assist feature in modern console shooters. When the crosshair got near the target, the system would automatically correct the shot and lock on. This passive targeting system made precision shooting easy. All Charlie had to do was get the crosshair close to the target, and the system would handle the rest, calibrating the shot to hit the mark with lethal precision. But that wasn't all. As impressive as Deadshot's auto-aiming ability was, it wasn't what had allowed him to track the Scarlet Reaper through the building walls and across the city. That feat came from another hero, Daredevil, the team's master of perception. Teaming up with Daredevil had been the key. Daredevil's superhuman sensory abilities allowed him to see through walls and obstacles, mapping the world with a radar-like sense that was unmatched. It didn't matter how far away the target was or how many obstacles stood between them, Daredevil could pinpoint anyone's exact location. Daredevil had been the one to locate the Scarlet Reaper, marking his position on the HUD that Friday had provided for Charlie. Friday had done the rest, calculating the Reaper's speed, the trajectory of the train, and the exact timing when the Reaper would pass by the sniper point. With everything mapped out on the screen, all Charlie had to do was fly up at the right moment using Deadshot's grappling hook, take aim, and fire. And even if he had missed, Cassandra, positioned in the ventilation ducts, would have had time to intervene and protect Director Linton from the Reaper's attack. But that backup wasn't necessary. While Black Sun remained unaware of the role Deadshot had played in the Scarlet Reaper's death, their intelligence network quickly picked up reports of the sniper's failure. The news that the Reaper had fallen from a moving train spread quickly, but the details of what had actually happened were still murky. Meanwhile, 3 black vans sped down the highway toward Grey City. Inside were members of another Black Sun assassination team, led by James Avery, one of the organization's top enforcers. Black Sun had sent their best this time, they had no other choice. One failure after another in Grey City had left them with no room for error. As the vans entered the city limits, James was on a call with Black Sun's leader. "Yes, we've arrived. Yes, I heard about the Scarlet Reaper. That FBI director is a tough one. I can't believe the Reaper missed." He paused, then chuckled. "Don't worry. I've brought our best. They're reliable. Just give us a few minutes, and he'll be..." Boom! Without warning, the lead van exploded in a ball of fire. The blast sent debris rocketing across the highway, throwing the 2 trailing vans into chaos. A wave of searing heat hit the remaining vehicles, forcing them to swerve violently. Despite their attempts to avoid the wreckage, the vans collided with each other, metal screeching as they skidded out of control. What the hell? James' phone was gone, thrown somewhere in the chaos. Dazed but alive, he climbed out of the wreckage, his head spinning. As he stumbled to his feet, his vision blurry, James saw him. A man was approaching through the flames, calm and deliberate. He wore full body armor, his figure towering and imposing. His combat suit was sleek and efficient, designed for war. A black and yellow asymmetrical helmet covered his face, giving him an air of menace. He was armed to the teeth. Firearms of all kinds were strapped to his body, 2 swords rested on his back, and in his hands, he carried a black automatic rifle with a grenade launcher attached. The most dangerous mercenary in the world. Deathstroke. The Reaper had come to claim more lives. "Avery, what's the situation?" Black Sun asked, his voice low, though tension simmered beneath the surface. We were attacked." Avery's voice crackled through the headset, strained and panicked, nearly drowned out by the chaos behind him. Gunfire erupted like thunder in the background, heavy and relentless. It sounded as if the team was under siege, bullets ricocheting wildly, punctuated by the deep, echoing booms of explosions. The sheer volume of noise made it hard for Black Sun to hear, but Avery's desperation was unmistakable. Black Sun listened closely, his mind racing to make sense of the situation. "Ambushed by who?" he demanded, his voice still unnervingly calm. "The FBI? The military? How many are there?" Black Sun's thoughts briefly wandered to Director Linton. The man had a military background, and although he was now entrenched in the FBI, it wasn't inconceivable that he still had high-level connections. But this kind of response seemed disproportionate, even for Linton. Who had known? What came next stunned him. There's only one person on the other side. Avery's words sounded barely believable, yet there was no doubt in his voice. It wasn't confusion, it was fear. Pure, unfiltered fear. Black Sun's eyes narrowed. One person, he repeated, incredulity lacing his usually composed tone. His mind reeled. One person? Was Avery really saying that his entire elite squad, the best killers that Black Sun had at its disposal, was being decimated by a single individual? No, that couldn't be right. Before Black Sun could speak again, Avery's voice cut through the chaos once more, his words desperate and strained. Boss, this one-eyed bastard is a monster? We can't. Suddenly, Avery's transmission was interrupted by a blood-curdling scream, followed by the unmistakable sound of a blade slicing through flesh. The gunfire, once so intense, became sporadic. Black Sun could hear panicked shouts from his remaining men, and then, just as quickly as it had begun, the sounds of combat faded into silence. For a long moment, Black Sun sat still, gripping his headset, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The silence on the other end of the line was deafening. It was the kind of silence that signaled only one thing: death. Footsteps echoed through the headset. Someone was approaching, and Black Sun knew it wasn't one of his men. Who are you? Black Sun asked, his voice quiet but filled with a cold, deadly intensity. He had faced many adversaries in his lifetime, but this was different. He needed to know the identity of the force that had so effortlessly wiped out his best soldiers. The response was chilling. A hoarse, cold voice came through the headset, its tone dripping with a sick kind of amusement. It was the voice of someone who enjoyed the carnage they had wrought, someone who thrived in the chaos they created. Run. The word hung in the air for a split second before the line went dead, leaving Black Sun staring at his communicator, the hollow beep of a disconnected call echoing in his ears. Black Sun felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: unease. His mind raced, trying to piece together what had just happened. One person had obliterated an elite squad of highly trained killers. That should have been impossible. Yet it had happened. He had heard it with his own ears. One person. What kind of force could possibly do that? Black Sun had spent his youth building Black Sun from the ground up. He had become a legend, a figure of power and fear, someone who had outlived every enemy. But now, he found himself facing something or someone far beyond the realm of his experience. For the first time, Black Sun felt doubt creeping into his mind. Avery's squad had been his last line of backup. The Scarlet Reaper had already failed, and now, his elite killers had been wiped out in mere minutes. That meant one thing: Black Sun was alone. Grey City was no longer just about a simple assassination. This was much bigger. There was a power behind Director Linton, something that had been lurking in the shadows, something far more dangerous than he had anticipated. He had thought Linton was just a bureaucrat with military ties, but now he realized the truth was far more terrifying. But should he retreat? Black Sun hesitated, considering the possibility. His mission had become far more dangerous than expected, and retreating might have been the smart choice. But then, he brushed the thought aside. He had never backed down from a challenge. Not for the reputation of his organization. Not for his pride. He wasn't just a killer, he was a legend. He had built an empire, and to retreat now would mean admitting defeat. And defeat was something Black Sun could not accept. The goal was within reach. He was close. Too close to turn back now. Without further delay, Black Sun found himself inside the FBI building, his footsteps silent as he moved through the shadows like a ghost. According to the original plan, Black Sun had intended to wait for Avery's team to draw attention to the front of the building, creating the distraction he needed to strike from the shadows. With the full force of an elite team behind him, his chances of success would have been assured. But now, that option was gone. The task had become infinitely more difficult, but Black Sun remained confident. He had fought alone many times before. Back in the early days of Black Sun, he had been a one-man army, breaching fortresses and eliminating targets with surgical precision. Now, he would simply return to his roots. There was no doubt in his mind that Director Linton would die tonight. He slipped into the ventilation ducts, crawling silently through the narrow space until he reached his destination, a storage room just outside Linton's office. Dropping down from the ceiling with feline grace, he landed in a low crouch, barely making a sound. The perfect dive. Black Sun allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, pleased that his skills had not dulled with age. He stood, silently mapping out his route through the building, mentally running through his assassination plan. But then, something caught his attention. He wasn't alone. His heart skipped a beat, his breath catching in his throat. In the corner of the room, shrouded in shadows, stood a figure. A small girl, no older than a teenager, dressed in a black combat suit. Her hood had two pointed ears that gave her the appearance of a bat, and her entire presence seemed to blend into the darkness itself. For a moment, it was as though she didn't exist. No sound, no breath, no movement. She was like a shadow, a phantom. She had been waiting for him. The girl's eyes locked onto Black Sun, calm and steady, as if to say, "Sorry, but this place is taken." Without hesitation, Black Sun drew his knife, the blade gleaming under the dim light as he lunged at her with deadly precision. He had no time to waste. Whoever she was an obstacle. And he did not leave obstacles alive. His knife, a custom-made fighting blade he had perfected over years, was designed for speed and lethality. Black Sun had spent decades mastering swordsmanship, and even though the rest of his skills had faded with age, his blade work had only improved. This first thrust was a feint, meant to bait her into dodging, allowing him to follow up with a lethal slash. But the Batgirl didn't react the way he expected. Instead of evading or defending, she launched herself at him with a flying kick, her leg cutting through the air with blistering speed and precision. The move was so sudden, so unexpected, that Black Sun barely had time to register it. The power behind the kick was undeniable. There was a sound of the air parting as her foot whipped through the space between them. For the first time in his life, Black Sun felt his confidence waver. The kick was perfectly timed. It cut directly into the trajectory of his knife, stopping his attack cold. His years of experience, his refined technique, all fell apart in the face of her impossible speed. He had no choice but to abort the attack and retreat. But Batgirl didn't stop there. Her leg twisted in midair, seamlessly transitioning into a second kick, this one aimed directly at his head. The fluidity of her movement was inhuman. Black Sun had never seen anything like it. The move defied the rules of combat. Kicks were powerful, yes, but they left the fighter vulnerable. No one used them in close quarters combat unless they were certain of a clean hit. Yet this girl had executed 2 consecutive kicks with an impossible level of precision. He couldn't stop her. The second kick connected with his forehead, the impact so powerful that it sent him flying backward. He crashed through the door of the storage room, his body slamming into the corridor wall with a sickening crunch. Black Sun's vision blurred. Pain exploded in his head, and he struggled to stay upright. His body felt sluggish, his movements uncoordinated. He could barely stand. For the first time in his life, Black Sun felt truly powerless. He had built an empire, faced countless enemies, and never backed down. But now, his body, which had once moved with precision and grace, refused to cooperate. His legs wobbled beneath him as he struggled to keep his balance, vision swimming, and his head pounding from the impact. He pressed a hand to his forehead, blood already trickling down his face, sticky and warm. As he tried to gather his bearings, his eyes focused on the hallway before him. Through the haze of pain and disorientation, he saw her Batgirl, stepping out from the storage room with indifferent calmness. She moved silently, her black combat boots barely making a sound on the floor, her small frame wrapped in the darkness of her suit. Her hood framed her face, casting shadows that made her features difficult to discern, but her eyes, they were locked on him, cold and unflinching. She was in no rush. She knew he was beaten, and she walked toward him with the surety of someone who had already won. Black Sun's heart raced as the reality of the situation crashed down on him. His decades of experience, his legendary reputation, his mastery of the blade, none of it mattered here. This girl, this creature, wasn't human. She couldn't be. Her speed, her precision, the way she had countered his every move with ease, it defied everything he had ever learned. No one fought like that. No one moved like that. This was what had been protecting Director Linton. This was why the Scarlet Reaper had failed. Why his elite team had been slaughtered without a trace. He stumbled, his back pressing against the wall for support. His mind screamed at him to run, but his body was betraying him, too slow, too weak. He tried to raise his knife again, but his hand shook uncontrollably. Batgirl's approach was methodical. She wasn't just walking toward him, she was sizing him up, calculating the best way to end him. Black Sun's breath came in ragged gasps, his chest tightening. In all his years as a killer, he had never known fear like this. There was no arrogance left, no pride, only cold, creeping dread. And then, in the stillness of the moment, she was upon him. Batgirl moved in a blur, her fist striking faster than he could react. It wasn't even a punch, it was a hammer blow, precise and devastating, aimed at his solar plexus. The impact was like a lightning bolt, paralyzing him with pain. His breath hitched, his lungs unable to draw air. His entire body convulsed as he crumpled, collapsing to his knees in agony. Gasping for air, Black Sun looked up, his vision dimming. Batgirl loomed over him, her expression unreadable beneath her mask. There was no malice in her eyes, no hatred, only a cold, detached professionalism. To her, this was just another mission. Another target to eliminate. She reached down, her gloved hand gripping the front of his suit, effortlessly pulling him up until he was dangling inches from her face. Her strength was unbelievable for her size, and Black Sun dangled like a rag doll in her grasp, barely able to stay conscious. He wanted to fight back, to swing his knife one last time, but his arms were limp, his body refusing to obey. His mind screamed in defiance, but his body was broken. You. He croaked, his voice barely a whisper. Who are you? Batgirl's gaze remained locked on him for a moment, and for the briefest second, he thought he saw something flicker behind her eyes, perhaps a hint of pity, or maybe just cold indifference. Then, without a word, she let go, allowing him to slump back against the wall, completely spent. Black Sun's vision blurred further, his consciousness fading. He could feel himself slipping, the darkness closing in around him. But before he blacked out, he forced his lips to move one last time, the word barely escaping his throat. Bat. And then, the world went black. With one sharp kick, Cassandra Batgirl dispatched the legendary assassin, Black Sun. His body flew through the air, crashing through the wooden door, and slamming headfirst into the wall on the other side of the hallway. The impact was loud, and the thud of his body hitting the wall echoed through the narrow corridor. Before Black Sun even had a chance to regain his bearings, Cassandra was already on him again. Her speed was overwhelming, and her precision, unrelenting. As he tried to push himself up, disoriented and dazed, she struck again, this time delivering a clean, devastating punch to his face. The blow was perfect, calculated to knock him out without killing him. Black Sun's head whipped back, and his body slumped to the floor, unconscious. It was over in seconds. Cassandra straightened her posture, calm and composed, her eyes scanning the corridor for any remaining threats. But there were none. Her target was down, the task completed. Everything had gone exactly as she had anticipated. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed movement. She turned slightly, already expecting it. Director Linton had arrived. He stood in the middle of the hallway, a broad grin spreading across his face as he saw her. His usually composed demeanor softened, and he seemed genuinely pleased. "Ha, I knew you'd be here," Linton said, stepping forward with a confident stride. "I had a feeling." He stopped a few feet away, smiling almost sheepishly. "Well, I can't say I knew exactly, but I had this feeling. Like a gut instinct, you know? I could just sense you nearby, like some kind of subtle premonition." Behind the screen, Charlie, who was controlling Cassandra, rolled his eyes. "This guy," he muttered to himself. The young director was starting to come across as more than just grateful. There was something about the way he looked at Batgirl, something that made Charlie feel a little uneasy. Could it be that Director Linton had developed a crush on Batgirl? Charlie tried not to think about it too much, but it was hard to ignore, especially considering that, technically speaking, he was the one controlling Batgirl. What would happen if Linton ever found out that the agile, mysterious vigilante he was so enamored with was actually some guy behind a computer screen? TL note, if this novel suddenly takes a strange turn, I'm dropping it. The thought made Charlie cringe. Or worse, what if Linton's interest didn't fade when he found out the truth? What if it just got weirder? Shaking the thought from his head, Charlie focused back on the scene. Linton was still talking. "What did you say your name was?" Linton asked, glancing at Cassandra. "Batgirl, right." Cassandra said nothing, as usual. She remained a silent, watchful presence. But Linton didn't seem to mind. He gave a small, knowing smile, as if he didn't need a response to feel reassured by her presence. With a practiced calm, Director Linton knelt down beside the unconscious Black Sun. Without any sense of urgency, he took out a pair of handcuffs from the small of his back and locked them around the assassin's wrists. "The commotion here has probably drawn attention," Linton said, his tone casual but laced with professionalism. "They'll be here soon, agents, guards, the whole team. I think it's best if you slip out now." He stood up, glancing down the corridor. "If my guess is right, you've got less than 30 seconds before the others arrive." He nodded toward a window at the far end of the hallway. "There's an exit over there. I'll take care of the guards. You can go out through that window. If you need anything from me in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Linton paused, glancing back at Cassandra as if waiting for a response. "You're welcome." But as he turned to look behind him, he realized that Cassandra had already vanished. He was alone, handcuffing an unconscious assassin, speaking to the empty air. Linton sighed and chuckled to himself. "Of course you don't need my help." Despite the abrupt disappearance, he didn't seem offended or surprised. If anything, he looked relieved. She had come, after all. He hadn't imagined it. She had slipped into the FBI building, taken down one of the world's deadliest assassins, and vanished into the night without a trace. Linton's good mood lingered. He had a feeling this wouldn't be the last time they crossed paths. In fact, he was almost certain there would be more opportunities to work together. As that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but hum a cheerful little tune. He felt light, almost buoyant, despite the gravity of the situation. And, as if on cue, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway. A group of FBI agents, security officers, and guards stormed into the corridor, weapons raised, ready for action. But when they arrived, all they saw was Director Linton casually humming, with the infamous assassin Black Sun handcuffed and unconscious against the wall. The agents stopped dead in their tracks, wide-eyed. The director had done this? The whispers started immediately. The security team exchanged glances, their awe barely contained. The agents had always known Director Linton was capable, but this was next level. He had single-handedly taken down one of the most dangerous killers in the world and seemed completely relaxed about it. The director was a god. Once the mission was complete and everything was in order, Charlie logged off. Before exiting, though, he switched Cassandra's role back to Daredevil. He adjusted the settings to allow Daredevil to patrol Grey City for 12 hours, allowing the character to handle the nightly patrols without needing Charlie's constant input. He watched for a brief moment as Daredevil began leaping across rooftops, listening to the murmur of the city, and preparing to hunt down the night's criminals. But Charlie didn't stick around. He logged out and returned to the hero selection screen. With Black Sun and his organization all but dismantled, Charlie knew the crime syndicate was on its last legs. The elite team of assassins had been wiped out, and the leader was now in FBI custody. Even if Black Sun wasn't completely finished, they were gravely wounded. It would take years, if not longer, for them to recover from this kind of blow. As Batgirl left Director Linton and the unconscious Black Sun behind, Charlie could already imagine what the headlines in the Riverton Daily would read the next morning. Heroic FBI director takes down infamous assassin single-handedly. The media would have a field day with the story. Linton's legend would only grow, and Charlie doubted anyone in the criminal underworld would dare target him anytime soon. The reputation alone would be enough to deter further attacks. Still, as Charlie reflected on the events, a new idea began to form in his mind. "Friday," Charlie said as he logged out, "make a note in my schedule. Let's pay a visit to Black Sun's headquarters when we get a chance. Friday's voice chimed in, filled with her usual mix of humor and professionalism. Looking for a place to stretch your legs, sir? Charlie grinned. Not quite. Deathstroke wants to have a friendly conversation with them, the kind of conversation where we settle things for good. Understood, sir, Friday replied as she recorded the task. Then, after a brief pause, she added, by the way, something came in earlier while you were busy. I thought you might want to take a look at it. Oh, Charlie raised an eyebrow. What is it? Friday swiped a floating screen in front of him, displaying a newly published article from the Riverton Daily. The headline caught his attention immediately. A letter to Batman, a city's gratitude and hope. The editor himself wrote this one, Friday explained. Apparently, he felt it was important enough to say personally. You remember the Bat Signal event from a while back, right? He was the one behind that. Charlie leaned forward, intrigued. A letter to Batman, huh? Not just Batman, sir, Friday corrected. It's addressed to all the heroes who've been active in Riverton lately. So, technically, it's a letter to you. Charlie scrolled through the article, reading the editor's heartfelt words. The article recounted the rise of Batman and the other vigilantes who had begun patrolling Riverton City, giving people hope during its darkest moments. It spoke of the changes happening in the city, how citizens were starting to look out for one another again, how people were inspired to make a difference. The editor's closing words hit harder than expected. I know that no amount of thanks will ever be enough to express what we feel, nor can it explain the impact you've had on this city. You face the worst of us every night, and you've given us the courage to keep going. But this isn't just about thanking you. It's about making a promise. We, the people of Riverton, will do better. We'll show you that we are worth it. You've made us safer, but you've also inspired us to be better. To look out for each other. To rebuild this city. Because Riverton doesn't belong to one person, it belongs to all of us. And together, we'll make it better. For everyone. Thank you again. Not just for protecting us, but for helping us see a better version of ourselves. As Charlie read the article, he thought back to the night of the Bat Signal event. The crowd, the energy, the hope that had filled the air as people looked to the sky, believing in something greater. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. He had never anticipated this kind of reaction. His intentions had always been simple: gain experience, level up, and achieve his personal goals. But along the way, he had unwittingly become a symbol of hope for an entire city. It was more than he had ever expected. Friday, sensing his quiet reflection, placed a cup of freshly brewed coffee in front of him. If I may say so, sir, Friday said softly, you've already become a great hero. Charlie smiled, lifting the cup. Thanks, Friday. He didn't respond right away. Instead, he took a sip of the coffee, letting the weight of what he'd just read sink in. Maybe, just maybe, being a hero wasn't such a bad thing after all. Felix awoke suddenly, his eyes snapping open to the darkness of his bedroom. His heart was pounding in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like a distant drum. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as though he'd been pulled from the depths of a nightmare. The sheets clung to him, heavy and damp, like wet clothes after hours of strenuous exercise. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling the unpleasant chill of the soaked fabric, and with what little strength he had, pushed the sodden quilt away from his body. As he sat up, the room swayed around him. Dizzy and disoriented, Felix pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes, trying to dispel the fog clouding his mind. His breath came in shallow, uneven bursts. It took a moment before he could muster the energy to swing his legs over the edge of the bed. When his feet touched the cold floor, a shiver ran through him, and for a brief moment, he wasn't sure if he could stand. Too much to drink, he muttered to himself, though the words felt hollow. Deep down, he knew this wasn't about alcohol. Something far stranger was happening. It had started a month ago. Strange, unexplainable symptoms. Nights where he'd wake up without any memory of when or how he fell asleep. Sometimes he'd wake up in odd places, places he had no recollection of going to. His memories were fractured, like pieces of a puzzle thrown into disarray. One moment he'd recall something clearly, the next it was as though it had been erased from his mind entirely, leaving only fragmented remnants. Occasionally, images would return, hazy, disjointed moments with no beginning or end, like watching a movie with chunks of film missing. He tried to piece it together, but the harder he thought about it, the more elusive the memories became. It felt like his mind was slowly being erased, as though someone or something was deliberately wiping away the moments of his life. Felix dragged himself to the bathroom, the cold tile floor sending a sharp jolt of reality through him. The harsh fluorescent light buzzed overhead as he splashed water onto his face, hoping to shake off the remnants of the dream, or was it a memory? The more he tried to recall what had happened before he fell asleep, the more vivid the dream became. Commander Ross. The name flashed in his mind, bringing with it an onslaught of conflicting emotions. It wasn't just a dream. Felix was certain of that now. It was too real. He remembered it clearly: his first day joining the 9th Special Service Division, the massive aircraft carrier soaring high above the clouds, and his initial meeting with Commander Ross. The sun had poured in through the panoramic windows of the captain's cabin, casting long, golden shadows across the sleek electronic display table. Ross sat in the sunlight, his posture rigid, his face serious but warm, exuding an air of authority tempered by wisdom. That moment had been pivotal for Felix. He had always looked up to Ross, admired him for his strength, his leadership, his unwavering commitment to the division's mission. That day, in the bright afternoon light, Felix had been utterly convinced that he was making the right choice joining the 9th Division, dedicating himself to a cause that felt larger than life, a purpose that seemed noble and just. People change, Felix. The world changes, Ross had said, his deep voice reverberating in the quiet room. The words had stuck with Felix ever since. We're living in an era of transformation, and it's up to us to steer it. Whether the world becomes better or worse, that's on us. We are the ones who make the choices, the ones who represent humanity in the face of these changes. Those words had solidified Felix's resolve. He believed in Ross, in the 9th Division's mission. He had devoted himself completely, trusting that this was the most meaningful thing he could do with his life. But that trust had been shattered. Now, Ross was gone. Not just gone, he had betrayed everything they had stood for. The news had rocked the entire division. The man they had followed, the man who had been their leader, their guide, had defected. After the battle in Riverton Square, Ross had disappeared, vanishing into the chaos like a ghost. And worse yet, it was rumored that the terrifying creature unleashed upon the city, the one that had left devastation in its wake before Batman had taken it down, had been set loose by none other than Ross himself. In the aftermath of the chaos, an investigation had been launched into the 9th Division. Felix had seen it coming. They all had. The division scrambled to piece together the events, and what they uncovered was damning. The evidence, provided by Agent Ivan Petrov, was irrefutable. It laid bare Ross's betrayal in excruciating detail, his involvement in the division's recent failures, his falsified reports, the arrest orders he had manipulated to target his own agents. The 9th Division, once respected and feared, was now in shambles. The mothership had been grounded, its operations suspended. Every agent, every operative was under investigation by the Emotional Intelligence Bureau, their integrity called into question. Felix had recently discovered, to his shock, that his group was under the Emotional Bureau's watchful eye all along. He couldn't believe no one had told him. When he'd asked about it, the smiles he'd received were strange, uncomfortable, like they knew something he didn't. A sinking feeling had begun to grow in the pit of his stomach. He wasn't sure what, but something was being kept from him. The people around him, the ones he thought he could trust, seemed to be hiding something. It was becoming increasingly clear that he had been left in the dark. As Felix brushed his teeth, his mind raced. What if he hadn't chosen this life for himself after all? What if everything he thought was his decision had been influenced, manipulated? He spat the toothpaste into the sink, wiped his mouth, and looked up at the mirror. His pale face stared back at him, gaunt and hollow-eyed. But then something else caught his attention. In the reflection, just above the toilet, there was a raised brick on the wall. Something small and barely noticeable, but there. Felix turned slowly, eyes fixed on the bulge in the wall. How had he never noticed it before? His heart quickened as he lowered the toilet seat and stepped onto it. Stretching up on his toes, he reached for the raised brick. It took some effort, but eventually, he pried it loose, setting the brick down on the toilet's edge. With bated breath, he reached into the hollow space behind it. His fingers touched something cold and metallic. A USB drive. Felix's mind raced. This was something straight out of a spy thriller, the kind of hidden compartment you'd expect to find in a safe house. But this wasn't a covered hideout. This was his home. Something was very, very wrong. He carried the USB drive back to his room, staring at it as though it might burn him. His hands shook as he plugged it into his laptop, an encrypted, high-security model issued by the 9th Division. This laptop had been designed to access only the most classified information. The moment he plugged the drive in, the screen flickered to life. There was no request for a password, no prompt for any form of identification. Instead, the words "identification in progress" flashed on the screen, followed by a message that made Felix's blood run cold. Access granted. A new screen appeared automatically. The homepage of the 9th Division. Felix's eyes darted to the corner of the screen, where his login information was displayed. His name was there, but next to it, something was different. His access level. Special privileges. Felix froze. That level of access was reserved for commanders. Felix stared at the glowing interface in front of him, his eyes glued to the screen as the word "special" in the account information column seemed to leap out at him. His mind faltered, as if struggling to process what he was seeing. Special privilege? His account, the one tied to his name, had been granted the highest level of access. That level was reserved for the top brass, the very few who controlled the fate of the 9th Special Service Division. Yet here it was, linked to his own ID. It didn't make sense. Felix sat there in stunned silence, feeling as if the walls around him were closing in. His heart pounded in his chest, a rising sense of unease gripping him. The room felt smaller, suffocating, as his mind struggled to make sense of the impossible. Special privileges? The thought ran circles in his head. How? Why? The more he thought about it, the more it felt like he had fallen into some kind of surreal nightmare, one where reality had begun to twist and unravel. He pinched his arm, hard. The sharp pain confirmed what he already knew: this was real. No matter how much he wanted to believe otherwise, he wasn't dreaming. The login information on the screen confirmed it. The account belonged to him, Felix Grove, and that meant only one thing. For as long as he had been at the 9th Division, he had unknowingly possessed the same level of access as the captain. Every secret the division had locked away, every classified project, every mission brief, he had access to it all. It was as though the master key to the entire division had been lying in his bathroom, hidden behind that innocuous brick, waiting for him to find it. Felix's hands hovered over the keyboard, his mind a chaotic swirl of emotions. He felt a mix of disbelief, confusion, and curiosity. What could have led to this? Why hadn't he known? Who else knew? The questions kept coming, but no answers presented themselves. With trembling fingers, Felix navigated through the server. Each click of the mouse felt heavy with uncertainty. His access level was confirmed as he scrolled through the menu, a level that granted him entry into every classified section. Several top-secret projects caught his eye. Some were still in progress, others had been abandoned years ago. There were strange research endeavors, some spearheaded by Professor Miyazaki, focused on experimental equipment. The files detailed prototypes of weapons and technology that hadn't yet been deployed, theories that were dangerously close to science fiction. Others were more mundane but no less unsettling, the kinds of projects that no one wanted to see the light of day. But then his eyes landed on the personnel files. A chill ran down Felix's spine. Within the 9th Division, secrecy was paramount. Every agent had their own file, but these were protected by layers of classification. Colleagues often had little knowledge of each other's pasts or even their real identities. In many ways, the 9th Division was a place where everyone wore masks, where true identities were locked away behind thick security walls. But not anymore. Not for Felix. With the access he had now, all those walls came tumbling down. He could see everything, every agent, every mission they'd ever been on, every classified detail hidden away in the depths of the division's archives. No one's past was hidden from him now, including one person in particular. Commander Ross. Felix's breath caught in his throat. He hesitated for a moment, his finger hovering over the mouse. Did he really want to know? But the urge to understand what had driven the man he once idolized to betray them all was too strong to ignore. He clicked on the file. A dossier popped up on the screen. Commander Ross's resume was immaculate, so clean that it bordered on unnerving. From the moment he had joined the division, Ross had been exceptional. His training records were flawless, his performance during operations remarkable. Medals and commendations were scattered throughout his file, showcasing a career marked by bravery and precision. It was clear why he had been chosen to lead the 9th Division. Felix read through Ross's background, hoping for some clue, some tiny detail that would explain why he had turned against them. But there was nothing, at least, nothing obvious. Until Felix came across a particular mission in Ross's record. It was one of his last operations before being transferred to the 9th Division, a mission that had earned him his most prestigious accolades. Ross and a fellow soldier had been captured during a counter-terrorism mission. They had been held for a grueling week in a terrorist camp, enduring harsh conditions and brutal interrogations. But somehow, Ross had managed to escape. He had made contact with a nearby military garrison, and the intelligence he provided had been critical. It had allowed the military to launch a successful counterattack, obliterating the camp and dismantling the local terrorist cell. The comrade who had been captured alongside Ross had also been rescued in the aftermath. Felix's gaze locked onto the name of that soldier. Steve. A different city. A veterans club. The sound of laughter filled the dimly lit room. The veterans were gathered around a table, sharing stories over cheap drinks. Steve sat among them, his deep voice cutting through the noise as he mimicked the high-pitched tone of his wife. Last week, I lost $2,000 at the card table, he said, his voice rising in pitch to mimic his wife's scolding. You owe me, pay back the money, she screamed. The group around him burst into laughter, their rough voices echoing through the club. Steve grinned, enjoying the attention as he continued the story. So I grabbed my wallet, took out some cash, and handed it over, saying, here, don't even bother giving me change. More laughter. And she counted it all out, right there. But halfway through, she realized something was wrong and yelled, there's not enough here. Steve thumped his prosthetic leg against the floor, the metallic clang punctuating his story. I tried to run, but I forgot I didn't have my leg on. The veterans erupted in laughter again, slapping their knees and clinking their glasses together. As the night wore on, the veterans slowly trickled out of the club. Steve remained behind, cleaning up the tables and chairs. His prosthetic leg made a soft scraping sound as he moved across the floor, his movements slow but deliberate. The club was quiet now, the echoes of laughter fading as Steve swept the last of the dirt from the floor. He was so focused on his task that he didn't notice when someone entered the room behind him. Captain Steve. Steve turned, startled by the voice. Standing in the doorway was a young man, clean-cut, with sharp features and an air of authority about him. He stood tall, his posture straight, and his eyes held a sense of purpose. I'm not a captain anymore, Steve said with a weary smile. Just an old vet trying to keep this place clean. What can I do for you? It's not about you, the young man said, stepping forward. But your old comrade Ross, he might be able to help. The mention of Ross's name made Steve pause. His smile faded, replaced by a wary look. Who are you? Steve asked, his tone growing cautious. Felix Grove, the young man replied, pulling out a badge. I'm from the 9th Special Service Division. Steve's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the badge. He took a long, hard look at the young man standing before him. I haven't heard Ross's name in a long time, Steve said softly. What's happened to him? He was reassigned to lead the 9th Division, Felix explained. But things have changed. I need to understand what happened to him. And I think, you may be the only one who can help. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a silver-black blur shot through the vacuum of space, leaving a trail of bright blue plasma in its wake. The streak of light cut through the darkness, visible only to those watching from Earth's orbit. Anyone who witnessed the scene would have been awestruck. The blur wasn't a spaceship or a satellite, but something much more advanced. A humanoid figure. The Mark 39 Iron Man armor, codenamed Gemini, was designed for suborbital space combat. It was the first of its kind in outer space combat suit, created by none other than Tony Stark. The armor had been outfitted with cutting-edge propulsion systems, enabling it to maneuver in zero gravity with unmatched agility. Inside the Mark 39 armor, Charlie adjusted his course, the thrusters humming softly as he banked around the edge of Earth's orbit. The vast emptiness of space stretched out before him, a dark and endless expanse broken only by the distant twinkle of stars. Despite the silence and the solitude, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Here, in this realm where few had ever ventured, he was testing the very limits of what humanity was capable of. Gemini armor performing at optimal levels, sir, Friday's calm voice echoed in his helmet. Good to hear, Charlie replied, his voice steady as he pushed the suit to higher speeds. The plasma tail behind him grew brighter, leaving a streak of light in the dark void. He could feel the weightlessness in his limbs, the sensation of floating freely in the zero-gravity environment. This suit was different from all the others Tony Stark had developed. It was built for this exact purpose, to transcend the bounds of Earth, to fight in the cold expanse of space. For most, gravity was an inescapable reality. But here, in the Gemini suit, Charlie had the freedom to soar above it all, unrestricted by the limits of ordinary human combat. He checked the systems again, ensuring everything was functioning perfectly. The suit's intricate design was a testament to Stark's genius, filled with innovations that allowed it to thrive in an environment that would have crushed lesser technologies. The propulsion systems were more advanced than anything else on Earth, making it the only true outer space combat armor in existence. As he streaked across the stars, Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the sheer ingenuity behind the suit. Yet, despite the thrill of flight, his mind kept drifting back to his mission. There was more to this test than simple experimentation. The 9th Division was in disarray, the shock of Commander Ross's defection reverberating through their ranks. And now, Felix Grove, one of the division's most loyal agents, was unraveling a mystery that seemed to get darker by the day. Sir, Friday interrupted his thoughts. Regarding Commander Ross, Charlie's attention snapped back. What is it? The CIA has tracked his location. He's currently hiding out in a camp operated by an illegal armed group in a remote area. They're preparing a capture operation. Charlie smiled grimly behind the mask of his helmet. Looks like the real test starts now.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.